space. through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them and a weak, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Real up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. Tell them again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Real up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again. Tell them 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 again. I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Real up, you never got one of them. Top of the pile yet again. They can't stop this child now again. Reigning champ, I won't lose it. So you know I'm gonna win that again.
Hello everyone and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers North America Stage 1. We're on day 2 of our very first week of competition and already expectations have been set so high. We had an amazing first day out here. If you missed it, don't worry, we still have some fantastic matchups today. My name is Sierra Dawn. I'll be your host for this week, but of course I cannot do it alone. And joining me today, well, I have Lemon Kiwi and I have the man Van Silly himself. Emphasis on the silly over there.
That's so creepy.
Actually,
that
silly
is me.
for both of y'all. Y'all are coordinated on this. How are we doing today, friends?
How'd you know that? How'd you know I was gonna do this, Lemon Kiwi?
Dude, I just started copying because you look like a serial killer with your eyes like doing this.
You know what?
It's terrifying.
At night, whenever I'm trying to look around, I actually open my eyes like this. And when my wife wakes up, she's like, "You're scaring me. Just stop putting your eyes like that." So I'm like, okay.
We're getting lore right out the gate. I didn't expect this one. I'm not gonna lie.
You said silly. You said silly.
That's my
true.
fault. That's my fault. But let's get a little silly with our today's matches because there's definitely a lot to be talking about here. I know there's definitely quite a few teams that we had our eyes on when we were talking about Challenger Split 1. And out of the gate, we're going to be starting with them today. We're going to be starting with M80 going up against TSM and probably one of the most anticipated matchups that we had. We started off with a very anticipated matchup yesterday. We got great matches and we're just keeping that momentum rolling today.
Yeah, yesterday's games were actually quite excellent to kick things off. I think seeing that Moist X Shopify game was super fun to watch and witness versus OXG. The second, maybe a little bit to be desired, at least the first and third map, but at least we had something challenging between SAD Esports and Winthrop. But at least for today, another great anticipated matchup because we have finally the return of M80 and the return of Nitro to Valorant too.
I was not expecting that Winthrop match, by the way, to go to 3. It kind of got goofy, got really hilarious. I had a great time watching Mitch and Wyatt, and then it went to overtime, and then me and Van Silly were co-streaming, so we're like, I guess we're going to be here all night. 2 map 3s is great to see this early in the competition.
Can confirm, was here all night, but definitely worth it. I'd rather have these types of matches coming out from challengers than the alternative, which was a good night's sleep. So it's some good stuff, but we got to talk about today's matchup. We're going to be kicking off with this. So we're going to be wide awake and energized for this M80 and TSM match. And there's so much to be diving into with these rosters. Of course, we got to see a lot of these players play out last year, Kiwi, and in a lot of different regards. This M80 squad is a very known quantity with a couple of new pieces, but this TSM roster is hot. It's exciting.
Yes, and it's my first time here. I do game changers usually, and I'm not used to the player photos. Everyone looks so mean.
And handsome.
Because in game changers, everyone's smiling, putting up peace signs, and I think everybody on both of these rosters could beat me up. 7 is like already ready to throw down, but like getting to the serious point, everyone knows M80. They did very well last year in Challengers. They won the mid-season invitational playoffs. Then there are these vacant spots came in and some really exciting players came in. Apparently one guy named Captain America, at least that's what the comments have been saying. His name is Captain America.
Yeah.
Maybe he's built like that, but Nitro's exciting, Vance.
Used to have a shield there for Team Liquid back then in the CSGO days, actually, which is why he was coined the Captain America. And of course, leading 100 Thieves to a victory over at First Strike back in 2020. So he's got a huge tenure in professional play in Valorant and in Counter-Strike. Now coming back into a roster of M80 that should have been there into partnership this year round, but lost to the guard back then as well, now known as G2. So I think that's why we have some very mean faces in these player pictures today, because they have a point to prove this season in Challengers.
100%, and that's going to be the exciting thing to look out for, because there is a universe out there where M80 was the team that won Ascension, that would be playing in Americas right now, but losing out to the Guard, a team that they were back and forth with during the entire season. And of course, with this core group coming back to the squad for M80, it'll be really excited to see Xander, Sismo, and Qualanoob try and go back for that glory here, Lemon.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of hype behind Nitro, who was part of that huge bunch of pros that came in 2020, had a good start, then less so, then left and, you know, explored other titles, and now he's back. And this is so much weight on that guy's shoulders to come in, and you have such a big name, you have such a big reputation. Is this worth the signing? You know, you're going to have the comments, is he washed or is he back to his prime?
Agreed.
Especially in Valorant with the pros that have just evolved since his time, Vans. And that's why Nitro is got a lot of pressure on him today.
He's no stranger to it, at least, if we could put it that way as well. But I do agree with you, Lemon Cutie, because at this point, you're filling the shoes of John Cutie. And John Cutie, over at M80, drove this core roster from like Ghost Gaming back then with Kaplan, and now reunited with Kaplan. And look at what he's doing with Sentinels right now. So yes, Nitro is Captain America that we coined him for, but is he going to be able to save at least the Americas for challengers under the M80 roster? Can he actually say, I could do this all day and bring the rest of the M80 roster back into the Ascension and then hopefully win that one under the M80 banner to see him in partnership? Like I said, it's big shoes to fill. John Cutie has excellent firepower, and that still has to be questioned, though, for Nitro's return into Valorant tonight.
And then BCJ is the other person filling that extra slot. And he made his debut with EG last year, but then got moved to reserve roster, was able to make the run Masters Tokyo and Champions, and, you know, had some good results, but then noticed that he had to play a lot of his matches in Brazil. And after only 2 matches in Americas, he got moved to the reserve roster in place of Demon 1. So I always root for the underdog. That person has something to prove, and he wants to prove that he deserves to be on a main roster, that he should have been the star of the show. And we all know how talented Demon 1 is, but now we get to see BCJ in that spotlight, I guess alongside Captain America. But hey, excited to see how he performs.
So many tales of redemption when we're looking at this M80 squad, but we got to talk about TSM as well, because looking at this squad, it might be, hey, they're just announcing that they're coming into this. Looking at the team, we don't necessarily know too much of this whole squad together, but pulling up this tweet that we have from them, new faces, old friends, same goal. And old friends, Vans, is such a big key part of this, because when we're looking at the players of this roster, previously outside boys, these are some talented players that have been in the scene and have proved their worth.
100%, and it's the return of GMD, Guimau, and Seven as well in the TSM roster for 2024. When you're looking at how they did in Challengers when they were competing back then with, you know, trying to make the run with Nature, currently IGLing for EG, they were like, okay, mid-pack kind of thing, but they're also still the roster that were like the gatekeepers of preventing other chances for, you know, the other teams under VCL to try to make it into playoffs. Because right now, if you're looking at the VCL, you're pretty much kind of seeing, okay, MXS, OXG, and M80 at the top, and everybody kind of like fighting for that 4th place, at least for now. I'm hoping to be proven wrong in this roster here for TSM to see them now, but that's the thing. There's a lot of question marks into this roster as well. You have for a couple of these players, if not all of these players, something to prove, which should be the tagline for tonight. But also, who's going to be IGLing for this team now? With Poise coming in from FaZe's experience, maybe he could be calling in tandem with GMD as well. You know, Poise is usually known to, or, you know, praises himself to be really good on mid-round calling, understanding the rotations during those mid-rounding. So will that change the playstyle of TSM, where they're going to default a little bit more and have GMD try to start the beginning structure? I mean, at least you have that in terms of, you know, brains for the roster, but you have definitely some heavy firepower with the rest.
Yeah, you bring up these question marks, but I think someone like Poise is the exact solution to all the mystery behind this team. Like, you brought up his time on FaZe, had those good results, and then in 2023, not so much, missing out on Ascension and then finishing below top 6. That really hurts. But now, kind of a similar story to BCJ. I feel like you're coming into this team hoping to get back to your prime, get back to your peak, and looking at just kind of his agent pool, he's been that flexible guy. Like, on FaZe, Poise was the Sentinel, the secondary controller for Split 2, but then in Split 1 he was playing a lot of initiator. So Poise seems like the guy who's trying to fill out the roles where people are less comfortable on. And when you have someone dependable like that, whether he's calling or not, Poise is the exact guy you want on your roster. But back on mid-phase or back outside boys on this former roster, he was Sentinel, so he can just kind of play it all, it seems. So I'm excited to watch Poise.
That's the big thing, though. Again, looking at this TSM roster, it's because what are, like, we talk usually about role issues. I don't necessarily think think it's role issues now looking at this roster, but more who's finalizing to play as who at this point. Will we have basically Sim being that duelist, or will Seven want to try to do that again based on what he's done in the past? At least one person for sure, at least for me, I hope, is seeing Alex Protopapas, a Proto, back in the roster right now. And,
oh, yeah.
You know, he's cracked on a Cypher. He's really good on a Viper. And this is perfect for the meta right now, at least in 2024, as we start the season, that you have a lot of these maps and these agents that are quite prominent in these agent rotations, agent compositions, where a Proto is going to bring a lot to the table for the TSM team.
Well, especially too, on this roster, we have 2 members from that Moist Mogul squad last year that was able to kind of defy expectations. We got to see so much out of them, Sim and a Proto, and Proto is just absolutely cracked last year. Honestly, such a good anchor for the team. I think the biggest question for this team is what we're going to see out of them today, if this is going to be hitting the ground hard, or if we still need a little bit of adjustment time for the team to kind of mesh. So I'm excited to get into that, but of course we have to get into our map picks and bans, see where we're going for today's series. We have so much on M80 in the past, but it's been a little bit since we've seen them play. And for TSM, well, Kiwi, to start it off, they're going to take us to Lotus.
Lotus is always a fun one, and this is, I think, a good tone setter for this entire series. And really, this is their first match. Everyone's debuting here in Challengers, and I think the duelist role that Vans brought up is going to be really key for a roster like TSM. The Seven versus Sim duelist, who is going to be taking that? Seven seems like he's got the most time on Jet, while as maybe Sim prefers Raze. I've seen rosters in the past kind of divvy up these duelist roles, but TSM have maybe a lot to figure out, a lot to show us, and map 1 is where we set that.
This is where it's very interesting that M80 is taking Lotus as their first map pick, because if I'm looking at this M80 roster and I want to come out strong, I would like to pick maps where I'm favoring a lot of Jet in my composition so that Koala Noob could really start popping off. Usually on a map like Lotus here, Koala Noob's going to switch out to play controller roles so that Nismo could be the one playing the Raze. Although, if now I'm looking at how TSM and 80 might want to have a slower start on a map like Lotus, you have a 3-site map and you're allowing your big brains as Nitro and Poise to really work that mid-round and really run bigger defaults and just ease yourself into the series. And then once everybody's warmed up, well, then you get into Icebox and Breeze, where you could actually have Koala Nudes just start popping off on a Jet, and then you could see that it kind of favors M80 in this map pool so far, at least in how we ended up here in this series.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlap of roles, as you pointed out, on the M80 roster. You got BCJ, who played controller on EG. You got Xander, who was the main controller for M80. And even Koala Noob has a lot of time on Omen with Cookin' Papas. I love the name. But I wanted to throw the Cookin' Papas out there because that's great. A lot of controller, a lot of smokes. And, you know, there are the maps that call for double controller. But how do you organize these rosters when you got new people coming in? And that's what the first match is all about. And that's kind of the same mindset, Vans, that we're coming into this match of like, it's the first match. Take a chill. Let's start from the beginning. Let's learn. Let's progress and not expect perfection.
I kind of want to know what the Cooking Papas are actually cooking when I know they're most likely on average age of like 17, 18. When myself as a papa, the only thing I'm really putting is like instant ramen and pizza pops in my microwave. So I'm looking forward to it.
You're a father.
And bad dad jokes.
Exactly. I have no time to cook.
Oh, okay. I hope
All
so.
right. Well, looking at what these teams could be kicking things out, especially with the fact that we haven't necessarily gotten to see the most from them as recently. Do we have any things that we think based off of tendencies with his players here, Vance, especially looking at TSM, maybe that we could talk about before we get into our agent select?
Yeah, I think if we want to look at TSM, it's probably not using a Cypher at this point as well. As I mentioned, you're trying to plug some players into like roles that are at least, you know, confident and true for at least a TSM squad. I would assume you would have a Proto starting to play a little bit more of a Viper role so that he could actually do a little bit of lurk plays, Poise. Usually IGL, and if I remember, his phase day was doing a lot of sky calling under the IGL role, so I wouldn't be surprised if he starts fade IGLing. You're going to see a little bit more like I said, players are easing into the series. Despite them having some great coaching staff between both teams. I'm talking about Happy for M80 and Shinobi, by the way, for TSM. if I'm not mistaken here. I think it's Shinobi. I could be wrong on that one, actually. I'm going to have to look back at my notes. Nonetheless, they have a coaching system at that point where you kind of just want to run into your confident roles and your easy roles, right? If you're looking at the meta define or how you're defining the meta on Lotus, there's a lot of like this double controller fade or Sky, depending how you want to run your single initiator. But you're going into something that's a little bit more tamed, if I could put it that way. And I think you want to start it like that.
I think both these teams may just fall back on old comforts like the Sky, because a lot of these players kind of, even if they weren't initiator players, they picked up Sky to kind of help flex for their team. And I'm not seeing as much playtime of the Fade when it comes out of Poise. It's like 10th most played agent at like 3%. And on the other side, yeah, same thing, just a lot more Sky time, with Nismo having like 85 rounds on, or 85 games on Sky, a lot more preference towards that. So we'll see if there'll be any Fade action, and really who's going to pick up these duelist roles. It's so exciting to watch these teams for the first match, because the box of chocolates.
And my apologies, it's actually Faded that's coaching right now for TSM, as I'm checking my notes again. So he's been assistant coaching, working in tandem with, I guess, Poise at this point, because his history is back with FaZe. So they probably have that type of like inkling and ease of working together to be able to cook something up. But again, just trying to perfect min-max, maybe the basic compositions, more than trying to cook some out-of-the-box kind of thing. So
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to get too many chocolates. It's just going to be some tame
of the
vanilla
the
stuff.
coconut-filled chocolates there.
Yo, don't
I'd
give me
like
some
to see-
coconut sprinkles.
Oh
I'd
my
rather
goodness.
have pineapple on my pizza.
I'd like to see something a bit more regular coming out from TSM, because last year in Challengers, we did get to see some squads of really, really talented players come together, and
Yes.
some rosters that you would think would be super rosters, and their just coordination wasn't there. I don't know at what point it started falling apart, but we got to see some really great players end up near that bottom of the team leaderboard and stuff. So I want to see kind of going back to basics here, to be kicking things off. I want to make sure, Kiwi, that they have their foundation set before they get too far ahead of
Yes.
themselves.
And this is the first match where you set that foundation. But I just wanted to point out, Vans, there are so many Canadians. This is the most amount of Canadians that
Wait
I've
a
seen
second.
in one time. Where have you
Oh,
all
here.
been? Yeah, no, like I'm playing. I mean, Koala Noob, Nismo,
Oh.
Xander are all Canadians.
I thought you meant us.
I mean, you and I are cool too, but
Yeah,
like
Sierra's also Canadian. We're all Canadian here too as well. We're
GMD
taking
Poise,
over.
yeah, we're all just gonna get super biased.
Yeah.
It's the Canadian battle going on.
And that's what I'm saying. We got Phoenix. That's probably one of the best watch partiers that we currently have in Valorant, from his IGL tenure and NRG, along with, I was gonna say Tarek, of course. You can't miss out on Tarek as a watch partier, but he's not Canadian. He could be ordinary Canadian.
Or
Okay.
did you say ordinary Canadian?
No, honorary.
Or honorary. Okay, I was like,
honorary. I'm trying to
Get
get my three
adopted.
accents in. Yeah.
okay. I'm making sure. I'm making sure here. No, Canadian takeover for sure over here. I don't know if it's snowing where y'all are at, but it definitely is here. It's your
Yeah.
Canadian fashion.
Yeah, that's all
but-
talk about.
I'm in a
Supposed-
desert.
Supposed to be spring right now,
All
but
right.
forget it. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to spring, snow. That's how it works here in Canada.
Yeah, it's been 3 days straight, honestly. Kind of over it, but no, I'm really excited to be getting into things. But of course, we do want to make sure all of our players are ready. So we're going to be taking a quick break before we get started with our first match of the day, M80 against TSM.
It's time, everybody, to get into our first match between M80, TSM. Welcome back. We'll see what kind of welcome back this is for a team like TSM or to the new members of M80 joining. We're going to Lotus first.
Yeah. Like I said, I think once we preface this matchup here, Lemon Kiwi, at the same time when you're looking at these two teams, I don't necessarily think that we have one team that's really stronger than the other with how much we've lost in terms of firepower with John Cutie and EU going to Sentinels and Energy respectively. I'm not saying that they're going to be 15 steps behind, but there's definitely a big adjustment period right now for Nitro and for BCJ in this roster. But of course, these two teams, I'm pretty sure they've been in a lab since the offseason. We've seen zero footage of these two teams during the offseason, so I'm pretty sure they've used that time to perfect this right now. And as you're looking at it, like I said, we mentioned it, we wanted to ease into things into a more meta comp where you have one team that's going to be using a Fade versus another team that's going to be using a Sky, being M80 with the Fade respectively here.
Yeah, that's BCJ was the big one I wanted to watch for M80 because his role has been all over the place, like from controller when he was subbed in on EG to some Sky Cypher when he was on the ex-EG reserve roster, but his most amount of time played was on that initiator role where maybe he's more of a Sova main and maybe Sky. So this is a newer look for BCJ, at least according to his time played on the Fade.
Yeah, exactly. I guess when he first started playing over in the Exit days, he was doing a lot of Silva role, and then once in a while in a Blue Moon, I think he had this moment where he popped off, or I think I remember on an Ascent as Omen, and it now shows that he could actually flex a little bit more into any type of like controller type or initiator type role. So going into this one here, it's nothing new for him to play the Fade, but it's looking at least the rest. Poise IGLing as a Killjoy on this map. It's okay as well. He's done some Sentinels role before. So if you're looking at overall, both of these teams really in their comfort zone. Nitro, you could see it now. He's literally filling into John Cutie's shoes, playing a Sentinel role, IGLing as well. But we're kicking things off. M80 versus TSM. Pissed around with TSM on the attack, focusing again on this type of default that you have. This wall is going to come up on the A side. He's going to try to listen for some information. This is a proto, while the rest are going to try to find some mountain control and try to punish a push outside of B main.
Oh, we got the Skybird off the bat. Let it rip. Oh, someone is mid. Someone will be on this map at some point, but TSM just looking to shake them up a bit mid. And look, M80 3-stack mid, have their Viper wall up. What's up? And TSM playing this so slow. We don't know where we're going. You don't know where we're going.
And that's the thing here with BCJ putting out the first Prowler. So both of these initiators using the Prowler and the Flash for initiation and information at the early round and at the minute mark. With this orb coming up and also the ult orb picked up by Sim, you could still pivot around the map. But that single piece of util really flushed out a lot of the players from M80 to focus on this B to C side, while they want to focus more on a retake play on the A side, because that's where Nitro's set up with his util. So he doesn't really care about the lurk or the pushes that you have on the A side. He's just going to find information off the alarm bot and really try to delay with the nanoswarm and just hold stairs so that the rest could rotate. And they have a perfect read into this so far.
Yeah, BCJ just threw a Prowler out, got nothing at C, and this immediately called for the 3-man rotation from M80 all the way to A. It's been a little too quiet. Let's keep running around the map. TSM,
30 seconds
well, their
left.
real estate has been their spawn. Now there's 30 seconds left. That's where the smokes of this Viper no longer is sealing down C. It's going to come back up, and satcheling it is Sim. The headshot out to Xander. Good morning to that person. Now TSM.
Headshot.
Yeah, flying headshot. What game is this again? But he got the plant down. Well, actually, it got canceled by the paint shells of Nismo. And M80 are here to dance. Great shots out of Nismo, picking out the second one. And TSM are dead in the water.
Okay, so we're still seeing some good little residue of the Ghost Gaming roster and playstyle of the Fade and the Raze combination of the Wombo combo to even see some players get some paint shells and deny plant. It looked, at least from the get-go, that TSM had a perfect read of running the map around. We talked about the mid-rounding that's going to be very, very crucial for both of these teams, and Poise is good at that. The only thing, though, as they were circling around the map, was all through incognito information, which means that you haven't used or wasted any of M80's utility while you're working the map, which then gave so much for them to be able to return and retake the map against TSM. So a great way to start things off for M80. TSM, they got to bleed that utility a little bit more.
It's great to see how comfortable Nismo is on the race, and Koala Noob, speaking of that, usually picks up the Jet, and they trade roles perfectly, and not even needing to trade kills. M80 with that first shot with the Outlaw, which is so strong. And you got a Judge from Xander, which is probably going to hang around mid. But how are they going to cross to these different sites if this gets more longer range? Not going to be so fun with the Judge. TSM, bodies on the floor over at C. Let's go to the opposite side, A. Now the Viper walls are up. TSM got to take their time with this. BCJ throwing out the hunt is going to know TSM are around and lurking. And over at Baby Door Cross, BCJ gets some picks, and TSM are losing people before the spike is even planted.
Yeah, actually it was a C's that gets the info, so he can still use his haunt for info the retake. It's not even needed. I mean, look at that. The utility is still very good, and the firepower is still very good for M80. And you see it from Koala Noob. You've mentioned it here, Jen, where you have Jets. You know, whenever you have a chance, you put your duelist on a Jet. But if you're playing a race map, the ones that are usually playing Jet that are flexing out to a initiator/controller role, they're also very comfortable to use a type of rifle like this, like the Outlaw, like the Opera, and still TP away to safety playing as an Omen. And Koala Noob has tweeted this out after Ascension at some point, or even while he was looking for a team after the Ghost Gaming days. He's like, I still want to be the best duelist player/Opera in the world, in North America, in the Americas. And he's already proved it with a nice shot at the beginning here on that C mound. So they're going to have to be ready for this TSM. You're looking at this buy, at least thankfully all of them except for one have full shield, so the Outlaw's not going to do too much damage, at least in terms of one shot, one kills. But it's definitely going to allow here M80 to push out aggressively towards this A side. Combine, take the orb, control the A side, and rubble so that the rest can still delay this Viper KJ utility on the C side.
Yeah, smart for M80. You don't have the ranged rifles. You're not going to peek through C Mound. So TSM just grabbing the orb, sure. Waiting for this orb to maybe go away. No satcheling right in. TSM had luck with this before. And blood has been spilled. Showstopper from Nismo. Now he's got his second kill. M80 are evening things up, but a Proto with 2 might have just saved the day for TSM. It's a 2 versus 1. Koala Noob has the Outlaw. Is going to be coming through the top of sight. And the spike will be planted at the corner. TSM have to play their lives. Paranoia out. It's going to pick up a better rifle, and that's just a good plan for Koala Noob, especially in these close range quarters, to have the Guardian. One's going to be to his right. He's being quiet with it. Can't find the flake, and TSM on the board.
Nice jiggle by Poise. Just had a sixth sense and wanted to do like the quick sidestep to get the pick, but you definitely saw at that point what they were trying to do for M80. Control the orb, get Nismo the ult, because he was popping off in the first 2 rounds with the amount of kills that he had with the Guardians, with the Pain Shells, with support, to even do a lot of damage in their bonus round versus TSM. Almost a winnable condition. But thankfully, when Sim entered the site, just like he did in that pistol round, it was him alone. So he was able to eat all of the damage from that showstopper and allow the rest of TSM to play a good pulse plan. Nonetheless, M80, they have a full gun round, half shields this time around. TSM also a full rifle. As there's pressure on the A side, some pings, and a battle potentially to ensue.
Now it's a party on the dance floor over at the A entry, the A lobby area. TSM didn't even take damage. So they did manage to take control of rubble. They can poke around at tree. Gonna use Skydog to get going. Satchel Boombot, TSM taking space. And they found a lot more success on their offense when they did not hesitate. I don't think you can out macro M80 based on how good their rotations have been. But as soon as TSM slow down even a little bit, M80 start to take positions around them. M80 are at Baby Door, and TSM getting smoked out, trying to break through tree. Spike carriers leading the way in 8. The bullets with the forehead. But hey, the spike is still hidden with the smoke, so this is maybe still doable from TSM. But they have to rally together, and the kills are just not going their way.
No, not at all. It almost looked like there was a mistake from that first player that pointed the gun outside of the smoke into the tree side before he got picked off, but I think it was an idea to try to see if somebody was going to try to pre-fire a shot from the boxes. Did not expect somebody just outside of that smoke. And right here, Koala Noob did a great job just holding outside of the smoke, being that kill against 7, who was trying to peek out, and they were just trying to see where the heavy defense was going to lean here for M80 on that A side. And TSM, I mean, they came in for a full surprise. After that first kill, M80 flooded back in, and TSM, unfortunately, couldn't really answer back, as you just mentioned. Thankfully here, They're really close to be able to cycle some ults in round number 5. So now it's just working together, trying to see if they could at least get a plant down for some econ information, or sorry, some economy building. And as you do this on an eco, B side seems to be the play that they want to do here to break this util and get in for a plant.
Yeah, I think you gotta conserve your sky flashes as much as possible. And well, the spike is down again. TSM have just not been able to establish themselves, but GMD is a one-man army and looking to teleport with the spike. No, it's a fake. Still is gonna maybe try to plant it B.
He definitely just TP just to pick it up, and that's actually a great call because everybody rotated away to let the spike go after GMD got those 2 kills. So now it's actually very winnable for GMD. One smoke dropped on the ground. He has no paranoia. Nismo and Xander have a bunch of util for B main, so GMD has to be on point with the shots as soon as this toxic wall comes down.
And everyone likes to defend B, especially in a solo situation at Baby Door's side. So I think a lot of M80's attention may be to clear that room, as GMD is hidden on the other side of the Viper wall. Now the spike has been tapped. Not even gonna get to halfway. Nismo has the lineup, and M80 are on a roll.
Just a move from M80 on that 2 versus 1 was perfect, because the wall that came up and you heard the fuel was about to come down, and I was like, oh no, Xander might get caught. But you look at the position, Nismo was looking straight into the entrance of B. Xander positioned himself behind his wall out of an angle where even if Nismo dies, it's an instant trade from a swing out from Xander. So the communication coming out from M80, from what they've been working on throughout the offseason, still shows that they have a very good game plan and good fundamentals going into their opening game against TSM. So at least we get a plant for TSM, as we mentioned before. The old cycle's coming out. They have a lockdown and a showstopper to work with. All 5 of them are trying to work towards this A side, where a C's nade and more utility is coming out here on this A side. Actually, sorry, no nades coming through. C was still being held here by Nismo on that C side with a showstopper. How does he have a showstopper again, by the way?
Just that guy. His pronouns are he, him, obviously. So TSM, I mean, they throw a bucket of utils just to get that rubble control. Now the sight lines are clear, staring at each other. No one wants to show face. TSM, last time they went down this route, they opened through tree, really depended on Sim for the entry, especially when you use your sky flash so early. But now that they have another flash available, they're not feeling the A side that kind of gathered a lot of M80's attention over there. So, gonna use the dog over at C. But that's a loud dog. M80 heard that, and now they are ready for it.
And that's the thing. They're instant pivoting right now for M80. It's the call for TSM to see if they're going to fall back on this or not. And that's a nice showstopper to come out. At least it drops 1, but now they know it's confirmed it's a fake no matter what. Usually with a dog coming out, it's like when you have to commit towards the C side. At least they waste out the showstopper for TSM, which could allow for them to take the A side a little bit better with the Seekers.
Left.
Oh, the paranoia, Xander, and the Seekers. M80, can Xander get out? He can't. The trade, Nitro wasn't ready. And TSM break through after an extended delay, but the spike didn't get planted. TSM have 2 people left, a Proto, GMD, with Nismo holding the top sites, and it's all up to 1. GMD, 1 versus 2. Koala Noob with the paranoia, picks up the shorty instead of the op. And GMD, okay. Position revealed. Ring around the rosy. Who's gonna lose? Death is the reward. And looked at the wrong time. M80 pick up another round.
A second time where GMD at this point could have had some redemption. Had the perfect timing to get behind him and somehow just felt that there was somebody on the top of the ropes. And he flicks over to that side and just gives his position away, and also couldn't get his crosshair placement to win that 1v1. He would have backstabbed both of them to get that clutch, but unfortunately, it's still M80's round. But this guy right here, Nismo, is popping off this game so far. He's got 2 showstoppers already. I don't know how many paint shells he's had every single round, but this man is a living proof as to why he was one of the best players in Challengers, and also why he deserves a partnership spot, but also decline these positions because he believes in what M80 has, and that this core right here now, despite these 2 changes that they've had in the roster, they still have what it takes to win Ascension this year. And it shows right now that he really wants to have a strong start and a strong victory in the first split.
How about the the show gets started. Wait, how did that not hit anybody? Sim was sacrificing his life for the trade, and now you got a collab with the op from Koala Noob. As the door opens, making a third. M80 make quick work of that round.
And there you go. The op coming out from Koala Noob from an outlaw. I mean, he had the round before, but now they finally know for TSM that Koala is bringing it out this time around. And he gets a collat and a 3K out of that. And that's also something that I'm loving from Koala Noob. When I was watching Koala Noob back in those gaming days with that Nismo, the Brock, the Proto, and the John Cutie roster, I was actually not too fond of his chamber play. But when he didn't have to play a chamber anymore and play this role of an Omen op and a Jet aggressive type of play style, he's been popping off in his role as well, and support of what he has with M80. I mean, they've been working right now with Nismo for the past like 2-3 years now. So that's definitely going to allow for you to be a little bit more comfortable in your role as well as you develop as a strong duo. And Xander, I can't forget about Xander in this roster now with M80. So yeah, I mean, this only proves a point that you need this timeout for TSM. They don't really have an answer as to how M80 is currently holding their defense. If it's Koala Noob that they have to face first, they're getting up down. If they have to play a pulse plant, they're not holding the pulse plant because M80's utility continues to be perfect with the floods. So they have to potentially figure out how they could really try to fight against that amount of utility that M80 has at the beginning of the round, like the first minute mark.
Sorry, I giggled. My bad. You're usually a hilarious person, but I was actually
funny analysis, silly.
Funny, but 7. Okay, I know we don't like talk about KDA, but 7 is 0-7. So there was no flame. It's just like it matches the name. So hoping for 7 more kills to follow. And this is a quick push for TSM. Already shut down. Koala Noob got the first blood last time. Got a paranoia up the back. TSM. They still want to cook over at Sand, and they're getting blown up. What a paint shell from Nismo. 7 gets 3.
There you go. That's what you get.
That's what you get
for calling him out. That's what you get for calling him out.
About time. I need 4 more. All right, TSM. There's not 4 more people left, but an Op and an Odin. I think that's winnable for TSM. They did get the plant down. Rotations coming in through top.
Yeah, but M80 has a lockdown, and an Odin spray would be perfect right here, too. So already the first one. Oh, the shot's coming across. The snake bite to come through. And now they're going to double up. And this is going to be perfect right here to just hold this lockdown. And because the cross came over, they know the rotate's coming towards A heaven. They can just focus on here, on C heaven, rather.
One enemy remaining.
The high-low with the Odin Op. That's the new strat. Nitro comes out on top, sacrificing Xander's, I guess kind of was his meat shield in that case. And yeah. Nitro's excited, gets the defuse from M80 when that looked like a salvageable round for TSM after what 7 did.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice call for TSM to try to fight against that lockdown, maybe punish Nitro at that point. But as soon as that window of opportunity is closed, then you definitely saw that turning point that allowed M80 to really win that round with how they work together. But even at the beginning of this round for M80, they've rotated the op from Koala Noob to Nitro so that he could opt towards the A side, and then Koala Noob could actually paranoid support a C's Nate from Nismo and from BCJ once again that actually had contact and success on the mound. I haven't seen so many contacts of C's Nates in such a long time. I'm actually bricked up about this of how good their utility is right now for M80. So I'm actually really looking forward to the rest of the season so far. I mean, it's too soon to talk. We're only map number 1, but M80 definitely looks unstoppable so far in their defensive half.
And now that we're like bilingual, we get to actually use our French to like secretly communicate within each other. And I was actually teaching chat the other day that brick in French is just brick, but with an accent. Brick.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I meant.
Yeah. Brick. Well, there's an early pit. There's an early pit over at C. And I would teach you my TikTok meme about I finna be in the pit, but it's too cringe for right now. Maybe Sarah will laugh with me later. But TSM looking at this pit like, I want to get all up in that. And I don't know, I'm kind of criticizing it because the last couple of times of C did not go well for TSM.
Could still be pretty decent right now, though, because 7 just picked up the Seekers, and I was going to say, they could use this right away and start using util to break the KG util. Now you find information of where both players are at on C, but they weren't close enough to get damaged, so they're just going to pull away. But there was an opportunity there for them to potentially try to shut down that stack towards that C site because of those Seekers, but now with 30 seconds left, you're gambling towards B.
30 seconds left.
Okay, lockdown. B is theirs, but waiting for that to take its full effect, kind of hanging out, throwing in some util, the sky flash, getting some intel. M80 respecting that space, ready for the retake. TSM have a window of opportunity. They have to take it. It's a nightfall from the defense, but BCJ sacrifices their life for it. So the spike did not get planted. They have 4 seconds left. They might just be up to kills.
They got it.
Koala Noob loses the up, and the spike is planted in time. Xander, 1v2, dancing around. We hear ya. Around the corner is one. Crossfire for TSM. This is a big round for them to get some redemption, and forces out the swing. 28 HP in a dream, and that is dead. TSM take a round.
Xander is so calm under pressure. I saw that coming from a mile away with that when he threw that orb down. Somebody was going to try to swing out, and that was poised right around the corner, and he had the perfect angle to isolate those 2 1v1s. Xander came out, or GMD came out. You saw the spray miss on the first time. That was an opportunity for Xander to come out and punish on that second time, but then GMD at least is able to close that out and save it there for TSM. An expensive round for them to win, though. They got the second round on the board on this half for TSM, but they're still broke as a joke. 2 small shields, 1 Spectre. They have some okay ults, but Nismo, his 3rd rocket already in the half.
It's not the size of your armor, it's what you do with it, right? TSM, let's see how safe they can really place. Sky Flash over in mid, but when TSM take these slow, fake, delay approaches, M80 still download everything. They're very much leaning to the right side of the map. TSM now have another flash they could try to take Rubble with, or no, they're going to use the dog to do so. No one's hanging up there, so maybe a safe cross for TSM.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity to take Rubble control, but at the same time, they still have to be wary and careful when you walk up, because I mentioned this is also Nismo, who was trying to peek up at first, jump peeking at as well, and now with that shot, you know that there's still pressure towards the A side. Where does he pivot? Towards the A side, so it could actually help out with a showstopper. The more that they're waiting TSM to hit towards this A side, the more they're going to get owned by this rocket. And it may seem here at this point that you might scale up to A, break the baby door, and try to plant towards the B, depending what Poise gets out of value. And he spots right now that swing out from Nitro, wastes out that utility, and an opportunity here to try to go for that A to B.
Okay. We got TSM opening the B door just to get some attention. And it's a quick push for TSM through trees. Showstoppers exchanged. No show has been stopped. TSM have 15 seconds. It's really coming down to the wire, but the crossfire from M80 hoses them all down. GMD can maybe make entry, but Sim has like 2 HP left and a 1v3. It may be possible. A few more seconds left. Can they get the plant off? It happened, but not for long.
Yep, not for long at all. And again, Nismo just waiting, ADSing from that corner. If it was a jiggle, he was instantly there, ready to go for the spray. If not, his teammate was there for a trade once again. But that showstopper that didn't get any value, at least was good enough to slow down the paranoia that was thrown from tree. That actually hit like 2 or 3 players over at M80 on that A side. But then a beautiful haunt was thrown there by BCJ. It really slowed down TSM on that last minute hit that they're trying to do towards that A side. And really, again, it's just I'm like a broken record right now. There's really no answering to TSM's type of M80's defense so far, except here.
Not bad. TSM maybe got their first blood, but it was immediately traded, so you're not feeling great. But with the difference of buys right now, maybe you're not expecting much out of this round if you're TSM, but with the showstopper, the dog, Koala Noob is dodging and is fighting his demons right now, but managed to safely go back to the site. TSM really caused a ruckus at C. Do they still feel committed? Last time TSM went to C, though, that door got open and they got crunched by M80, so they gotta be aware of this. And as soon as they even try again, 7 gets picked off. This is not looking good.
At all. Even at this point when they're trying to open the door on the B side, just on the other end, it's a judge. And just keeps it cool. That's also spiked down. Good luck, Sim.
This is my favorite map to play Judge on. And Xander, I'm taking notes. This is what the pros do. Heck yeah. Give me that Judge. Give me mid. Give me a corner. Give me a box to crouch beside. Xander shutting down that rotation to B was huge. TSM, it's a tough offense for sure, but hey, we could be all pitted up at one of these sites. We'll see if that gives them a boon.
enemy
And it's
remaining.
tough too when you're looking at TSM's camp so far. Yes, they're under a known entity and a known organization where they're currently playing under as, but you know, this is also a roster that was put together maybe in the last couple of weeks or something like that too. There's been some conversation of what that roster could be looking like, but this is what we have so far, and they actually have to try to adapt on the fly pretty much at this point because nothing's working.
I like that teleport from Koala Noob. At least GMD was ready for the trade. 4v4 TSM. They really like to just take their time and almost stress us out. Like, they didn't even get to plant the spike in one of the rounds. That's how long they took. So TSM, I'd like them to get comfortable with these faster executes. Maybe that could be how you punish the macro out of M80. But so far, it's a 4 versus 4. TSM want to knock on the door to trade possibly, but want to deal with this player around Baby Door, and Nitro is making the call, watches them go by. You gotta check your corners, kids. An easy double for Nitro.
2 rounds in a row where they haven't checked the box, but thankfully at least it's traded off a 2 versus 2. They have open sight for TSM. They have a plant. Unfortunately, no ults
Spike
coming through from the
planted.
plant, but at least they have position until Xander potentially gets his backstab.
Last player
Cast a
standing.
curse.
Oh no, you can't choke that. You cannot do that, Xander. Great turn
remaining.
by 7. It's a 2, now 1v1, and Poised comes out on top. TSM, man, when they take rounds, it's by the skin of their
Switching
teeth.
sides.
Yeah. And Elisa, you're going to be able to find some silver lining at the end. You got 3 rounds potentially now. The TSM style here. Yeah, you're just going to try to do any type of like voodoo magic to hopefully get the 9th curse on your side and bring it back. But at the same time, they actually only got 3 rounds on the attack. And this is going to prove a little bit more difficult for them to hold their defense here when they're playing a Sky as well on defense. You can't delay as well as you would have with the Season 8 combos that we've been consistently seeing coming out of BCJ and Nismo. So they had to figure out some sort of game plan around these flashes that could get them some better control on the aggression that they want to potentially do in their gun round if we get to the point that they can have a good gun round here, because it's a 9-3, you lose a pistol, it's pretty much GG. So very important for TSM, and they're spread across the map. This is not good because it allows M80 to really work together towards this B side and take control early.
It's about playing the game of follow the leader, okay? Follow the Prowler into the side, but with that Viper wall there, it's not looking so cute. So M80 gonna open the door. It's not a fake, and this may be for real. They're gonna grab the orb, and no Omen smoke really blocking their way, so it's easy for M80 to walk in right behind the boom bot. No one on site. TSM want to aim for a retake.
Spike planted.
And they might have the same scenario here as we had when TSM might have enough utility to retake with. The paint shells is going to be important, but it's head-to-head against Xander in the front of the B site. Needs a heal to come up, and Sim has it.
Oh, TSM. Big kills by Poise. Dog, but a great time swing to use the dog as bait. The flash is going to ping this Killjoy, and what a turn and burn by Sim. Picks up 3 and gives some life, much needed life to TSM.
Maybe you don't need the paint shells when Sim's able to activate like that with some nice little flicks off the ghost. And yes, you are right here, Lemon Kiwi. Be able to get those type of shots, land those type of shots, and have such a clean retake with 4 players still alive. This is a great way to kick things off for your defensive half. You could snowball a couple of rounds coming through here with the amount of kills that Sim has. They have an opportunity to control orb on A or C quite early with the amount of utility they have, the aggression they can have in their composition, and potentially just bring the same type of storyline that M80 kind of built up on their defensive half with Nismo.
It's TSM, great stop to deal with that pressure, to not want to take the risk of going for a trade at Sandmound. They just, you know, if you want it, it's yours. And TSM, fantastic retake off that point. Now, a lot being dumped into A lobby. Paint shells, smokes galore. Nobody can see anything, but M80, their vision is towards B, already satcheling in. This gets the attention of Poised, who's just going to play further back. You never know how far extended M80 are going to be out of sight. Now, Paranoia hitting Nismo, staying stern at this door.
Season 8.
And TSM got to find a way around this. M80 have a pretty good setup.
They're in a good spot. They 4-spot at this point and controlled Baby Door. Now they could play everything close range as they're rotating around against TSM.
Oh, the double swing, and at least it's traded. Xander playing peekaboo on the low ground, 2 in front. Smoke about to drop. He's got his raise by his side, and PC check on Xander there through the smoke, but M80 in a 2 versus 1. It's up to Sim that just has to play.
Save.
Can't defuse that. Is gonna keep the Vandal.
That, like I said, at some point, it's if we see a gun round for TSM, that's a force buy out of M80 that allows for them to convert this into a round win rather, and even weapon going into only shambles right now in terms of economy for TSM. They only have the Vandal that they saved from Sim on that previous round. The rest are pretty much going to be at maybe if they want to buy around this with the scoreline that you currently have, like almost small shields, and yeah, that's pretty much it. A small shield Vandal to 7 to join up, a Sheriff and small shield, and then just a Sheriff in itself for GMD. So you can definitely see that they pray to God for TSM that they can try to get some rounds in ASAP, so potentially we could have a GMD op later on in the rounds, but time's a wasting here on this first map.
It's great to see the impact of Nitro's IGLing already. On this offense, I feel like M80 look really decisive. They go in with a lot of confidence. They go in fast. They don't play this kind of map dance between all the different sites. And M80 come out on top using the close range rifles in B site, but Boombot and the Prowler is going to reveal someone is close, especially with all that stomping from Sim. So M80 not feeling too confident about that. Going to quickly go over to A, exchange some shots, put some damage in, and M80 are making quick pace to go towards the site and break through baby door. Nismo surprise GMD, but TSM have a good handle of the B site. The Sheriff is popping off for a Proto, but BCJ is planting.
It's Alex Protopopus pretty much at this point with the Sheriff. Let another one. Let another one. Let's go, Proto. That is the type of play you want to see coming back from a Proto. From what I love to see him on as like a Cypher or a KJ or a Viper, but it doesn't matter about his util. What I like to commend him about is about his box crosshair that he had, that he coined, and also the way that he shoots that Sheriff. And those were some clean shots to save the round there for TSM.
And that's probably the most decisive round we've seen TSM take. It's usually whenever TSM takes a round, it's with like a 1v1 or maybe a 2v1 at the end, but having all 4 players alive is nice. You got a showstopper from Sim. I'm excited. I would love to see that slammed at A lobby, but you flip the coin on the wrong site, and he's looking to be aggressive at C Mound. Meanwhile, M80 taking their time and just seeing what will be thrown at them at A lobby.
Yeah, they just want to wait it out. I mean, they have no money to work with, so they want to make sure to see if there's any type of util that's coming out from TSM on the A side. Now that it's quiet, they could anticipate that it's just a KJ potentially just holding passively towards the A site. So now they could group up as a death ball and at least try to get a plant right now and flood the A site here.
All right, Prowler in. Not getting really much info. M80 stomping in, nearly getting the plant.
Spike planted.
And you got the showstopper from Sim, and right into Xander's face, poised with a great follow-up. M80, how will they trade through all the smoke, the fire, and the flames? TSM hold on to their half, and challenging through the smoke was a risk, and it doesn't pay off for Sim. And now a Proto, maybe the king of smokes, manages to get that revenge on Anismo, and now it's a 4 versus 2. Koala Noob with not a lot of health, and M80 are so far from their own spike that a good pickup by GMD gives TSM the round.
It almost felt at some point that Nismo was going to work some magic with that Guardian once again, just like he did on the first half, but just too many smokes to try to navigate around that he couldn't get too much value out of it. If anything, it was once again a Proto with that Sheriff that stopped him in his tracks. And you'll take a small dub on this side, though, for M80. You were able to waste out Sim's showstopper when you had a lure buy. You get a plant on your side, and now you have an opportunity to work the econ into your favor. You have a buy here. You're close to another ult for Nismo and Xander. You have the map to work with pretty much on a 3-site map to maybe try to control that a little bit more, so you could have potentially a showstopper on the post plant. But the biggest initiation that you have right now is BCJ's Nightfall. Yes, he's maybe a little bit silent, just like 7 pretty much, but they're both doing such a great role getting information for their team under the Sky/Fade initiator rules. So I'm intrigued to see what M80 is going to try to cook up at this point here. Happy is probably going to try to call some sort of orb control, if I'm not mistaken here, or if I would be mistaken, it is what it is. But they have to try to find a way to maybe try to leverage a little bit more of those ults against TSM's defense.
Couple more rounds to go for M80, where this was quite a significant gap, and TSM really starting to pick things up on their defense. Now that there's less weight on their shoulders to go and plan, do all this objective stuff. Now it's M80 showing power of their IGLing, taking their first time out, and talking about, okay, they've had a lot of preference towards A and then a quick rotate to B. Where is this Nightfall going to go? And we could see TSM even creep up through that C mound with Sim having that op.
This is big. So right now they have the Nightfall set up on this B side. They can even throw the Nightfall, see how many they ping, and then pivot towards the C door. It depends on this battle. Now they know that Sim has an op on C side. That plan to maybe go for the B to C, let's forget that. And we'll just maybe just plow the A side with their Nightfall here. So the whole pivot comes down at the mid round for M80 here.
TSM have already downloaded the strats. Who leaked the script? Going over to A and okay, Sim. Hello there. And that op is gone for now. But M80 still hope to make their way through A. They kind of fake opened the door, made it look like they're in tree. And TSM have bit the bait. They threw even a flash at tree, didn't get anything. And M80 are quickly running to C.
And that's fine. They got rid of the op there at the beginning for Sim, so they have a feeling that the C side's pretty much open, if not only a Viper or a KG there. You know right now here from the other end, they're going to open this door, going to actually use the Nightfall, initiate in the site. It's going to be open, and TSM has to play the retake. Thankfully, though, QoR Noob has 1 HP, so it's very doable for TSM, despite them having the wrong timing and a wrong read of where the hit was coming from.
QoR Noob needs to live. That might be a tough ask with the 1 HP thing going on, but you need these smokes to really protect this site on the post plan. M80 doing just that. And go and sacrifice QoR Noob if we have to, because 1 HP is not a lot, but Xander lives with 8 and gets the Viper's Pit. That may just seal the deal. TSM are trying to push through, and it's up to a Proto and how they win this engagement.
That's it. They save. That's such a crucial kill that Xander had. They kept him inside the site, gave him the confidence to get that kill. They trust him for that kill to drop the pit right after. They have a plant for C mount, so the person at 1 HP, if they have to be the last player standing, could hopefully use the mount as cover and still win potentially a 1 versus 1. But that pit does not allow Poison the Proto to come back, especially when you have an op to try to retake with. And that's a beautiful round for M80 off what could have been a huge TSM flood on that retake. And that, at least now they save the op and the rifle for TSM. They could try to bring that back in this round here. But M80 once again, man, there's I gotta stop fanboying for this M80 squad, but they're looking good. They're looking good.
I like the polar bear watching over them from behind. Poise! I know you're hydrated, but that's a lot of drink on the table. Anyway, 11-6, M80. Teleport on the high ground just to see, is someone wanting to be aggressive from TSM, and with the op, not so much. But M80 are going to respect that, respect C, and throw a boom bot through mid. So M80 want to explore B. And TSM ain't really there, but it's okay. You can play for the retake at B. It is such a tiny site. It is so hard to protect. Better to retake. Door's going to open, and there's an op there. Do M80. No, that elbow just got taken out. Nismo don't want the smoke. The door is closed, and M80 are safe for now.
They felt it. They felt it, but quite surprisingly enough that they still wanted to try to engage that with the rifle instead of going for some sort of operator buy this time around. But they've done it before. They had a perfect trade against the offer on that staircase, but on a revolving door, a little bit more difficult there. M80's still going to try to pivot towards the C site. The only thing holding them back is a Proto with the orb and a snake bites as he jiggles across. And that's going to give them an opportunity to slow down the clock. And even drop the spike.
Down, C.
Oh, with the snake bite, it got Nitro low enough that it was an easy pick. And usually a Proto doesn't like to stay on site alone. They play for retake, and now they get overwhelmed. M80 in a 3 versus 4, going for the plant. BCJ needs to be protected. TCM all funneling through the same lane. This hallway is gonna get loud. The smoke dissipates. GMD gets ready for the paranoia, and you got the sky flash. And then QoR Noob does their best to hold their own. Xander from down low heard the footsteps from behind, but Poised is just better.
Oh my god, that was so close. Yes, just better, but I don't, again, with one more to stay alive, only one staying alive on the retake for TSM to win rounds where they win retakes is so hard on the mental in the economy as well on top of that. Just having that one single player, QoR Noob, TPing across the molly and getting the timing against a Proto allowed for them to almost win a, one player disadvantage that they currently had there on the pulse plant. Again, not afraid of playing in the site instead of playing outside towards mound and trying to play for wallbang sprays. I love this look from M80, but TSM, they're starting to get some rounds together, but I don't know if it's too little too late. I mean, if you're looking at the history of the second half so far, every single time there's been a spike plan for M80. They just haven't been holding their pulse plant opportunities just like TSM before, but thankfully on their side, they had so many rounds to work with, a 6-round lead.
Oh, this is a different spot for the op. Oh my god, boys. What a flick. Now he's gonna leave. You hear the boom bot. You're usually gonna see a lady satchel in, so you don't really want to play on that site. I understand. M80 have established themselves on C. They got the lockdown from Nitro going down. TSM coming through the top. They'll have some people mid-cut. They got ults. Poised has his own lockdown.
Yeah.
Is he gonna want to use it?
Of course, they're going to move towards Waterfall to try to use it right now, and at the same time, they have a pin to work with. So playing outside of the site is not a good idea here for M80, which is why you're trying to get this look around here from Xander. He's going to have to be quick here.
All right, the lockdown, engage from the defense, the retake ensues, and Xander on the flank takes care of the lockdown. Poise is aware, manages to get out. The pit is activated, and a Proto will get the defuse. TSM holding on. This has been a much more successful half for them.
Is this where we're going to have to start hopping off the M80 bandwagon and start hopping on TSM's defense? Because that was looking... That's looking pretty good on how TSM's currently playing right now. Maybe a little bit less flashy in terms of wombo combo in terms of utility. But when it comes down to aggressive position and trying to get first blood picks for TSM, it's looking great. And their retakes are just standard fundamentals that works perfectly right now for TSM. I mean, again, another plant down for M80, another successful defuse for TSM coming through, and only 2 rounds away of tying up the series. And this time, finally, it's M80 that has a low buy. Though they have a showstopper waiting for early util on mound, they might try to execute here to just try to take down an early A Proto. And you can already see it. He's holding back at the entrance of the spawn behind the pillar, so he can try to fall back as soon as he can if he hears the global ult of the showstopper coming out on the attack side.
Smoke from M80. They were hoping to walk into C when there was nothing in their way, but Viper smoke back up for the defense. If you cross, you're going to lose a little bit of HP, and you also don't know if there was a snake bite on the ground. That's what happened to them last time they tried to go in. Now things seem quiet. Paint shell, satchel, ready to go. Nismo pulls the trigger. Showstopper pulled out, and no one's home. Ooh, nice little jump over the snake bite, and well, there is really no one here, so you got to throw the showstopper for nothing. But this is great space being taken by M80.
Yeah, it's never for nothing when you're able to get that space. It all depends on this retake. Now, beautiful paranoia from TSM.
Hey, Poised. Oh, got some info, and they're dancing. It's a 2-2 trade. 3 versus 3. And the spike has been planted. Time is not on TSM's side. And look at the crunch through mid. 7 is just that guy. And you got the op from Sim too. This is one-shot potential. And he's trying to peek around that corner. Now through the smoke, M80 hope to defend as much as they can and maybe prevent this defuse. It's already halfway and can't stick it. It's only up to GMD, and this is about to explode. He's gonna try and stick it, and it won't happen. M80 go to match point.
How can you thank your Valorant gods that all these sprays through the smoke was going to come into your favor, where instantly, as soon as the spike is tapped, they're instantly picked off? In my ranked games, it takes me like a clip and a half and a prayer to God for me to at least try to damage some opponents so that hopefully somebody else can pick up the kill. But every single shots that came out there from QoR Noob and from BCJ in the smoke and also from Mound just allowed for them to win that one. That wasn't a round that was supposed to be won by M80 because TSM played that to perfection.
Well, we'll see if luck will favor M80. They're 1 round away from taking map 1. Ooh, early aggression from TSM to take control of A lobby. M80 splitting up. now going towards C, throwing some smokes, and this KJ of Poised has to be ready. Here's the boom bot, and that's usually been the sign that someone is about to satchel in. So TSM call for reinforcements into C, but M80 are taking their time.
Yeah, definitely. At this point, they're trying to at least change the pace that they've been doing. So far, it's just waiting for any type of initial attack, but they've been quite quick on hitting the sites and not really ready to position themselves on a pulse plan. So I think they're trying to punish more players on early aggression on the default that TSM's running. Look at this. They're walking out right now. Nitro's going to get the info, but he just backed away a little bit too early, and Sim was able to pull back from the initial beat.
Yeah, TSM, as soon as they threw the Prowler at C, they knew M80 were not gunning for that anymore. It's a quick sprint over to A. And this engagement through Baby Door is what can help M80 try to stabilize. And it's a 3 versus 2 now. Oh, like jumping around, trying to get the gun out. And Poise holds it down, knows there's someone around the corner, and takes care of it all.
Poise, somebody who's been a little bit MIA since his phase days and was trying to fight like a little hiatus, trying to figure out what he wanted to do during the offseason. Still had a drive to compete in VCL or try to make Premier if he could, but if he couldn't, it was pretty much going to be GG for him. So giving an opportunity to play under the TSM banner for 2024, also potentially IGLing for this team, and also dropping 3 kills like that to keep TSM alive in this game. This gives a lot of confidence to his IGL and for him to prove that he has what it takes to continue in the challenger scene so far, to make it back to Premier if he can, to make it back to tier 1. Now the economy is once again broken for M80, a guardian for Qualanoob, using this as pretty much a broken op and trying to get the best value out of this. All of M80 pivoting towards this A side. A double hold out on the A site with KJ utility and a showstopper. This is not looking good if you're M80 trying to walk into the A site.
Yeah, it seemed like a good sequence at first. You know, you teleport into rubble, you get the Prowler going, and M80 now have to swing into the sight line, and Sim throws out the showstopper, but Poise already killed everything. Sim's like, why'd you steal my spotlight, man? And now the Viper wall's in the way, so you take the risk if you go past it, and there's a lot of cooks in this kitchen, but TSM put them all out.
There was an attempt there for M80 to try to seize nade back against a showstopper coming out from TSM. But another round here with M80, at least with the lower economy that they have, they were able to bait out the showstopper on the attack. But at least for TSM's side, you just saw it here before the Zipper replay that you still have a little bit of ult cycling going on here, as TSM has a lockdown for Poise, and they've been good using those on those retakes on that C site. For M80, once again, they want to try to gamble it towards the A site with rifles this time around, and also an opportunity to get a showstopper or a pit off a plant.
How this lockdown will be used for Poise could make or break this map. M80 having success at A, you know, minus the fact they didn't win the round, but you gotta just win your gunfights. You gotta shoot better, that's all. And the showstopper was a pain in their butt, along with Poise to kind of piece them up as they were walking in. M80 thinking about C, but they already stomped around. So I think TSM are ready. Yeah, Poise to win the round. Thank you so much. Boombot looking the wrong way, or being taken, and there's a flash in a paranoia. Nismo barely gets out.
No way.
And Nitro got a pick over at C somehow.
Through smoke, that's gotta hurt. That's definitely gonna hurt. And look at M80 fully pivot towards the A side. They thinned out the defense position on the A side for TSM. They could pick up this orb right now. The tap comes in first, just to try to bait it out, and they get the kill. Poise again with 2.
Poised! Oh, he's poised to win. See, you gave him the stupid pun, so now he has to pop off.
Yeah, but you know what?
Control.
Yeah, he's my Vietnamese brother, you know, so he hears my puns, he's gonna have to step up to the plate, and he does so. And now TSM is one away of pushing this into overtime.
Oh, Poise. It's so tough for M80. There's so many little things they gotta take care of while they're on their way to A, and they just forgot about the baby door. And there was full vision there for Poise to just piece them up as they're walking into tree. That's so unfortunate.
As a father, you never leave your baby alone. So they got to start focusing on that baby door here from M80 when they're trying to take control of that A site. At least, though, the silver lining is that through these deaths, they have some very strong ults to work with, despite a lower buy here from M80. But Man, this was looking to be a game that was going to be one-sided for M80 from the start. And a storyline where it's supposed to be more attack-sided. Usually when you're playing a map like Lotus in a three-site map. But somehow both of these teams, despite different types of play styles on how they're playing the retakes for the spike plants on the post plants, they've been passing it with flying colors for both M80 and TSM. This is once again day 2 of Challengers and a great way to start a series one more time. 2 goated teams, 2 goated orgs, just like yesterday.
2 goated casters. You forgot about that one, right?
I mean, at least
Right,
Lemon
buddy?
Kiwi and Sierra done. I'm just a fly on the wall. Happy to be here.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm not your Vietnamese brother. Okay, I don't get to. I don't get to be hyped up like that. But I was
You could
hyping
be
up the
my,
lockdown.
You could be my honorary Vietnamese sister.
Slay. Okay, but I was talking about Boys' lockdown. I was hyping it up. You know what's big brain? You don't have to worry about your retakes with lockdown if they never take in the first place. So keep that in mind, M80 or TSM. But that was a timeout by M80, and there's a lot to talk about with all the ults they have too.
Yeah, definitely. As I mentioned, right, they have that showstopper. Nismo has found great success off showstoppers and guardians this round, and are using his guardians as an mini type of Odin spray against TSM's potential aggression on the A side, but unfortunately they won't find anything there. So they're keeping the players at bay on the A side. They're trying to potentially leverage a little bit of pivot towards this B side and decide otherwise after TSM has not thrown any type of utility to try to regain space towards Rubble. Gotta get ready for this baby door though.
Yep, someone's there again. But hey, the Viper wall's blocking it off, so could be checking out who's in tree. TSM ain't holding on to it. They've been good at just smoking off tree and then spraying through the smoke. That's been successful for TSM. But M80 ready for the paranoia entry right onto this raise. A new baby door was a problem before. Nismo has the boom bot ready. Not even gonna wait for the Viper wall to drop. Just gonna see if they're playing close to this baby door corner, and they are not. Showstopper, no one wants to be in this club right now. And the showstopper did scare away the competition as M80 make entry into B. Nismo had to throw that away. The pit activates for Xander, and the spike is planted. Is everything good for M80 to take the round and the map? It's a lockdown from Poise. This is gonna flush out the rats from the sewer.
Yeah, but at the same time, the pit is perfect so that you could stay in the range of the pit while the lockdown's coming through. So M80 is still in a great spot. The spike cleared out the site.
I don't know. Oh, detain. Wow, the luck of 7. And now you get to just spray through this pit even though you're at 1. TSM have to live. It's all up to 7. Now the GMD is dead, and that is all she wrote. Fantastic pit for Xander to give M80 the win.
Oh my God, you were on the edge of your seat for that last round as well. The retake looked like once again it was doable, but it came down to that last little pixel position that they had outside of the radius of that lockdown that was placed by Poise. You can already see it at the beginning though, that when they're working that map for M80 on that round 24, they tried to go for the paranoia from the B main and the rocket to clear out sites. Yes, it doesn't get kills, but at least it still allows for them to get that space to get the plant down and secure the win. But man, it became a very, very difficult win there for M80 to start things off.
Well, at least TSM gave us a good first map. I was going to say good match. There's still more Valorant to go, y'all. And they shook off those nerves, only taking 3 rounds in the first half to almost coming back. We're on the edge of our seats, and we hope that you stay in those seats because we're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we return, more Valorant.
Waited for, any offers, see what people are doing, stuff like that. We really didn't know who's leaving and who's not. It could have been all 5 of us. It could have been 3 of us. Ended up being 2 of us. Whenever we decided to come back and just talk, we wrote down some names. We had some really good players in the trials and stuff like that. And Nitro was going to be the one from the beginning. But as for the initiator role, Brendan probably impressed us the most. He brings what we need, more strict voice. And I think that's what he brings sometimes.
within the span of the last couple of years, I've learned the most about being a leader, and really nice because now I can say I can apply that to my current team, because before I was like always on the core of Liquid. So, and 100 Thieves, we kind of built our team, me and Hiko. So it's been interesting. I would say like it's my first time joining a core of players, and so it's been a lot of learning and just learning about how the guys function and all these things. So it's been really nice.
As of right now, it's a new team. We're still working with Happy, the old coach. With 2 new players, especially a new IGL, it is a new team. So we're not going to be at that level we were at like last year, nowhere close. But we're going to work towards that, and I think we're getting there. I feel like with time, this team probably has more ceiling.
It's been really nice. Like the guys have obviously been together for a while, so it's been more about teaching them about myself, figuring out structure-wise with Happy on how we want to approach the team together, because it's not the same team. So far, it's been really good. We've had really good scrim results. It's all we can work for right now because the season hasn't started. We've been scrimming for like 7 or 8 months, it feels like at this point. So we're dying to play.
I kind of just want to pretend like, hey, we did that last year, just reset from it though. Let's pretend we're behind and work harder and like get better and all that stuff. I think that's what made us so great last year, because I feel like you always have to have the grind mentality no matter what. I feel like that helps us. Yeah, I think the public is probably going to put us at that #1 spot, but we're not really thinking about that stuff. We just want to win games and all that.
I know that these guys have been together for a while, and I know that they have a lot of chemistry together, so it's more about me just being able to like integrate myself and also teach them everything I know about IGLing, and they wanted someone who was more experienced, and I have a lot of lane experience, so that's kind of what they were going for. And I was kind of just like, for me, it made the most sense to join this team if I didn't have any like serious VCT offers that I would consider. They were like the next best thing, especially considering how good they did last season. We have a lot of good things that we've been cooking. We can't wait to show it in our official matches and hopefully take it home this year for M80 and work and get that franchising slot. I think we're super motivated to get that slot.
It's not going to be the same old, style we played. It's going to be a lot different. I feel like it's going to be like a fresh new M80, and I think that's always exciting. I think we're still going to be that puggy team that just runs at you and shoots you like better than anyone else can.
in the series and already living up to those high hopes. I'm not
Delivered.
gonna lie. 13-11 to kick things off over on Lotus. M80's favor. It looked like, honestly, Lemon, for a hot second there, that we could have been talking about this potential overtime. You two could have still been casting at this moment. There was that world.
Do not put me in that world, okay? Because I was gonna start losing my voice with how exciting that got at the end. Maybe TSM came into this match a little nervous. You know, you brought TSM into Valorant. Don't give them a reason to leave again. And not that saying that this first map could have done that, but TSM, what a turnaround into that second half. This was their choice of map, so you had to see that confidence on defense. And TSM just did such a good job of cutting off those M80 rotations towards A, getting those first picks, and just reestablishing that confidence that they really lacked in that first half.
Yeah, and that's actually a great correction, as you mentioned, is this being TSM's map pick. I was saying at the beginning of the game that it was actually M80's map pick. I think you're looking at a playbook here that you're trying to avoid the early off coming out of Koala Noob by putting him away from a jet roll. But Koala Noob still had a very strong position as an Omen operator and still made it very difficult for TSM to take some good control on their attacking half. But again, it's because TSM had a game plan going into it. They maybe had a little bit of miscommunication, or the synergy wasn't the best when it comes down to like trying to work their attack to try to get the plant down. But when it came down to the defense and working fundamentals on their side to trade, they were perfect on those. And it almost came down to the wire in that round number 24, and it came down to some heavy ults coming out of M80 before they could win the round. But you just saw 2 highlight reels from what, again, I think he is the IGL right now, being poised of TSM. He popped off for those two rounds, and I love what we're currently seeing so far in this first map.
Poise was someone to be feared in that too, especially when we're looking at those later rounds. That was 2 huge rounds poking through that baby door and just taking names. And even that final round that M80 won out to be claiming the map, they had so much respect for Poise in that moment. They already had Koala Noob lined up with Paranoia. They sent a Prowler through that door. Nismo jumped through there with the showstopper. They were not allowing Poise to get away with it anymore. And honestly, I think just how TSM just kind of leveled up even during that map was really, really good. So even if this is a loss for them, the fact that this is the number they're putting up against M80, a team that has been so known and established here in Challengers, I think is really good.
Yeah, M80, I think, had such a good, did all of like 90% of the work in the first half. So even if their offense was a little shaky, they just had to take a couple. And you pointed out, Vans, when M80 4-spot on that second round of the second half to really stop TSM from getting momentum. And I think that's exactly what TSM needed, was momentum. M80 were always there to take a round here and there, never let them get on more than a 2-round win streak. The economy was very balanced in that regard, so TSM really couldn't choke them out in terms of resources. So I like that M80 always were in their shadow that way.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that gives me hope right now for TSM going into the season, is despite them playing against a map for M80 that doesn't have a jet in the beginning, but they were trailing behind 3-9 on that first half. They lost to a force buy that M80 had on that second round with a stinger buy, yet they were still able to make this very competitive into a 11-13 loss. It shows the resiliency of this roster, that they could always have what it takes to be able to come back and fight into this game. And just looking back at that MVP scoreboard, you saw Nismo and Poise on the top. Those were the 2 guys we were praising the whole time. And Nismo right now, being 30 years old, he's, what was that meme stat that goes in there? He's a father, a chef, a cook. He's bald. He's 30. Yeah, he's still dropping like 14 kills in like 3 rounds and like 3 ults. Yeah, the bulb buff. Come on, you got to know about the Valorant bulb buff.
I gotta get rid of my hair, apparently. My bad.
I mean, I believe in the Valorant ball buff, honestly, especially after that game. We'll have to see, too, if M80 can continue that going on forward. We are going on to their map pick, though, for a second map here. Will be Icebox. I'm excited to see this because, of course, we haven't seen an M80 Icebox in a long time, considering out of the pool, but it definitely was a strong map for them. So I'm excited to see what they're going to show us there and what TSM is willing to show us this time around.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch Koala Noob and Nismo. Nismo usually picks up the Raze, but Koala Noob is the Jet main when they were previously competing together. So if I would say Jet more popular on Icebox, which I believe is our next map, and Koala Noob is going to be able to fill those big shoes that Nismo had on map number 1 playing the Jet, or do they maybe not switch roles? I don't know, but Koala Noob, I'm excited for that Jet.
Yeah, it comes down to like a different type of storyline and different meta too, where Koala Noob didn't even play a Jet when we last had some sort of record of M80 playing Icebox, where he was even playing a Sage because he kind of just needed a Sage wall planner. And when you're looking at the reintroduction of Icebox, and there's been, I'd like to say, minor changes that really happened to that map. Yeah, it's still hard for you to take mid control, and it's still hard for you to take kitchen control on the attack side and do mid to B splits. And you're just making it hard mode for you if you're not using some sort of Sage wall or some sort of like Deadlock Viper wall combination for a plan, or a Harbor Orb. So maybe he's gonna have to be that type of person that's gonna be Sage wall planting still for M80. But I think that would take away in a lot of potential that you could have in terms of firepower by taking Koala Noob away from this Jet role, where, again, I've mentioned he used to play Chamber on that map with Ghost Gaming in the past, and it wasn't the best because he wasn't able to get as aggressive as he wanted to and got picked off. But hopefully he'll be able to see that on his Jet.
If we're talking about Chamber days, we're getting too far off. Well, we don't have to guess any longer. Our Agent Select is ready. So I'm going to let you two head off to that so we get underway with our second map in the series.
Thanks for stopping him, Sierra. He's going to start talking about the dinosaurs soon and what the dinosaurs were up to during his time. But hey, we got Icebox. We got some Harbor action.
Yeah, we got Harbor action. We got Koala Noob not on a Jet. We're still keeping him on an Omen, but we have a double controller right now for M80 that shows me a little bit of like a G2 / guard style with a Brimstone that I usually use there for Jonah P, if I'm not mistaken, on how they work the map on Icebox. But this is going to be quite interesting on two different types of playstyles. If it's, I'm assuming this is going to be a type of hit that you're going to try to do a lot on the A side, having your Gecko in your composition to try to get these A site plants on the top of the A tower or default, of course, while the rest are fighting, because that KO knife is going to be very, very potent to really nullify the type of utility that could slow players down on this A site hold. So we'll have to see once M80 takes the attacking side. At least it's TSM starting on the attack. They also don't have a duelist actually to either to try to work the map.
Where's my chat? I wanted to see Koala on the chat.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
Well, who is going to go zoom? Okay, well, there's probably not going to be a lot of zooming with the amount of controllers that we have.
It's Wingman.
Wingman?
Spike planted. That's
Okay.
He's going as fast as he could.
I thought you were dying. When you started choking like that, I'm like, oh, I don't want to solo this.
Yeah, give me some water or something. I don't know.
Dude, just playing Gecko is Valorant on easy mode. When you got someone planting for you, got someone stunning people for you, you got just the star of the show is just not Gecko.
Yeah, actually, I remember casting even in Americas. Every time there's a Wingman plant, the whole crowd just goes crazy. I think it's pretty funny to see that. If you have a chance to watch the games in Los Angeles, do so. It's quite fun. Tarek can actually attest to that as he watched party there before. That said, though, pistol round is underway. TSM trying to work as a group towards this A side, and this is very Pearl-like style, using the Harbor Wall to cascade to take early control towards green. Owl Drone to continue to clear out towards the back of yellow, but still, there's no real timing towards the back of yellow. There's still somebody that could sneak through this when Xander pulled that orb up, but decides otherwise. Pull back and try to play the retake here with M80.
Like the M80 are even looking at A and looking through mid, like they don't really believe this is for real, but TSM are so for real. They're already so close to planting. They got the high tide in place. The Viper wall is down. This site is theirs. And M80 gonna hope to retake through the top of Snowman, but this engagement against the Omen could be big. Koala Noob needs the assistance, needs the swing of Xander, and Sim is in some trouble and gets taken out. That's two for Nitro, and almost a full team wipe for M80 coming through that mid cut. And now they're just running after a Proto. That is suppressed and put to rest. Oh, unless a Proto
It all
doesn't
rhymed.
have enough bullets.
What was your last sentence to finish a rhyme, dude? Yeah, I was listening to haiku when
dropping
you were
bars.
casting there. Yeah, dude, Lemon Kiwi. I need to hear your. I need to hear you. Drop your demo tape. That said, M80 did a great job to you saw the knife that came out from Nismo all the way from the A side all the way towards green. That actually spotted 2 more players being the initiator that was still sticking around that area. So for M80, they already had a read that the site was committed towards B. So they're able to have some sort of faster rotate than usual to really flood back as soon as the high tide came down. I like the idea that TSM was trying to fight back towards orange, but that snake bite that was thrown down there by Xander was everything here for M80 to retake the site. So that was beautifully done. They flood back with success. And now TSM, they're actually going for a force buy into this. They got stingers and sheriffs and want to try to use the sheriff range to fight back on A side control.
But Koala has an outlaw, and I really wanted this to pop off, but they're just in another country. TSM are nowhere near B, and they're kind of playing a monkey jungle gym over at the other site. And we got to pause, so that kind of stops all that momentum.
Yeah. Yeah, it will for a bit, but at least at the same time, thankfully, nobody was spotted before the barrier came down, right? There was still a second left on the clock. So for M80, they don't know that TSM has a full buy into this right now. So this is still going to be a very interesting one, a very tough one to go against, if might I ask, might I add, rather, because just before we see these beautiful faces, which, by the way, looks definitely a lot less intimidating than their team pictures that we just saw at the beginning of the game. But you also had Koala Noob with the Outlaw in this round. So you're force buying for TSM at this point. You have Stingers and a Sheriff trying to play distance against an Outlaw on a map like Icebox. This potentially could spell bad news for TSM in round number 2 in terms of how the economy might be in tatters for them for the next 2 rounds if they lose this one here. But we'll have to see what happens. During this tech pause and during the in-between maps, I saw like the families coming out here from Xander and from Koala Noob. That's what I've been missing the most from challengers, is to actually see the M80 family come back and support their kids. And even if they're troll accounts, I still find it very, very funny. Nonetheless, though, the action's starting. Here's the force buy. TSM are in the A site.
Wait, BCJ just gets that orb. TSM were like, no, that was mine. And now they're hoping to just at least make the A site theirs. They got the high tide blocking off the top of site.
Right there.
All types of stuff on the ground that TSM don't want to step on. It might hurt if you don't have shoes on. And M80 doing what they did last round of, you could play, do whatever you want. We're going to kill you after. Just like kind of how they had a commanding start in the last round. TSM gonna play all thanks to that cove, and Nismo gets 3 for free. Look at that bar. And M80, well, they lose 1 at least. So this is not gonna be that easy. You gotta defuse from the little man himself. TSM hope to prevent it. I think they have, but they weren't sure, so they ran into the smoke. So a proto kind of fumbled there. 1v3, not doable, and M80 take the extra round.
And it's the Outlaw that gets the last kill out of that. But another round where round number 2, you just see Nismo pop off, having the perfect timing against his opponents to actually get 3 kills with a Guardian on that second round. I mean, he's already at least halfway, must I say, in terms of getting the null command ready. Literally halfway right now at 4, and BCJ's 1 away, I think, from his old ult. So it's starting to snowball quite quickly here for M80. Because of this force buy that you have from TSM getting no return on investment, they're going to have to be into a sheriff round here, and gives a huge opportunity for M80 to once again use this Guardian and this Outlaw to their advantage, and they're even buying on top of that with 2 more rifles, being the Bulldog and the Vandal.
Well, the Outlaw was originally at B and now shifted over to A. They're like, well, TSM seem to like this side a lot. We should stack more over here. And TSM faking it, going over to B, using the Cascade to kind of block things off, have the Viper wall protect them, but it doesn't feel very safe to walk up right now. At least you have a Proto in mid, keeping eyes and ears out, but TSM really playing the mind games.
Trying to work that map. The Owl Drone might give a clue here for M80 to stick around towards his B side. Even a knife confirms that the aggression's coming out from TSM on that tree. So they're changing their positionings for these 2 players towards that B side, still using that distance to their favor. And that does not allow TSM to get a good timing to try to punish the yellow hold that you had originally from M80. So TSM decides to pivot back, and so far it's been looking pretty good. M80's rotated all the way out to focus more on a mid to B control and to play the retake on that side. So TSM has an opportunity for another plant here.
TSM making their way through A. They got the high tide in place, and they got the flash onto Nismo, who was such a pain last round. I don't have to remind you. More flashbacks. TSM trying to block off their sideline and have their eyes and ears peeled for that top entry. Great first blood out of TSM. Plant engaged, and Nitro is on the flank, but his friend is stomping around too, so I think the plane may have been foiled, and GMD was looking at the right place at the right time, but the paranoia messed him up. It's a great two-piece by a Proto, but M80 won't go down without a fight. It's a 1 versus 3 for BCJ. A beautiful flash guarantees him at least 1 kill. And he's got his buddy back, but that might be all he has. He's gonna rope on over. The double swing out of TSM takes care of that.
That was such a nice try, but a beautiful round for TSM, a Shiko round, where, again, A Proto and Guimond this time are able to hold down towards the screens and have some superb shots to answer back on the rotation from M80. As I mentioned before, you've given up the site to try to work more towards a mid control to B, where they were thinking potentially people are going to try to work up towards the kitchen tube. And having the high tide come out, blocking vision, you're getting slowed where you're trying to escape. GMD had a perfect time to get the first blood onto Nismo, which allowed TSM to get such a forward position by the screens, by the back of the site, creating no room for M80 to retake here. But we have a gun round, a heavy pressure towards the B side, and QoR playing a perfect position off the off angle. What happened before? They don't check for these.
Teleport out. And just like that, scot-free. M80 get the first pick too. A great reaction off of the orb grab. I thought maybe he was going to want to paranoia and set up his team and maybe even get more than the 1 kill, but yeah. TSM still committed.
If anything, he keeps the paranoia for a strong retake, right? Just get your 1, play the numbers. I kind of like it. Good discipline. And we've seen the same story as from Lotus. You know, they don't check their corners, they die. But at least there's a reckoning coming out, allowing TSM to get a little bit more space towards B.
A little bit more space. Trying to run up and get the plant. Ooh, and Nitro's in a cool spot. He has been spotted, and GMD couldn't react fast enough. And Xander lurks through the cove. Now flashed up, has to back away. Numbers in favor of the defense. The M80 retakes have been successful so far, and it's all up to nobody. A Proto just fell over.
Yeah, they tried. At least the reckoning and the walls coming up allows them to get a safe plant there towards the left side of B, which also allows for you to get better sprays on your post plants, especially when you're playing against a double controller where, you know, if you're going to try to smoke out the spike, it's going to be easier for you to spray because you have to worry less about who's sticking on the right side of the spike because of walls there, literally. So it's a great position to plant. When you have an opportunity to plant there on the B side, you definitely want to take it. But M80 continues to be very good on util retakes for the team. They didn't need to use the Thrash on the retake this time around, so they have 2 very strong ults once again for flood retakes for the defensive side of M80. TSM, a lockdown to work with, only Sheriffs and a Vandal, a hero rifle for 7 because he can buy in the next round. And he's pretty much solo with support from an owl or support from Poise to try to get some sort of damage done on this B side.
TSM throwing down some pings at A, and they're going to have a 2-man split at B. They're going to use the Owl drone and at least spot the 1 Viper, and 7 swings at the perfect time to pick up that kill too. So this may be a weakened site, but TSM also got picked off at A. So maybe B is looking more likely. You're seeing 7 and Poise start to progress forward, and maybe waiting for this Viper wall before they want to take any peeks because it's scary.
Yeah, they want to wait for the other 2 teammates too. After losing 1 towards the A side, they could group up, make a lot of noise, and then try to just go for the instant trades. They pick up a Nord for an instant ult for a plant, but I think there's still util here. There's still a Thrash to work with to delay.
Surprised M80 haven't rotated yet from the A site, and this is maybe an advantage TSM can work with. They're all pitted up. They got the spike planted. Nobody on the high ground to worry about, but man, the picks from M80 are clutch when they need it to be. And now a defuse being tapped by M80. TSM surge in to deal with it. It's GMD's zone, and you're just living in it. Now the pit comes down. Now the GMD is taken care of. The spike is halfway defused. BCJ and Nismo. Well, the corpse of Nismo that's watching. But TSM just playing their lives. M80. BCJ gonna tap the spike, forcing out some shots with the Sheriff, and TSM get it done.
That is very, very nice in the end. The first thrash that came out, allowing Nitro to swing out to get the kill, I thought it was GG by then because it allowed the thrash to get more space and information that it was heading towards green. But we jumped a little bit too quickly because as the thrash saw nobody towards yellow, BCJ still went instantly for the defuse, counting on a null command to try to deny utility on a pulse plant, but the timing was a little bit too preemptive. That didn't allow M80 to really move forward in front of the null command to try to get some picks there towards this green side, which allowed TSM to just get some easy shots in the end with the Sheriff. So very well done in the end on the attack side for TSM. One round separating these two teams to tie up the game on a 3-3, and almost we got Nitro caught on the A side. So TSM picking up the pace, trying to work fast towards this A side.
Okay, they detected the Killjoy and the defensive pit. Great timing on this. TSM, we're just this close. And now the defenders are going to throw down a lockdown too. TSM, how do they work with this pit? Well,
they fall
it's
away.
not going to work out. They just leave.
And now with the minute mark, it has to come down to the initiators, right? So, will Nismo have his knife up on time, or the Dizzy getting thrown to get some information from BCJ? Because now this is where, again, the IGLs are going to have to step up to the plate. What type of mid-round calling you're going to call here from Poise? It's to work towards this B side. And even then, both initiators are there, getting ready to find information with the util.
Okay, get rid of the turret, make some noise in mid, grab their attention, see if there's anyone in kitchen tube. And TSM, they only have one site, one choice to make. We'll see if it's the best
30
one.
seconds left.
Trying to make as much space as possible. Use the high tide at the back, and there's a shotgun up close and personal. Koala. Oh, he smells the prey. He's protected. You don't want to step in his turf, and the
enemy
judge where the
Spike
sun
down,
don't shine. M83 versus 1 with TSM. No spike, no love, no friends, and a round for M80.
This whole time, Koala Noob probably had that meme of that guy with the 3 question marks above his head being like, where the hell is the spike platter? Where is everybody? I've somehow had the perfect timing to sneak through 2 smokes, and I see nobody. And on top of that, I'm getting mollied by my own teammate. Nismo threw a molly right into the orb, and he runs out to get 2 judge kills. So in the end, it's like, all right, thank God. I still got my 2 kills with the judge and had a perfect hold, a perfect delay here for M80. And now TSM has to be ready for those type of plays too. If there's going to be a smoke drop towards default, get ready for Koala Noob, because if he's not opping, he could be judging or fighting in those smokes. So beware of that. Thankfully, it's been done at round number 6, so this is early information that TSM could take and carry over into the following rounds. And as they do this, it's 2 here rifles over for a Proto and Poise, but still trying to work slowly towards this A side. And look at Koala Noob. This is going to be 3 kills.
Gets one, because you know there's the other. Sees those little toes and can't get the double, but
For free?
he really shook for free. But TSM, oh, good turn by a Proto. He's keeping
Yeah.
the round alive for TSM.
A Proto said, nah, you got to pay for those, son. And then he definitely paid the price for that one. Nismo falls, and a huge advantage for TSM. That's 2 weapon upgrades and an A site potential hit.
So many walls standing in their way, and nobody's looking at each other. We're just spraying and praying through all the smoke, and M80 gets an extra kill from that. Now evening things up 3-3 on the flank as Xander at least lines up the 1. TSM will always take 1 to the grave with them. That's what we like about them.
But Poise
Now
is in a great
35
spot.
seconds.
He hears a rotate and sees the other one.
Last
Sorry about
player
that. He's just going to give good information, but lost his
30
fight.
seconds
So
left.
now advantage back for M80 for the retake.
Plant 4-7 will be successful. You know where they're stomping from. Trying to use high tide to protect himself, I think. But pokes out and flicks on 2. 7 is that guy. You know, my bad for calling you out last map.
Oh,
I think you
my
deserve
God.
you deserve the spotlight. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a definite zipper clutch in my book right there. That was so nice. Nicely done when this type of round happened right there. The position that M80 had on the top of L and then on the top of belt pretty much that wasn't attended for TSM. Yet with only 2 hero rifles and shares, they were able to turn it back around in their favor with a beautiful clutch coming out from 7. And that even saving a reckoning on top of that, breaking the economy of M80. This is a much different start that we've seen here from TSM. Nonetheless, the game still stays pretty close as it's going back and forth, but it's definitely adding a lot more of a level of excitement as a spectator watching this game.
BCJ managed to grab the orb and gets the Thrasher online, so a lot of ults. This could be an explosive round. Despite M80 not having the best of buys in this economy, it's tough. TSM taking the real estate for free, though. We'll see how the plant goes, but there's so much being thrown at them. The Cove will protect 7 for a second. And M80 already going for the retake, poised above, lurking for his moment. He gets to and denies that sniper from M80. Now just has to watch through the main entryway. M80 funneling in, just haven't gotten an inch. And TSM take every single mile.
Beautiful.
A flawless round out of TSM.
Zenny flawless. So we have now all our sponsors taken care of in 2 rounds. First Zippo, now Zenny. But at this point, it's TSM that I'm loving it. Like, it goes back to that storyline where we saw on Lotus's side, right? When M80 was able to, quote-unquote, waste out the showstopper out from the retake opportunities that TSM had. This time around, they're doing the same thing here for TSM. Despite them having to play against a low buy for M80, they still want to invest in their ultimate. So the game plan going through right now is like, it doesn't really matter if you're going to waste an ultimate for against a lower buy. You're guaranteeing the round, and that's basically what they want to do here for TSM so far, because they still have another Hunter's Fury to work with in later rounds. So again, cycling ults, keeping that economy quite high in terms of the ult economy for TSM has been quite fruitful for them so far, at least on the second half, on the second map, sorry, of Icebox.
Yeah, I think M80 really got to talk about their A-site retakes because it was successful at the beginning. Now TSM have already made adaptations. They're keeping eyes and ears, especially at the back door on that high ground. That's where Nismo came out of nowhere, got a 3-piece, and ruined everything for TSM. Now TSM are spreading themselves out, so they're keeping an eye on every entryway. And M80 all funneled through one area and just got obliterated. So they really got to talk about how they're going to go around these sites. Are they going to try to go mid and go for any kind of crazy flank? And maybe that timeout is where you talk about creative decisions like that.
The creative decision that they want to try to do here is try to use this op towards mid. So Koala Noob finally able to have enough money for an op, and he's using it to try to cut the rotates. Where you're looking at this early round, there was no Viper Orb being thrown here from GMD. He's keeping it in his pocket.
Yeah.
So this is a great opportunity for a pick. Boom.
Okay. No. Wow, you like predicted it. You got a little crystal ball.
Oh, you know.
Well, you know. Well, M80 got 3B to A. No eyes in mid except the KJ turret. That's going to be taken out. And now you got a big question mark as to who could be going through mid. And it's Poise going through kitchen tube, doing a bit of exploration. Meanwhile, the Spike is traversing through A. Got to deal with all that nasty Killjoy utility. And Nismo is fighting someone in kitchen and deals with Poise. And that's an important stop for M80 so that TSM can't creep up on them. But TSM are still doing good work. It's 2 versus 1 on the site. And at least that defensive Viper got 1 for the road.
He's going to do this, right? Alex Protopapas in a clutch situation. We've seen this before. 1 kill away, gets a lockdown. Could place now a Nanostorm onto the Spike too. Kind of pinned towards the boxes, but now his opportunity to escape is gone.
But they don't know where you are. And that's the advantage a Proto can work with. Don't move. Don't make a sound. It's too late. Presence has been detected. The plan has been foiled. They're behind you. They're on top. And you're 6 feet under. M80 will get the defuse.
There you go. So an opportunity to escape and waste util in the end. If you were able to pull back and play the distance and get at least 1 kill of somebody overextending, you got to lock down and potentially, a chance to do this. But M80 continues to be meticulous on these retakes, and even then winning duels. Like, every single one of these fights happen in different parts of the map in the beginning, where you don't really need to be as thought out or coordinated rather on your defensive side if you're just winning duels on TSM trying to run an overextended default. So I like how this was punished here by M80. This is a new look that we saw from TSM in round number 9. It might change their style looking in round number 10 because they're all grouped up this time for a B-side hit. Judge.
Wow, this. Oh, my favorite gun. Xander, go off, King.
I hate it.
Tell everybody the best gun in the game.
No, it is not the best gun in the game. It should be eliminated. Eliminate this gun.
Everyone run this in your ranked games and tell me when you queue. All right,
Nope.
bet. 5 versus 3.
I'd rather lock in with the Sentinels Classic and try to win myself a trip to LA.
Oh! Nice. Koala Noob now teleports to the back. Oh, spotted poised on the high ground. Wants to say hello. TSM very weak right now. 2 versus 5. And that's 3 for Xander this round with poise in a 1v5. Hey, you're in a little showdown. Take his op away from him.
Maybe.
Do it. Challenge him.
You're also. They also rushed a judge at the beginning of this round here for Xander, right? And look at their health and their armor. Not a single lick of damage done for against M80 on how they played so aggressively in that round. It just showed a bit how TSM wasn't ready for that hit at all. And when you're trying to make heroic plays right after with the amount of players that you've lost, well, you're just walking into a trap of another player just being in a perfect angle, perfect crosshair placement to just lose that fight against them. So TSM, I mentioned that they had a great opportunity to cycle a Hunter's Fury for a post plant and string 2 rounds in a row.
10 seconds left.
But it's not looking good at all when they've been dispatched pretty much in the last round. He did some damage. He did some damage.
Almost took the op away. I just wanted TSM to kick him where it hurts, you know?
Yeah.
Just for in the 1v4, you do what you can, what you got. But this has been another close map. Here's the judge in action. Everybody take notes. Not the op. Go back to the judge. That was an easy shot.
Nope. I still stand by. Get rid of that gun. Keep a stinger for that range. I'd be more. It's more whimsical and fun to see that, okay, you get 2 stinger kills and then you run out of bullets because they run out of bullets instantly and then you're stuck on a reload. Okay, you got your 2 and done. But with a judge, you can still get 4 kills with such a small clip. Anyways, this is not a podcast. This is a 6-4 scoreline for M80 against TSM, with now TSM trying to work back towards this A side. Early information trying to get gained by BCJ by throwing up the Dizzy. It's countered by a knife, which now allows TSM to move a little bit more forward here. But at least the information is there for M80 to start pivoting back towards his A side.
I've been waiting for TSM to punish BCJ, who's just been able to grab this orb so many times. And they like to drone in and do like the normal sequence and get information. But TSM now, after that lockdown, they pushed the defenders out. They got the high tide. They'll be able to get a safe plant. But how does TSM want to construct and stop the retake? Well, you caught 1 forehead peeking out of the high tide, but Nismo with two has been a nuisance. 7 with the clutch, almost did a lot of damage to Xander, who's down to 30 and is up against GMD and Poised. And the vibes are off. He's not really doing much.
Yeah, they're
Last
just cutting
player
noise down,
standing.
waiting for the null command to disappear so that Nismo cannot give information of
30
where the last
seconds
2
left.
players are at. An opportunity now to pick up the spike, plant, recon dart, just to summarize and confirm that nobody's really pushing out towards the back of the
Spike
site.
planted.
Now they can play the Hunter's Fury. It's pretty much guaranteed at this point that TSM moves around. Unless this happens, that Xander lines them up. Thankfully, he didn't. Poise saves the round and saves once again the Hunter's Fury for round number
Last
12.
round before the switch.
M80 have been getting crunched going through that top door, and I
Yes.
think just the placement of the high tide made it so they staggered in, and they eventually did get the trade. Then you got 7 showing us the lineup. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, that's a
that
great
was a very
shout.
close round.
That's a great shout, calling that high tide, because that's the second time that some players try to go through or escape through the through heaven, where even if you're walking a little bit through the high tide, even if you make it through across on the other side, that's still wall bangable, and you could basically get picked off, and it happened twice so far. On top of that, you block vision. Let's cut the noise here. Let's hold it back. We have a grudge towards the A side, and it's a 1-for-1.
Koala loves to sometimes surprise them and have these teleports close up. TSM will only sacrifice one lamb to this. So 6-5, 4 versus 4. TSM just playing the high ground. And Nismo has already been taken out. This is not a good start. TSM make their way over. The plant, the spray
No.
through the wall.
Wait,
Sander is different. Yeah, I don't know. But
There's an orb.
X-ray vision
Spike
is
planted.
sick.
Yeah, but 7 threw the orb down so he could try to get a quote-unquote safe plant. Was it too far out that he walked out into the rafters and got the wall bang through? That is so smart there by Xander.
Finally, a cheeky M80 flank.
enemy remaining.
Can't go through the top door, through the front, go through the back, and pick up 3. And Nitro with the masterclass.
Yep. Monitro, welcome back, Captain America, to Valorant. It seems as though your aim has not gone anywhere at all from your 100 these days. Sorry, Nate shot your 100 these days. it's not 100. But well done in the end for him on that big flank, and those were some crispy shots. M80 able to close out the half, 7-5. Much different storyline than what we've seen on that first half. But then again, now it comes down to what we currently have here. This was potentially going to be one of those matches that was going to be very close here on the on this map, just because you have two teams that are not playing any duelists, two teams that are not trying to find early aggression and quick escapes from their compositions. You're trying to work out a little bit more with synergy and communication to work the sites and scale up as your as a group with util. And it's a nice little chess match that we're seeing from both of these teams. Now, as I mentioned before, the question is M80 going to be focusing a lot on this A side because of this type of composition that they have? I'm looking forward to see if they've cooked something different here with Happy at the helm and the coaching staff.
I just like that TSM were able to adapt and whatever was being thrown at them, they handled that pressure well, whether it was Koala teleporting forward, kind of catching them off guard, if there was a flank through mid. TSM always had a trade.
Yep.
So they never went down too bad. Now it's M80's turn on that offense. You had that early Gecko flash there from BCJ, not getting much because, well, TSM aren't showing face. Poise is in a very safe position on the high ground and now calls for reinforcements and maybe almost catches that Gecko sliding through the rope, and the spike has been dropped in an awkward position. A big win for GMD with 3 HP. Now M80 are bouncing away. They do not want A after all.
Yeah, that was tough. It was a nice little play there to try to flash over the Viper wall, and I think the knife potentially hit GMD towards the back, so the wall came down, and I think it flashed BCJ, and they got picked off trying to cross over the line. So for them to try to scale with the wingman plant on the top of the A site was totally foiled. Thankfully, though, at least some players are heavily damaged for TSM. There's an opportunity here to use this Sheriff in the hands of Nitro, who's meeting up with the rest of his team to play the pulse plant.
30 seconds left.
Okay, plant for M80, and the retake is already around the corner. Shock bolt. Xander is so low. M80 trying to play as conservative as they can, as Poise is trying to flush them out from yellow box with those shock bolts. And Nismo with the double right-click classic, and he's going for a third, and he's coming for the paycheck and the kids and wife. M80 are just on top. GMD, 3 HP in a dream.
All right, well, time to go in Tarek's chat and to hit exclamation point contest or something like that. I don't know how it works, but you could definitely post that clip in there, Nismo, with the right-click classic, with the Sentinels classic right there. And I was mentioning that it was supposed to be the Sheriff long range that could maybe help here with to do like some 55 body shots against the amount of damage that the M80 team was able to do against TSM on that attempt to hit towards the A site. But to turn it around to a 3K like that in a gulag of an orb on that B site was huge by Nismo. And again, the veterans right now of this roster, being Xander, Nismo, are just killing it right now for this team of M80.
Yeah, Nismo is so comfortable. Yeah, and he's so comfortable on KO. A very well-known agent for him, and he kind of, I guess, played it like a duelist when you get to walk up into all that smoke, give him the business. So I like that Nismo's like, we're not going to stand back and watch. We're going to make them watch us. So M80 now go up a couple of rounds, and it's a slow, very quiet approach towards A, and nobody is home. TSM are pinging as BCJ was just trying to spray and pray through that wall, trying to see where these rats are hiding, and Sim gets taken out. Xander's already on the high ground, and it's a fake. They got all of TSM running for this one.
Yeah, they're the ones looking for rats, but they're the ones scattering right into a bucky, but the flash comes out. It's beautiful. What a read there coming out by M80. That's how you
Judges better.
Get rid of both of those guns. It's all good. But if anything, that was still beautiful util by M80 anticipating the rat angles on TSM. Flat, but the rotate already came across for TSM though.
Okay, maybe this is good. See what the Bucky can do close to range. A little jiggle peek, trying for the plant. Oh, a beautiful flash right in front of a Proto. He's gonna go for the swing, and Xander at least did good damage. But a Proto with the Sheriff is a menace. And it's up to GMD with the Sheriff, and can't win out against the rifle. So M80 increased their lead.
Yeah, still a great job for TSM to make it expensive though against M80, right? They went for a gamble stack towards the A side despite all that, despite them losing a player early on the A side stack gamble. They still pivoted across the B site fast enough to do enough damage to take down, I think that was 3 players on that previous round, with beautiful shots once again coming out of this Sentinel role of Alex Protopappas. But that said, he was playing the Viper before, but this is his role. On those maps where you can play double controller, then he's going to play the Viper. If not, he's going to be the Sentinel role. And he's always pulling out aces with the Sheriff.
Okay. Cascade into This Is My Orb. And M80 are fine with that.
Yeah.
Simple default, just to see if TSM may be creeping up extra extended through B.
Yeah.
But now making noise.
I like this though, because this Cascade to pick up the orb is quite free for TSM so far because of M80. They don't have a composition that really enables you to punish any type of aggression for an orb. The Cascade's gonna block you from the belt. There's no util to seize you to punish you from shock darts or mollies or anything. Even a molly, you'll be able to get away fast enough to not get damaged pretty much. So TSM are doing a great job controlling the A-side orb.
GMD, I thought he was going to get flushed out from yellow box, but the smoke helped it so they couldn't get around it. And GMD will hold firm with this fellow Killjoy at the B site. And now the attention from M80 has shifted to now High Tide, or actually not High Tide, but M80 trying to head towards A with Mr. High Tide on the other side. TSM gonna respect that space, but need to get set up maybe at that top door and hope to pick off M80 before they get the plant down. But Xander with first blood and couldn't stay on the high ground much longer. The smoke blocks off the top door. Boys swings at the right time to get the trade, and it's a 3 versus 2 with the spike planted. M80 now going to distance themselves for a second.
And this is going to be tough too, because Koala Noob's in a position at jail right now to just paranoid off the tap. So this is going to waste even more time with the util that they currently have on Spike 2. I mean, good luck. You're going to run into jail and a crossfire at the same time.
Last player standing.
There's that trade, there's the kills.
Just as you foresaw it through
You
your
know.
little crystal ball. 10 to 5 though. Woo! M80 doing work.
It's so good. It's so good on how they're currently playing this right now. Again, staying meticulous in terms of communication in the pulse plant. There's definitely good protocols that they're putting in on this map so far. And TSM, it's looking like, you know, this continuous hit towards the A side to start. Yes, if it's in the mid round or towards the beginning of the rounds, it's still very hard for them to hold against in the end. Yes, they're able to get the orbs, but that's pretty much the only thing they're able to get so far.
Well, Xander's one away from the pit. So they might be all pitted up for the plan if Xander can come out on top. Koala almost had the headshot into a proto. GMD with a swing right into the crosshairs. Oh, that was a risky peek. It did not pay off, and M80 make their way towards B. But Nitro keeps an eye on mid, sees sees Poised coming through kitchen tube, and M80 have good control right now. They got smokes placed back sight. They got little man's planting, and this is a good round for them in a 5 versus 2.
Yeah, and even the High Tide's not going to do too much. They were trying to scale up behind that, but you only got 2 players and a Sheriff to work with, so you're basically blocking line of sight and allowing really M80 to be positioned on the post line with 5 players out there. You can't really use your Reckoning. This is just on TSM to try to do some econ damage if they can.
Well, who's lurking up there? 7 and Poised. And, they didn't even get to fight back. They have bad guns and they got shot through the smoke. What a sad round for TSM. This could be a flawless if Poised can get an exit frag, or if he's gonna get picked off himself. Oh, he's gonna see Nismo. Oh, and there is the ace.
Well done. A nice little flawless coming out there from M80. That was a team ace, right, going through, so nice little flawless in the end. Another Zenny flawless coming through, and M80, they're just really running away with this on the second half. 4 rounds in a row. Much needed timeout. I don't know if it's too late at this point, but you know, you have to figure something out here. This way that M80 is working around the map doesn't really pay dividends for you. So far, though, as you're looking at the state of the game of how M80 has been working around the extremities, that's the name of the game. B side often, A side often, but not too much towards the mid. Will they try to change this a little bit right now for TSM now that they hopefully have some money right? Maybe doing the same thing as Koala Noob had before. Get an op out, trying to get some mid control, or trying to walk down the tube, get a little more kitchen control so you could flank a little bit more quickly against your opponents. Because really, Nitro so far on these in these situations, he hasn't really been contested by any flank pushes coming through from TSM. Maybe you want to try to do that a little bit more if the util is too strong for M80 on their attack.
Nismo is so chillin', just reclined all the way back, got the bald buff. Maybe he heard you. He's gonna have some words to say to you. But what about the hair buff? I gotta say, TSM at least have really great hair on the other side. And I have this conspiracy. I think if you look good, you feel good, and you play good.
And
play well, maybe?
And that's why.
So.
And that's why it doesn't matter if you have hair or not, as long as you feel good. Because Nismo is bald, but he's still top, like almost top fragging at this point, but being a menace right now on this role of KO for M80. So just feel good, chat, and you're in a good spot to win your rank games.
See how good they feel, surging towards B. Not, yeah, TSM don't even want to have yellow box control. They would get naded out if they did.
I like that.
Teleport from Koala.
Yeah, with a
just
pop
to get an
flash,
early
too.
angle.
So they pop flash into TPs across, so they could get a trap play into some sort of early trap play into yellow. But it was given up by TSM, but that's a nice little way to take control there of that B side.
Okay. Maybe grab the orb on the way out, why not? But M80 giving up on B when I thought they had some nice angles going on, but just not knowing where TSM could be lurking is just not a fun way to look around the site. So M80 gonna fake it and go to A. On the other side is Sim. Has some flashes with their name on it. And this Harbor from 7 better back them up. They have the Reckoning if they want to use it. What a pick from Xander. The pit is available. They're going to use the Thrasher to just explore the back site. And now that the spike has been planted, if they want insurance on this round, the pit could be activated. But with these 2 picks of 5 versus 3, M80 are comfortable.
That's crazy that, yes, off the timeout, they finally have enough money. They pull out a knot, but yet you get driven by the way that you did on the A side hit. Now the last 3 guys have to save their rifles, and it's serious point for M80. Dominant attack side half so far for M80 as they've gone flawless, literally not losing and dropping a single round, getting almost a plant every single one of these rounds as well. This is so good on how they're working the map against TSM here. I think at this point, when you want to try to pull out the op, I think you have to move up all the way up towards belt and pipes, pretty much.
Yeah.
They need to find some early aggression. Yeah, sorry.
No, Icebox
Match point.
was M80's choice. It's match point, series point.
Yeah.
TSM, where you at? You can't wait forever to start the comeback. Yeah, this on the edge of our seats on Lotus, but now the pressure is on,
Yeah,
and where
lounge.
experience comes into play.
We
Yeah.
could definitely lounge in our chairs and just relax now because M80 is just cruising through the second half. And now the money's in shambles for TSM on top of that. They still have this Reckoning that 7 had that he saved from a couple of rounds ago. This has to be the biggest piece of retake that they have, so they can't lose it early. And there you go. They're finally bringing some forward position, but this time with no op. But thankfully, it's Sim still moving towards the A side to grab the orbs. They have double ults to retake here. That might be able to help TSM flood for a retake. I like this, at least in terms of a game plan. And we know TSM's good in terms of resiliency of what we saw in that first map. So this may be the start. This may be the start.
Could be the start of something good. I think that's a High School Musical line. I'm not sure. You got a lot of time to think about it, though. Now we're just spraying through the water catching strays. M80 ready to take the A site, and TSM are ready for it. They got 2 on the high ground, 1 near where you would usually plant the spike, a Proto who's watching the flank. You got some presence mid. TSM are set up, and M80 gonna make them real antsy for it.
Yeah, I was going to say there's going to be an instant null command on the first piece of util that comes out. And 7's not pleased to play a recon or a retake.
30 seconds left.
7, just that guy. At least he takes 1 with him. A Proto with 2 with the Sheriff. It's now a 4 versus 1. TSM have quite a gap in the score to close it, Xander. Wait a minute. 1v2. You had me going in the first half, I'm not gonna lie. But TSM keep themselves alive.
Against Poise, I mean, it's very tough so far, man. This guy is still crispy with the shots and able to anchor it down and keep the dream alive, as you just mentioned here for TSM. But that was dangerous. As I mentioned, first piece of util, the null command instantly was going to come out for sure from 7. But that positioning you had on the top of the A tower, you're not in a place to play a Reckoning for the retake, so you're pretty much at a 1 and done. But they're ready. They wanted to use the null command as a Cypher Cam if he died, and then it could allow for the rest to just have the crosshair placements and the crossfire set up for TSM to win the round and to capitalize it on a weaker buy. So that's, again, we mentioned it, a great start. Now they have 3 ults to work with. if you could cycle a couple of these or win a couple of these rounds without using so many of these ults, you're in a great spot here to continue the storyline of a potential comeback. But let's not count our chickens before they hatch. They're still eggs for now. They're still incubating to see if we get something fruitful in the end here for TSM. As for M80, they're starting to have a different type of play style. 2 players playing towards the Curry spot. They're playing basically the safe route to try to punish TSM on trying to find heroic plays at the minute mark. But now it's their turn to move out. They're splitting here towards a B site hit.
I know Recon Bolt for Poise to see if anyone's in Kitchen Tube. He likes to kind of throw it there or mid. So I was wondering if Xander was going to get cheeky. Kind of thought he had some freedom to go up there and see if he can provide an alternate angle to watch over the B site with. Now the plant ensues for M80, and they got the pit. The Hunter's Fury might have just managed to prevent that. Yeah, it prevented it for a second, giving an extra second for TSM to stop the plant, but at least GMD is making work through the mid cuts. And Xander almost surprised 3, but a good turn from Sim stops that from being a hemorrhage. It's TSM 4 versus 2. And the turn! Nismo makes it winnable for 3! And it's Poise that can't keep it going. What a clutch from Nismo to give the team the win.
Oh, I also missed that. Look at BCJ with the way that he just cheers with his team. The way that he's just so amped up and happy through his exit days when he's getting victories. I wonder what he's going to see this time with an M80 win, because last time he swore when I remember the iconic interview of Xset, but I wonder if he's going to do an M80 one. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who we get for an interview here at the end of the series, but nonetheless, putting Nismo, this is so, how can I put this? Annoying to see that Nismo is able to play an off angle that doesn't get checked, and he gets 3 kills out of that to help M80 to win the round. That's been the story so far. 3 pivotal rounds that went in the favor of M80 for a slight mistake there for TSM in the end.
And Sierra, that was a very fun icebox. Van says it's annoying, but I say I'm entertained.
Yo, what's annoying about fun Valorant, Van? So you hate Valorant? What's up with this?
So he hates the judge, so he hates fun. So.
One, I hate the judge, and 2, my 5-stack friends will know that when we do these simple mistakes of not checking corners and dying and losing the round because of that, I get tilted. Like that. I mean, that 3 kills out of that should not happen. And then they lose our game because of that. And then I'm just gonna be like, all right, guys, I'm gonna need like 30 seconds. I'm gonna go for a small little walk.
Until
exactly,
I need a minute.
Exactly.
Hey, well, we'll give the teams a minute though, because this is the opening week. So I do want to see some great gameplay coming out from the teams. Of course, this is the tier 2 looking to make their way through for that ascension to be that next tier 1 squad. But we got to give teams a little bit of time. We did have a long off season when we're looking at these roster changes, teams coming together. I'll give like Lemon, I'm willing to give them a second to breathe, kind of come together. Maybe I'm going to be a little bit more on Van's side in like week 3 or something.
But at least we got a really consistent performance out of Nismo, because it started off with the duelist, fragged like a duelist, even though he was KO on the second map. So M80, I think we're able to just overall have a more commanding showing, because they had a commanding start to Lotus and kind of started to lose it. Yeah. And TSM had adaptations early on Icebox and then got completely rolled over in the second half, as you pointed out, Vance.
And that's the thing, though, for M80, you want to look at it right from how it happened in the offseason until now. They still have a core 3 players of Xander, Koala Noob, and Nisbo. And then the rest, it's just plug and play into the exact rules, right? You have BCJ coming in for EU. Then you have Nitro coming in from John Cutie. They're both playing the roles before. So then you look back in the end, it's like, okay, well, all they really have to do is maybe try to flesh out and iron out that to start in terms of like, let's get the synergy going. And you play the exact same thing as potentially your teammates used to do in the past. But for TSM, they had to redo everything, right? Yeah. You had pretty much just GMD and 7 together, but they changed rules. They came out with a new IGL. They have 3 new players. They have a brand new map pool to play against. We haven't seen too much of them after the challengers. They didn't play any off season, so they had a lot of work to do. And you know, at least they're able to show that they have some sort of fight for them when it comes down to the first map of Lotus. Maybe Icebox is something different. You're trying to cook something hard out of something that could have been simple if you want to go for a Sage Wall Plat type of like composition to maybe use your firepower to win it instead. Mm-hmm. But, you know, at least they tried. And it's a great way to start. It's week 1. You learn from those, and hopefully you pick it up by week 3 and 4.
we learn and we grow from that, honestly. That's the biggest thing when looking at the CSM roster is you can see the talent with the players. I want to see how they mesh. Taking a O2 loss to M80, I'm not really worried going on for it. I'm excited to see the rematch with these teams way down the line, but M80, of course, we knew that they should be looking good, and that has definitely been confirmed. So I'm definitely excited to see more from them. Of course, that series is done, but we do have an interview with none other than Nitro lineup after the short break, so
Captain
stay
America.
tuned.
Oh my god, big fan.
Nitro.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Enemy. Player standing. One enemy remaining. 10. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Got one. 30 seconds left. One down A. One enemy remaining. Attackers win. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Good. One enemy remaining. My ultimate is ready. Spike plant. One enemy remain. One enemy remaining. Attack.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Challengers, M80 back to their old ways with an explosive start to the season. But talking to one of the new things coming to the roster this season, I have Nitro on the line to talk a little bit more about his addition. First, I have to say, welcome back to Valorant. How are you feeling? How are you enjoying being back in Valorant so far?
It's been a lot of fun. I've had great guys to come back to. Obviously, they had a really close call last season, coming in second. Essentially, so I know they're super hungry, and that was part of the reason I joined, because I wanted players who were really hungry, and I could teach a lot of like the CS kind of fundamentals and help out. I knew that they were super skilled, so, and they've also been super welcoming, and they're all really nice, humble guys. So it's been nothing but great, to be honest.
I'm glad to hear it's been good so far. And you're saying that joining this crew is working out well. I have to know, did they approach you to join, or did you go to M80 when you were looking at coming back?
Yeah, they approached me. I had some offers, like some franchise offers, but ultimately I decided to go with M80 because I believe in the project, and I believe that whenever we do make LA and win Ascension, that it's going to be, it's just part of like the journey, and I feel like it was the right call for me to make. So, you know, I've had a long career in esports, and it's just another step, another chapter in my book, and it just felt like the right place to be at the right time.
You said a keyword during that was when. So we have undeniable confidence that this squad is going to be making it. You think this is the right 5 that you can make America's after this Ascension?
Yeah, I definitely believe that. I think on paper we have the best roster in Ascension, our challengers, and as long as we keep working really hard, like we've worked so hard for like the past, I don't know, we've been scaring for like 8 months now. It's actually incredible. Like, even this first match I played, I was a little bit nervous because it's just been so long since I played an official, and it's 2024. I think I played my last official when I was on 100 Thieves, like LCQ 2021, or I don't even remember. It was a long time ago, but I just need to get back into the rhythm of things in Valorant officials, and I'm super, super hopeful, and I know that we can do it.
I mean, you're definitely putting the work in. 8 months to scrim is insane work being put in for this. And I have to know too, because you're talking about bringing over certain fundamentals to this game. How much of it has you been helping M80 along versus adapting into what they've already built upon? Because this was a team that was actually already really close to ascending last year.
So they had originally last year when they had John and EU on the roster, they had Happy coaching as well, and Happy had already brought over a lot of CS fundamentals and like the way that you think about the game and the philosophy and all that. You can apply a lot of the sim fundamentals to Valorant, even though it's abilities and it's like wizards and shit. But he definitely brought over a lot of just like the basic 5v5 FPS style fundamentals, which I think in this game is super valuable. And I see a lot of teams that just don't like, I don't know if they know and they choose not to do it, but I believe it's like the foundation of 5v5 FPS gaming. So Happy definitely brought over a lot of those fundamentals, and it's been pretty easy to adapt to because obviously as a CS mind, I have a CS mind, and I think most of the guys on my team played CS at a decent level. So overall, it's been a pretty easy transition, and it's just about me fitting into their puzzle. It's the first time I've ever had to like join a core that's already been developed. So for me, that's been like a new thing. But it hasn't been too hard, to be honest. Like they know that like I was behind the meta, and they were completely fine with me catching up, knowing that we had so much time to practice, and it's been good. Yeah.
I'm definitely glad to hear that it's adjusting well, especially with M80 having so many eyes on them going ahead for this split. So I cannot wait to see more coming out from you guys. Nitro, thank you so much for chatting with me. I'll let you go hang out with your team, okay?
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. As for us, Great series to be starting off our day, but of course we have one more on the horizon. QoR going up against Together We Are Terrific after this break.
through with it again. They know that I got spirit with a pen. Don't know why they try to compete when they know that in victory it's never gonna end. Them in a week, that's why they could never speak. They ain't like me, I take it to the peak. Different type of steeds that I breed. Wheel up on the mic, they won't get one of these. Please, I don't wanna hear no talk from them. I don't wanna see nothing at all from them. They can't do it like me. So all I wanna see really is a round of applause from them. Vibes in the air, we caused it again. Life isn't fair, but we rode it again. All of my teams being ready for the war, there's no warning for them. Tell them again, I ain't here to make up no friends. I just came through yet again. Wheel up, you never got one of them.
Welcome back. I try to say everyone welcome back at the same time. These two have me cracking up during the break. My bad. Welcome back, everyone.
Everyone, welcome. Hi.
Fans, stop. This is already your fault. We don't need to get further into it. Levin Kiwi is here too, the non-problem child of the desk. But no, we've already gotten to see a great series be starting off the day. M80 to take the win 2-0 over TSM, but still one more series up ahead of us. QoR going up against Together We Are Terrific. And once we get into these, maybe these aren't the big names that we've gotten to see in that last series, but I'm still really excited because the whole thing about Challengers is we get to see this developing talent, and we got to see so much out of different players last year that are now these players that we consistently talk about. So this is still an exciting time, Lemon.
I'm so excited because exactly, this is a platform for people to grow, maybe for people to prove they're not washed or that they are washed, or I don't know. But I think the head coach of QoR, Ocean, has a really great philosophy about this team. His team released a video and an interview. You guys should go check that out. But he basically purposely chose inexperienced players. His words, chose inexperienced players with good attitudes that wanted to grow. This is like one of their first challenger splits together. And he said that just like new players approach opportunities like this with like such an open mind and such a learnable environment. So QoR is really looking, he said it took 4 to 5 months to get the team up to speed. He feels like he's starting from scratch, but he has a lot of confidence and he had to make tough decisions to build this roster. So Ocean has a lot of confidence, and if he likes this roster, I do too.
But hearing that kind of reminds me of what kind of like Potter does with EG at the same time, right? Because you are also picking players for an EG roster that is not necessarily the cream of the crop, if I could put it that way, as like, oh, each player should be signed like $1 million to really get into a roster play like EG. Like, I have that money anyways, but it doesn't matter. But she's still able to mold a team to success, and Ocean definitely did that with the Pittsburgh Knights in the past over in Challengers, and he's kept one of those players as well, being Ziff as the veteran for the team, able to build such a strong team. But when you're looking back at QoR at this time too, this is also a roster that I'm looking forward to, because just as Lemon Q has mentioned before, players that are potentially washed or not, no, I think this is an opportunity to wash up the rust, you know, that built up on you, because we haven't seen a couple of these players play in a very long time, such as Mummy, such as Neptune, Coach Shinobi on top of that as well. That is a heavy pedigree of players that actually existed when Valorant first came out, and they actually put up a huge impact in that competitive scene back then.
Yeah, Nerve, Ziff, Ocean have known each other from way back, years even I guess on teams like DSG or Knights Academy. So you love that you find yourselves back on a team in Challengers, hoping to prove yourselves as a unit. And then I look towards some of the personalities that are meshing here. I've been hearing that Ziff is, cool, relaxed, calm, collected. And you got T-Dog, who's yapping away. Yeah. The vocal sofa player, ready to talk trash. I love I might even be biased with this team. I might even go hang out with them because they're actually based in Vegas. So
no caster bias on my desk.
QoR jersey.
We're cutting this off. We're cutting this off. You're banned. Stop this. We're talking about the other team now. Fans, you already started talking about some of these members on Together We're Terrific. And looking at this team, I mean, we're talking about players and challengers that are looking to move up. And this team already had, I wouldn't call it quite a scare, because it's not a scare. It's exciting times if a player is leaving. But they had a player leave right before their season starts, bringing up this one tweet. We have to talk about the departure of Icy here, who, quote, leaves us for a better opportunity. But look, they even put the sad face. Icy's gone, man.
I actually love this tweet, because if you read that second line and it says, quote, tweet unrelated, it was actually an old HLTV tweet from like his his CSGO days where he's like, yeah, Icy has a lot of potential, but makes a lot of mistakes. So it's a nice little banter for Icy, but props to him, right? Icy switched out from CSGO to come into Valorant, and he joined the EG Reserve, made his mark, and basically has had a chance to really play in partnership, maybe potentially under EG, but now rumors has that he has the potential to play it under G2 now at this point, so more power to him. He's gone through the grind, he's done it, and now they have to find a way or a player to replace him, and we thought it was going to be, Nilly Arizona that was going to be able to just fit in as that sixth player for Together We Are Terrific, but they came out with a new fifth.
Yeah, Ken Pecky got on the phone and said, I know a guy. And a guy named Will. Will, our Canadian boy, joins this roster at the last second. Like, signed today. You see the tweet. Oh, by the way, we got Will. And you thought Nilly was stepping up, and I 100% assume you would have the substitute that Nilly, to come in for that. But anyway, Will and Ken Pecky actually know each other from this most recent qualifier. They competed together under the banner of Lucky 7. It was a rough go, but hey, there's some synergy there.
I have to say, my favorite part of this tweet is newest, like emphasis on the ist, and surely it'll be our last, because Proto was actually a part of this roster first before getting picked up. We just got to see him in the last series. He's moving on to some great things. So they already then, all right, we gotta figure out a fit. They figured out a fit. Now Icy's moving on, and so now they have Will in. So there's definitely a lot of shuffling. So coming out of the gate, I'm excited to see individual player performances, but I have to say, as stocked together as a team, I'm definitely looking more at this team as a week 3 potential. If they come out of the gate here, I think this will be really exciting. But this is a lot thrown at them in very little time.
And Will comes in as primarily a duelist player from, quote, a team called Fast Food Workers. So very honest there, but was a duelist player there and also a secondary controller. So I think he could fill out well on this team. And if he is coming in as the duelist, I don't know how he's slotting himself in, if he wants to restructure the team. We don't really know much about who's playing what, but if he does come in as the duelist, as a last second option, that's a lot of pressure to come in and perform, because duelist has to pop off or your team is kind of screwed.
Yeah, that's the big question mark too for this roster. I think very similar to TSM is like, what's the rules for the roster for the compositions? Because Mame also very vocally, or when we saw it when he was playing under Together We're Terrific, the original roster, as well as Envy, he was opting a lot, but on Astra, on Omen, he really wanted to play some Jet. Never had a chance to. You gave that role to somebody else. But with Will coming in, is he going to play the Raze? But he's played a bit of controller too. So who's going to play what? But also, at the end of the day, I noticed that you mentioned that they might be able to pick it up in like round week 3 or so. I unfortunately have to be a little bit harsher, despite me loving these guys. I think they're probably going to be a team that's going to fight for relegation at this point, because it's so new in terms of what they're bringing to the plate. Yes, Shinobi has a great mind to the game, but they have so much to work on, with especially a last-minute sub to come in and play the rest of challengers for Split 1. They're going to have to be on the drawing board every single week and fight some very close games every single week if they want to prove a point here.
Well, hopefully they can prove a doubter on this desk here wrong. At least if we can see, I'm looking for the promise of the team. I'm looking to see what these players can bring to the table. So even if this series, no matter how it falls, if we get to see that potential, I'm going to be happy at the end of the day. But heading into our map picks and bans for this series that we have here ahead of us, we're going to start things off with a nice tropical vacation for us Canadians over here, because you are taking us to Breeze. Breeze is always such a fun map to watch, in my opinion. Just, I don't know, I feel like some teams just really come alive. You get to see those long range shots. It can be fun, even though it can be definitely a little controversial on that take.
I think Breeze is tough on the Cypher players, though. You got to hold it down usually all by yourself at one side, and you're on this island, but so usually help comes your way. And I don't think QoR are going to need much help, because they looked very comfortable on Breeze when it came to their qualifier 1 and 2 run. They're 2-0 on this map, 100% win rate, and very dominant wins against Blinn Esports and Wook's Academy. So I think this pick for QoR makes a lot of sense.
I actually find it quite interesting that they've picked a map like Breeze, because especially when I said like Together We're Terrific, they have to be a team that almost has to pug it out in the first few weeks, because it's so new in terms of this team that they built together, that playing a map like Breeze just allows for you to have a couple of players that could just op you and out diff you in terms of aim. Yes, when it comes down to me downing a little bit in terms of the promise that TWT could bring out here for this challengers, they still have great firepower overall and good ways to play individualistic plays, to be able to win some gunfights and maybe turn those rounds over on your side. At least I love that the map vetoes, they banned out Ascent against QoR, because that was probably the strongest map that QoR had. Exactly. And you know that when it was Ziff, Slow is Cool, and also Ocean on the board here at the helm to try to build out this type of synergy and out of the world Sage composition that they had on Ascent for the longest time and being undefeated for so many maps, you definitely know that they wanted to cook some more stuff up there on Ascent.
I guess the only thing I worry about is maybe like agent flexibility from someone like T-Dog. I mean, they are structured. They know, everybody knows their roles on that team for QoR. And it's just T-Dog plays like Sova 80% of the time. Yeah. And so you pick a map that would favor him. And great agent, very good looking too. And great on Ascent, which you would love to go to, but gonna start on Breeze. And I'm wondering if the Sova main is ever gonna suffer on maps that Sova isn't so great on.
Yeah, I could see that. It has happened though that I've seen some Sova plays on a map like Lotus, where I think even Northwood kind of used that over in the collegiate side to be able to find some good lineups to take control of Rubble with Arrest, maybe use some good recons above the Viper walls, but you got to be quick on those lineups. But again, T-Dog, even though he's very good on a Sova, I wouldn't be surprised if he plays like a Breach or a Sky or something like that for the rest of the team for Lotus as well. So I think they're still in pretty good hands in terms of this agent composition. I almost feel that QoR is a lot more complete in terms of comfort and roles and agent pool that you have for each of these players, especially when you've mentioned here, Jen, that Ocean picked out players that are willing to win and willing to adapt into different types of play styles. So I wouldn't be surprised if they tried different roles or different agents rather to fit still a winning recipe for QoR.
I want to throw a hardball for both of y'all, because Vance was already with his honesty of, looking at this TWT squad, I think they're a team that's going to be fighting for relegation, not to be losing their spot here. When we're looking at this core roster, I mean, we've already talked about the highlights of the team, the players, what we've gotten to see from them through OQs, but this is a really stacked challengers that we have ahead of us. We've already gotten to see some really talented teams. We know the caliber of some of these teams. So whereabouts do we think this team stacks up, not just against this team that Vance is already, this is where I think they lie, but how do we think they fit in the overall scheme of challengers this split?
Well, I'll just rely on what Ocean said, and he said he knows the team. I don't. And Ocean said he doesn't think there's a team they can't beat. I think he alluded to in the interview that when they can focus on their play style, their planning, and they don't have to make crazy adjustments, they think they're strong enough to beat anybody. But their weakness and where inexperience can show is in these panic situations, maybe these 11-11 score lines or overtime, stuff like that. And you gotta not wait for your IGL. You gotta go for the play yourself. That's when inexperience can hurt the team. And so if QoR can instill, or Ocean can instill that confidence in his players to go for those plays, and maybe they don't even have to worry about those stressful situations. If they can stick to their game plan and get ahead early, maybe they don't have to stress themselves out.
Yeah, if anything, for me, I could make it even more simple, and that is you're looking at your group A. There's 6 teams per group. So if you're looking at the top 5 teams make it through, and if you're looking at the group, it's Moistex Shopify, YFP, themselves, Thinking Men, and Oxygen Gaming. So if anything, I feel that QoR could still be 5th and still be good to go along through playoffs against a team like Together We're Terrific. Although, if they lose this series today, though, against Together We're Terrific, then that changes my whole perception of the potential that TWT could already bring off the rip here in week 1.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there's anything in this series that can be changing that perspective, whether it's for the good or the worst here, as we do have our agent select ahead of us for our very first map. So I'm going to send Lemon Silly off to war. I'll catch up with you guys after.
Bye, Van Silly. Have fun at war,
Wait, what did you say bye to me?
Oh, she's sending you to somewhere.
Oh, but Lemon Silly sounds like a very nice, silly, sour thing, right? Like a Sour Patch or something like that.
Yeah, well, Together We Are Terrific. You were talking about, there may be, who knows if they can stay in the top 5. But the name says Together We Are Terrific. It doesn't say Together We Have to Win.
That's true.
Or we are going to,
Facts.
Together We Are Going to Lose. That would be a longer acronym. But
Facts. But yes, indeed, and looking at it so far too, even in terms of the question marks that we had in terms of what they're going to do for roles and whatnot. So you are going to put Will in this permanent Jet role, or at least trying to bring the role of the Jet back instead of trying to play controller when he was trying to grind that tier 2 scene after losing his position as like a raised over 100 Thieves back then. But then Mummy is going to have to play a Cypher, although I'm not against that because we've seen a shift of operators going back to what worked in the past, or what works now, that was tested in the past by forerunners like Mummy, an op on an Omen, an op on an Astra. And speaking of Astra, this is coming out from Pancakes as well. So there's going to be a lot of ruckus going into the executions of Together We're Terrific for retakes and also for site hits that QoR has to be ready for. And they're getting ready for an A site hit to start things off. I mean, they're looking to move this quite quickly because Nerve is already set up to go for a wall, and 4 of them are looking for a Recon Dart punish, quick push up into shops.
Well, Kanpeki was the one who recommended Will and knows his potential. And hey, Jet Duelist, probably one of the easiest roles you could just kind of slot into. Hey guys, I'm smoking, I'm dashing in, follow me. And QoR, well, they're the ones who are actually going in. And they've got the plant down. Kanpeki putting down some suppressing fire through the smoke. Now with cages up, it's the battle through the pyramids, and it's a first pick by Zeldris. And QoR have time on their side. They got the spike planted, they got real estate, and TWT don't know what to do.
And even enough time to set up here on the pulse point before the wall came down. This is big for them.
Okay, Kanpeki, good swing, Mummy, helping out. And QoR only have 2 left, 2 versus 3. It is winnable. Kanpeki is going to get the defuse to half. And, whoa. Looking to God on that one. Good lineups, and Zeldris pops out. Defuse being procced, and Zeldris finishes off in style with 3.
And that is a player we didn't have a chance to speak about yet during the pregame. It's Zeldris, an up-and-comer, potential to make it into partnership, a diamond in the rough pretty much, and put up some great numbers under OR last season, and this time dashing to break the timing off the knife that was thrown in the front, gets forward control, and even clutches in after these skills to get the dash in. Great delays coming out from Kanpeki, and it's a great way here for QoR to start things off, playing lineups on the post plan, not allowing TWT to set up here on their retake, and they're forced on an eco in round number 2.
Okay, Recon Bolt to the right side of the A site, not pinging much. It is going to force that Cypher of Mummy back. And this will be a free plant for QoR. They just got to keep eyes on mid. They've already seen the rotations, and I could even see the pixels. I need a better eye prescription to get kills like that. It's Zeldris putting the kills down. 3, by the way. And QoR are looking fabulous.
Farm them up right now so that Zeldris could potentially get Blade Storm, Izzy, and off on the attack side and really open things up for QoR in round number 4 or 5 here going into this first half. A great push forward coming out on the attack once again. Imitation. It's mirror matched, and what they did on that first round to just bust in towards that A site and get that plant down. And Zeldris, there you go, farming 1 away from an orb, 1 away from Blade Storm on top of that, and can still get another Vandal this time around and a healthy buy going into the next. So that now is going to put QoR in a different type of state of mind in round number 3, it's looking like they're going to default a little bit more to try to see how they could fight. For TWT, potential flash to peek towards the main, but it's only Will with a Vandal. Are they going to try to go for a pick this way? And no, it's just going to be to react behind a knife and then push forward.
I was going to say, it won't work a 3rd time, right, for QoR? Like, they got to change it up. TWT had to stack more on the A site just to try and have this stop. As QoR going through this hallway that has now been cleared up thanks to the most recent patch, or that patch that happened. Now QoR just all the way towards the back. The spike ain't even with them. They're hunting for blood, and they hear Pancakes running about, but I don't think Pancakes, just spotted them at the last second, but there's 2 there, and QoR 2v1 overwhelmed that. And they start throwing some flashes down towards A, and TWT are looking to where those flankers are.
Yeah, and unfortunately there was a great opportunity to time and get a backstab onto TWT on the A defense, but that spike was still down towards the bottom mid. They couldn't react off the first pick that they've gotten. But look at how passively you have to play towards this site now, towards the spawn for the defenders. This still gives a lot of room here for QoR to group up and work together on its A-side split, where it's only Neptune right now working this map. But again, Neptune's Vietnamese. He could
30
pop off.
seconds left.
Right? All right, it's all up to you, Van's Vietnamese brother. But the Cypher,
Spike
man,
down A.
everybody is holding it down. I mean, you stopped a lurker from B. TWT only had one defender on A, and they're able to trade it out in time for rotations to come in. There's only 11 seconds left, and
10
QoR don't even
seconds
have the spike. It's all up to Snarly in a 1 versus 2, and they gotta act quickly, and they can't. That's 3 for Kanpeki.
Anchoring alone on 4 players pinching against him, and he gets 2 on top of that, and it delayed long enough for the rotates to come through. Well done there by Neptune. Of course, like I said, it was jokes aside, he's definitely a player that can really step up to the plate here, has done a great job on this very map. I can remember him casting him when he was in the LCQ with FaZe Clan in 2021, where, you know, that event almost didn't happen. Technically, we had to bring it back online, but that's a different story. But definitely coming back here with fruition, rather, and helping TWT to get that round against QoR's bonus. Although it looks scary to start things off for QoR with the opening pick that they got towards the back of the halls, but they had to really take down the anchor player, Neptune, on that A site when they pinched in on that area.
I wonder if QoR are going to go back to a faster execute, because they made A-site take look real easy. Just dashing in off of Zeldris, who gets like 6 kills within 2 rounds. And TWT just did not know how to retake because they were getting picked off by Zeldris, who was watching the mid-cut. But now that QoR are going more to a default, TWT kind of have a chance to contend with the macro of rotating to each site and where their presence is. So QoR, I guess it's not a timeout, but they have time to talk
Technically,
and think about.
Yeah, usually you can't, but I mean, it's online. Who knows? Who can control that, really,
all right?
But
Telepathically, then. Got the neural link going.
if anything, though, I do agree with you about the aggression coming out from QoR this time around, because we talked about that economy building in the ult going into this round for Zeldris, right? You've lost a gun round, you've lost a bonus, but you could still buy around the rest of QoR. And with the way you've been playing aggressively on that A side from pistol to second round, when you have a much lower buy or the odds are against you, or you have a heavy advantage against your opponents, you're going to go for something aggressive. So he's going to have Blade Storm this time around, and potentially here we're going to look for some way to disable this utility set up by Mame in towards this B site, and have Zeldris hopefully open things up for QoR to take over this B site.
And maybe QoR can try and execute over at B. They haven't really tested those waters. They've only had a lurker there that got dealt with, and QoR were not successful there. But man, this is a quick mid approach. The owl drone there, and Ziv picking off one from the tunnel is big. TWT have to rethink how they progress through that A side. And also QoR have Zeldris, Blade Storm rolling up mid, seeing what's up at B, putting the pressure down, and that is another pick by QoR to stop any flankers from getting through mid.
Ziv with the big brain, the first blood, and then anticipating a second walkout from Halls to get the second kill onto Will. And you talked about QoR or TWT having to reassess a little bit after that first kill. It's QoR doing the same thing. Originally, you wanted to go aggressively towards the B site, but having that first opener and a second one to confirm an open A site, it's easy for you to pivot back towards an A site plant. And even then, potentially, you have an instant save for the last 3 players of TWT.
Well, QoR, spike planted, and look at this long flank from Kanpeki. Hope you got the good branded sneakers on, because your team needs you fast, and they won't see this coming. At least Kanpeki looks like they're cutting noise, so
They can.
will TWT, they
So
taking
hard.
too much time.
It's just so hard to retake a 5-on-3 with no information, especially your camera set up on the B site. Your knife, yes, maybe could get a little bit of information of in the radius of knife of where your opponents could be, but you have to retake a site against at this level with how these players are set up for crossfires. Kanpeki, the best he could do is exit kills, and then now that he gives his position away, he might die from it. Yep.
Oh, you called it. Man.
You know,
3 versus 5. I know, economy, guns, money, whatever. But I really believed in that Viper flank, Kanpeki. I thought you were cooking something cool. But this map is rather large. It takes a lot of time to run around. And if you want to cut noise, it takes even longer. So QoR, pretty much flawless on these A-side takes.
Yeah, might continue this way too. As I've mentioned, when you have stronger weaponry against a lower buy, you're just going back to the pistol round. The dash moving forward for Zeldris, top flat. There's 3 players here. 1 down, 2 down. It's over.
Like that? Zeldris is just that guy. He dashes in, you called out the players, and he said who? I don't see nobody. Only corpses. Make that 3 for Zeldris. Is he smurfing? Zeldris is kind of smurfing this lobby.
I wish he was smurfing my rank games. This guy's awesome. Help me
You'll
out.
have to call him out for the duo queue.
Get me out of Elo hell, Zeldris, please. Slide in my DMs.
Headshot.
I mean, there's not even that much to analyze when QoR get to dash in and kill 3. Even when TWT try to adjust and play more forward at the archway to cut them off, it's QoR just better.
They've tried. They had 3 players out there, and when you looked at round number 1 and 2, I don't think there was a pop flash that followed over the bricks. All they did was throw the recon dart towards the right side of the palm tree, and I even think it was knife actually at the entrance. I could be wrong on that one if I recall correctly, but if not, that pop flash really dominated. Together were terrific on their attempt to try to shut down Zeldris's dash. So well done on that call. A little switch there on the fly, and allows QoR to get a lead by 3. And now they default again. Opportunity though for Together, we are terrific to finally turn around over on their side, turn the map over on their side. They have a knock for Will. They have a pit out already. So an opportunity to really shut it down and start rolling the momentum back in their favor and hopefully closing the gap.
Yeah, that's gonna lock down B pretty good, especially with some extra utility in there. So, I think from the Astra. So, QoR, I mean, they tried to spray through just to see if the Viper would be silly enough to peek. And speaking of silly enough to peek, TWT maybe having more success going through this tunnel. Last time they got double killed by QoR trying to be cheeky. So, they have a one-man advantage.
Like I
TWT, they don't have to really rush.
If you quote-unquote have to pug it out at some point on a map like this and you have what it takes in terms of aim at this level for TWT along this whole roster, then it's okay for you to just aggro and ego want to fight back into the halls and win that one, right? It goes 50-50 at this point who's going to win it from time to time at this level when it comes down to aim duels. So it's nice that they score first blood. This is pivoting QoR into the B site where they might throw a Hunter's Fury if they're able to put him towards the ladder.
Zeldris over top, backhands Kanpeki, deals with the pit, and TWT didn't see this coming. Oh. What an op shot by Will, holding it down at mid. 13 seconds left. QoR need to get this plant going ASAP. That Cypher will do so, and they got to keep their eyes on mid, and TWT keep picking them off. And now Neptune 2. QoR went the route least traveled by and got crunched.
What a round there coming out by Will to start things off. I mean, the play was perfect for QoR. Dash over and actually try to take down Kanpeki. Even if Zeldris died, it gives a ping to know where the opponent is, so you could get a Hunter's Fury kill. Zeldris got the kill instantly, so you could focus the Hunter's Fury elsewhere to get pings elsewhere around the map. Yet, the op kill coming out from Will really foiled the plans that QoR was trying to do on their site take towards B, and then they were able to flood back perfectly. And Will, the first kill that he gets in this game was an important one, and he's going to start steamrolling from here.
Neural theft for Mame, if he can just get one pick. And he's actually anchoring over at the A site instead of B, hoping to push up, get something from looking at mid, pinging something, maybe hearing something at QoR, from QoR at mid. But this spike is traveling. As QoR go back to their default.
They still have great cover everywhere. So far, they're just afraid of a timing up towards Nest, which is why you still have pancakes towards the spawn archway, watching towards the spawn, while Will was repositioning to watch the tunnels. So that part in the middle of the map is still a big question mark in the Nest. And QoR has an opportunity to really flood in this A site because they're playing so passively from B until Mame spots the first. And that might now start initiating the rotate over.
Snarly at 4 HP after getting wall bang there for a second. QoR try to make their way through mid, and they're pushing through mid. They want to crunch on the TWT, but Mame is that anchor that you can depend on, and now he's at the back site waiting for rotations. The spike has been planted, and it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of that defense. And I think Zeldris can pop out and surprise him. But now with the neural theft from TWT, they know where Zeldris is, and that is the threat you got to worry about. But you only have momentary information, and Will comes out on top with the op, and Mame swings for the 3rd kill. And Nerve, can you prevent the defuse? Nope.
That is so nice by Mame. We mentioned how they were thinned out across the map on a defense for Mame and Neptune. Neptune was pushed all the way out towards A main, which kind of left Anthony, Mame, alone here towards this A site. I can call him Anthony. I know him like that, you know. But he was playing alone towards the A site and still is able to get 2 kills, a hat, information for the team, a 3rd kill on 5 HP. And that's why Mame was like one of the top players, at least when VALORANT first came out, and was scouted there by FNS and played under this Together We Are Terrific banner initially before they joined Envy. And Mame, it seems like he's never skipped a beat.
Never skip leg day, because they be running into the site. And QoR, they go back to the tried and true. Dash in, kill, go next. Then what a flash from that KO of Neptune. And it was a 1-to-1 trade. Neural theft this time from the offense. QoR hoping to plant, but now that all the defenders are here, how can you be comfortable? Mame just keeps getting picks for TWT and evening up these numbers in their favor. Now a 3rd one? A 4th one? This back-to-back rounds for Mame absolutely popping off. And QoR are all depending on Zeldris. This
Counting bullets.
1, 2, 3, 4. I can't count this much. Oh, a little dance. A little shimmy. Jiggle peek. But there's 2 there, unfortunate.
Yeah, that was definitely his last dance right there for Zeldris with that last full pod that he had towards the bricks. But yes, you've mentioned it. Highlight reel once again for Mame, playing it from the rail at that point. Even if, so you actually see here from QoR, the way that they're hitting towards the A site, they actually do the pop flash consistently. So my mistake on the first few rounds. So that's how they adapted TWT. They stayed away from the flash. They wanted to flash back against the Viper wall to surprise the opponents of QoR walking into the site, yet Neptune still died. But because Mame is able to do heroic plays like that, they kept the dream alive and tied the game 4-4, which now puts QoR in a position where they don't want to rush anymore towards this A side and continue this forward B mid control where they're able to get at least some sort of pick at the beginning of the round. Even the orb missed there on the top nest, so that could have been very punishing, and thankfully nobody's playing there for TWT.
And QoR just owl drone through B, and there's so many little corners, and there's the whole left side of the wall you gotta take a look at. There's so many places to hide on that site, so QoR didn't get much information. Maybe you know that they're playing at the back site, so trying to see what she can do mid, gets pinged by the Cypher camera, so T-Dog's gonna take a chill pill. And QoR, I mean, have free control of mid. They can cut through anywhere.
And that's how TWT is currently playing, and QoR is reading it, right? They're not putting so many trips in the back of hallways, which allows here this consistent alert coming out towards the A-holes. And also why TWT is consistently playing so passively towards the back of the spawn. So this allows QoR to initiate a little bit more towards the elbow. They broke the camera already, so they have an opportunity to flood this B site.
Why destroyed? 30 seconds left.
Zeldris testing the waters, jumps out, gets fragged by Mame, who so far is fragging out of his mind for DWT in several rounds in a row. If his presence is there, this defense holds on. This QoR didn't want the smoke at B, tried to cross to A, costing them some bodies.
10 seconds
But hey,
left.
they got the crunch, and there's 8 seconds left. 2v2, spike in hand, neural theft by Mame as he tries to spray through the cage.
Last player
And
standing.
QoR don't have time to plant.
All right, they all died at least there for TWT, but there was no time to plant for QoR, where they took too long to try to finally focus to work towards the A side as they went for some sort of pivot towards B, sell a fake, and then run back towards the A side. But no matter where they go, it seems that they have to go head-to-head against Mame every single time. And Mame's always good for that 1-2 that just shuts down any plan that QoR currently has. This guy's on fire so far in the last 3 rounds, and he's really directing the pace right now for TWT, or at least for this game on the first half. So I got to commend Mame right there.
Yeah, he's been holding it down defensively, and I think QoR are starting to figure out how difficult this match actually might be, despite facing so many unknowns. The silver lining for TWT is that they are unknown. There is no tape. You don't know what to expect out of them. And QoR were able to come in and stomp on their A site takes, trying to test those waters. And now that they're getting some difficulties, not always winning their gunfights between Zeldris and Mame, or dealing with that Cypher on site, QoR have to rethink their approach.
They definitely do have to rethink their approach, as they can't really cross the line of scrimmages into these sites anymore ever since TWT got their op out for Will. That said, they still have plenty of money for TWT to buy another op here. So as they shut down one portion of the map with the operator, they're funneling everybody else towards Mame's rifle. So now it's just on QoR. Should we try to find some way to just fight the op instead and just use that opportunity to take over a site from that kill? And it starts off with mid control, and the op is currently watching towards the A halls, where, as I mentioned before, where they don't really place trips in the back there, allowing Ziff to lurk up a lot. They just want to post up a player there to just try to eliminate that lurk early in the round.
Ooh, TWT, though, don't have any eyes on mid, as QoR try to see what's up at B, and it's a good start. You deal with Will, who's been having a hard time having that same impact that Zeldris has had, and with that one-man advantage, QoR gonna send a drone at A and see where is Mame, because that is the real threat. And thinking, well, A looks pretty empty, or they're hidden.
Yeah.
And that's the stress you got to deal with.
And this is the good thing right now, though. They stack 3 players towards the B site, so they're gambling this and playing outside the radius of a null command that Snarly currently has. So if they're actually choosing QoR to split towards this B site with the null command, you still have some deadly trips. They're going to put up this Viper wall where TWT is not going to run with any information into the site. It allows no trips to happen for TWT until this hat comes out. And then, bye-bye, that's strat.
Well, we'll see if the bald buff happens with the neural theft. QoR had already used Owl Drone. Now with the neural theft, they confirm A site is, well, it's not hidden, it's empty. And they can get a free plan. They do so with time to spare. That's good to see. TWT now hope to cross through mid, and QoR have control of it and continue to hold on thanks to that pick from Ziff. And it's a 5 versus 2. Kanteki has to be careful. He wants to conserve that op. But coming to the side is Nerve, who's on the flank. And I don't think he knows. It takes care of that opper. And there's only one left.
They can't save it. They can't save the op. At least hopefully they'll save this Vandal, as you could still have a decent buy on the next round for TWT, despite them losing this round here. But I loved the look here from QoR that they just slowed down the pace, knowing that TWT's been very, very probably momentum shifted after winning those few rounds out from Mame. They actually allowed TWT to continue with the aggression, with the confidence that they had, and immediately punish Will off the peak that he had on the top of the A nest, spotted by 3 guys, and using the neural theft for all the information to really pivot the round back in favor of QoR. So very well done off the timeout here that Ocean called for the team.
Yeah, because QoR had a hard time just getting information, knowing where people are, and then making a decisive move towards either side. When they had mid control, now you have too many options to deal with.
Yeah.
And with kind of Neptune just casually fragging out there at the end when it didn't matter, he is one away from null command. So we'll see if that'll have an impact. QoR already been revealed going through this tunnel, and Neptune is ready. This is a different approach from QoR, moving through mid, but hoping to have a more decisive push this time.
They're just leading up here. They're hoping for another aggressive peak coming out from TWT. But all they want to do is work the extremities here, focusing more on the entrance of the camera to look towards main. Mame's going to break this Owl Drone or stay into Cubby. He's going to stay hidden. So that's a good spot for him right now. He's pretty much at a one and done at this point. Snarly's walking forward. Oh, he just got spotted.
Kind of a panic flick there, and the cage came up just in time. But who's really cage? Oh, there's actually a crack in that cage, so Snarly gets the kill after all. A 5v4. Null command activated, and ooh. Now there's so much space for QoR. They've just dominated everyone they've seen. So this will be an easy plan for B, and I don't think Pancakes or will want to say much about it.
Yeah. One of a rare miss here coming out from the star fragger of Mummy on this first map, as a misplaced cage doesn't allow for him to escape. He already burnt out his 2 cages, and he definitely felt that QoR was pinching in from both angles, and he was trying to at least isolate 1 kill. But he had no support coming up from the ANS. It was a little bit too late to at least go for the trade, and that just allowed Snarly to open things up here. A newcomer for QoR, by the way, who hasn't really had any type of real team experience going into this one. So when Ocean talks about one player or players that he's trying to bring in and coach, I mean, Snarly's probably the best example here, because everybody else that you see here on the right side of your screen has been grinding this tier 2 scene for the longest time, and they've built that experience and are familiar with any type of opponent that they currently have at this level of the VCL. So I'm liking that Snarly is able to shine a little bit more under the guidance and the direction here of Ocean to get those 2 opening kills.
Last round of the half, and we get a timeout from TWT. Now each team has used 1, and wondering, I mean, just the fact that we kind of, I don't know where we really set our expectations at for TWT, since they are just such unknowns. But the fact that they are just going toe-to-toe with a team like QoR, and it makes you wonder how much are our nerves playing a factor in, since there is a lot of inexperience from both sides, that you have a big match like this where every result matters. Yes, it's the top 5 that qualify out of the 6, but you want to also have something to learn from. You want to make a statement in a match like this.
You're definitely seeing right now on the left side of your screen, Mummy is trying to call things out and work out the timeout with Shinobi, most likely, as the coach here that you don't see on the screen with the camera. But I think at this point, it's to try to discuss how they stop this continuous pressure that QoR switched over from rushing the A site to defaulting mid control. And when you're trying to play a little bit more passively and let them scale up, they're actually losing those fights. And then as they lose fights, they're caught on rotates, and everybody's just one-tapping them off different parts of the map here for QoR. So for TWT, will they try to rush up more and take more pressure towards the mid? And from the looks of it, it's more towards this A side and trying to find some off-angle positions, because they don't have rifle, they don't have ops to work with either. They just want to leave until like some sort of, hey, let's just trap the A side and gamble that QoR is going to work and finish on A.
And TWT aren't doing stupid peeks. They're not kind of like looking around mid when they don't hear anything. So QoR like waiting mid for something like that, and Pancakes turns around and sees, okay, we know you guys are walking around mid, and they had their eyes set at the right spot. TWT have a very balanced defense where, yes, they don't have eyes and ears on mid, but they have all their entries covered.
That is such a crucial kill, because look at that kill that you just got from Pancakes and where QoR is rotating through. Right where TWT wants them. Into a trap play, off-angle play, cage and trip on the left side. And you're trying to get something out of Will.
And also out of this pit and the Hunter's Fury in this half. QoR, this is going to be an explosive last round of the half. And it starts out well, able to even things up. And oh, even when when QoR were flashed, Will dashes out and still holds his own. How does he deal with this pressure with a few players on the other side? He got some damage, a little bit of damage into Nerve. And Will has to call for reinforcements. Behind him is Neptune. Will doesn't even need it. Few kills now, but QoR still managed to get the plant down. Will is on the other side of this pyramid, and Nerve doesn't know when he's gonna swing out, and that's the third one from Will.
That is well done as well, not only from Will, but from Neptune to support him, because when they were getting overwhelmed after Mummy dies, those flashes that came in the front of the Viper wall slowed down any aggression that QoR was trying to do towards main, which allowed Will to get that 1v1 against Snarly, drop that KO, and a second flash came through for Will to reposition. After here, look at this flash that comes across the screen. He gets to this position, then gets the kill into Ziff, and allows here It wasted enough time for TWT to rotate over and just win like a 4 versus 2 no matter what, even if Will died. So great way to end off the half, off the timeout that was called out here by Mame and by Shinobi. They tied things up on a 6-6 scoreline and keep things very close. T-Dog has so much Dr. Pepper, by the way, on his screen. Holy hell. I know it's a meme because this is not his bedroom anymore, and he still brought all that Dr. Pepper to the office.
I didn't even notice the pyramid. I was looking at the left side where everybody had, or 2 people had LED kind of signs with their names on it. I thought that was
Somebody
pretty
check
legit.
his sugar level.
See if that gives him the energy, though, for something like this. Now, Core, at least have some presence mid, and Zeldris peeking up like that, catching TWT off guard off pistols, as Will has his opposition on the other side of that wall and wants to see if he's still lurking around. But TWT still leaning towards the B side, but oh, look at Neptune, who's right on the other side of Snarly. And now he's just crossing through this tunnel, looking for action. And this could be a big opening for Neptune if he gets through it. But either way, TWT seem to be coming out on top.
Still a great answer back, though, from Will. So both duelists moving up and sneaking around and getting kills on important players around the map. So a 4-4 and TWT are pivoting towards this A side. The knife actually suppressed 2 players so they could actually cross over without any fear of getting spammed here from that second smoke that came up from Pancakes on the bridge.
Oh, Will, you hear him jumping. Ooh, that shot, and then through the smoke, disappears without a trace. And Core, the retake. Oh, the crunch, the crossfire is there. Wait, T-Dog at least gets 1 for his troubles instead of 0. That's a silver lining, I guess. 3 versus 2 for TWT with the spike planted. Now you know where Nerve is.
Nice
Who,
shot.
I guess knew where you were the whole time, too.
Kanpeki's low.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh my god, Kanpeki can do it 1 versus 1, but time is not on Nerf's side. Kanpeki just has to play their life and says bye. Wasting your
Perfect.
time. Hope you're paid hourly. The fuse starts. Kanpeki prevents it. Massive clutch.
Dude, what a round for both Kanpeki and for Will. Will, at a 4 versus 5 scenario, evens it up on a 4-4 and stays around being a thorn on the side of the rotate of Core. Back towards the halls. I mean, that shot right there, getting a second one onto T-Dog. Yes, he got wall banged, but you called it the whole time. Time. It allows Kanpeki to really just focus on one player and then play the clock on that 1 versus 1 to get that clutch out from Zippo. So well done by TWT to win that pistol where they had no business of winning.
That was looking dire. Get to see what the Outlaw can do. You know how aggressive Core can be sometimes, especially Zeldris. So hungry for kills. Now you have the Outlaw early peek, and T-Dog gets 2. Man, that was a showdown. And that leaves us with a 4 versus 3 on the defense, and now they've really shooken up TWT, who may just open this door and see who's going to answer on the other side, forcing this defense into cover. But with the cage allows Mummy to reposition. TWT just wanted to see what they could get.
Yeah, you saw the idea that TWT was trying to do when they had this side of the defense, right? Having those players in front of the A side to get the surprise kill when you don't get a pop flash to peek, and T-Dog gets 2 kills like that. 3-on-3 on an eco. Take this.
Oof. Zeldris was waiting for Will to come out of A main and didn't win, but T-Dog, taking a little bit of damage from the acid. You hear him stomping. Which side? Oh, the headshot! Ace potential for T-Dog.
30 seconds
Got the recon.
left.
Does this reveal Kanpeki? Well, you heard the shots. And, oh, I thought that was a headshot. But Kanpeki cutting noise. And the ace for T-Dog. He's loud and he's proud.
He didn't get the ace before, but he'll get it now and chug that Dr. Pepper. Get loud there, T-Dog. Known for all the trash talk off these rounds. You can still see him stayed in spawn like he's not even moving right now. He's like standing up, cheering with his team. Look at these shots coming out from this guy. There's a reason why he's so confident with his trash talk, because he has these shots to follow up his trash talk. This guy walks the walk, definitely, when he trash talks. So I love it right now. That breaks the econ coming out from TWT. Momentum's back for Core. They have an opt-out. They have full rifles, and they could snowball these rounds on defense.
This is still so close. Pistols against rifles. As QoR want to take this momentum and run with it. But TWT, together we are terrific, and together we will go down or fight trying. As they open the door, grab the attention of QoR as T-Dog sprays and prays, throws the shock bolt, does damage to TWT, but they fire right back. And this has been a close round. Snarly, good lineup, and win against Will. At least Pancakes was able to pick up a Vandal, so it's not impossible for TWT.
He has a timing.
Caught him throwing, caught him lacking, and it's another gun for it. Oh. Okay, now TWT have guns, and look, they're able to pull this off against Zeldris, who's now going to save the op.
No. He's going to pivot to B.
Oh,
he
okay,
knows
good,
right now
good.
that because Zeldris is towards the A site, that they're going to like, oh, we have an opening. Let's pick a spike and rush towards this B site. And that's where Zeldris is going, trying to catch them on the rotate.
30
Yeah,
seconds
if they're
left.
weak, maybe it is winnable with Zeldris on your team. 1v2, certainly doable.
They'll have no idea.
TWT against pistols, against rifles. Remember, this could be a thrifty for
planted.
TWT. They get the plant.
My God.
Ooh, Pancakes manages to get out before the op. Lasered in. Kanpeki watching mid. Zeldris knows to check this corner. And this is so awkward to do with an op at close range. Slowly but surely finds the body in a 1v1 versus Kanpeki, who's got to just waste time. The spike is planted. The advantage is for TWT. But tap on the spike gets Kanpeki out of hiding, and Zeldris clutches.
What a clutch coming out from Zeldris. It was smart place on both sides. Yeah, buy the energy capsule with that spray on top of that too. We'll get our promotion out for partnership capsules all over the place. But Zippo clutch coming out. Beautiful reads on both ends. I gotta say, putting up that wall and having Pancakes plant wherever he did, so he's not in line of sight of Zeldris' rotate. They were aware of that. They just didn't know how close Zeldris is gonna be. And towards the end, he had a perfect timing, just like Kanpeki did right here, to get this first kill and win this one-on-one. Perfect read of where Kanpeki was going to rotate over for and allow QoR to scatter out of this and continue this lead that they have against CWT, where again, another one of those rounds where he had no business winning.
Get out of my way!
I like just the initial push out of TWT. Just, you know, you had pistols, you lived together, died together, and made that so close. Almost a thrifty. It's so fun.
Lock in sight.
But QoR now lead by 1 round and hope to save their economy, ride that momentum again. And ooh, Will is 30 HP, got the knives, flies like a bird and crashes like a meteor. And QoR fight tooth and nail. 3 versus 3 now, and the spike is down. Neptune recovers it, but they don't want to plant because they don't know where QoR could be coming from, and QoR are taking their time.
Yeah.
And they have the Owl Drone.
They're waiting for the next cycle of fuel to come out here from Kanpeki so they can bring up the wall again, potentially even avoid this Owl Drone. But the knife even pings too, so they can't even bring up the wall. They have to just cut noise and just wait, and hopefully that the defenders don't close in the gap against them.
And Zeldris has the op, so doesn't want to go styling in. It's just gonna hope that they can draw them out, get a sight on them, and what a flash! And Mame picks up the kill.
So smart.
There's only
Last
2
player
left.
standing.
And
30
Zeldris still has
seconds
the
left.
op, and he says, please, someone look at me. I am gonna win this.
Spike planted.
Plant down for TWT. 1 versus 3. Zeldris can't clutch this time, and it's 8-8.
When it comes down to just thinking on the fly and using your util for yourself and working together, it doesn't matter about the macro, it's at the micro at this point. For him to call out the flash from Neptune, to get that pick, and usually at that moment, you're out in the open. He actually already placed the cage on the ground so he could pop it up and escape on time, create some sort of way for his teammates to cross over for a plant, and then allow a 3-on-1 to happen because he picks up another kill. Mummy's freaking insane. I love watching this guy so far on these 2 halves. And now they tie up an 8-8 scoreline where QoR is currently broke. And they're trying to go for an aggressive push towards B main. And the knife spots nobody, so it's a free orb at least for Zeldris to pop knives.
Okay. Knives out. Zeldris trying to be part of that sequel. Oh, traveling deep, and I wonder if Mame hears this. Definitely doesn't know. And the knife
Knows now.
wishes past his head. Mame has the dual knives, left, right, dip, dive, dodge. And Mame doesn't get out alive,
Ate the
but
wrench.
it bought time. It was a distraction. TWT got the play down at A, and this is a heavy flank. Core managed to all coalesce through this mid cut. TWT have a star in place. Kenpeki hoses down 1, and TWT even things up 4-4 apiece with Kenpeki having a pit, but obviously not even near the site to use it, hoping to just catch any other flankers because Core have been all over the place. But Core are not pressing the issue and time is running out.
Yeah.
Zeldris has been spotted and Will is not gonna push his luck, and he does, and he pays for it, but still a round for TWT.
Well done. I still think this was good right now. What they were trying to do is you saw like, hey, why are they leaving the site here towards the A site and going towards the spawn? They wanted to use Zeldris with the Phantom that they picked up to do more econ damage, and as the rest are going to try to escape through the radius of the spike, hopefully it's towards the spawn where they have the Sheriff to work with and do more econ damage. And even then, if TWT escapes from A main, then at least you die from spike, and you don't allow any orbs to get picked up here for TWT, and more ult cycles to come through towards the later rounds, because these are getting into very, very important swing rounds, especially for core, when you're investing so much every single round into an operator. You almost have to be flawless and pristine in the rounds moving forward. If not, you'll see TWT move away with this first map.
Oh, Zeldris. Already been revealed that he's close, and TWT, mad respect, not even gonna touch it. Trying a different angle, though, is you see Pancakes going through that mid-tunnel, not looking to open that door, not looking to test the waters quite yet, but does have some important ears around the A site, and that's something TWT have to balance, is what information can they get traveling through mid. The Cosmic Divide has been used, and the B site trigger has been pulled, and it's all up to Mame and, Ziv and the other to hold it down. And Ziv does a good job of at least taking one with him at 18 HP. He gets rolled over, and TWT will get a plant.
That is so nice. The Cosmic Divide coming out from Pancake, so he rotates at the same time, has a perfect timing to get the backstab there onto the Opera rotating away. That was Zeldris. So with that, it allows here TWT to move into spite, the site, sorry, even get a pit towards spawn and really funnel and not allow core to go for a retake. So they're instantly going to save this operator for the last two players of T-Dog and Snarly and try to use this in the next round. But that was a beautiful execution off maybe the question marks as to why some teams are trying to use an Astra on this map, where it's unorthodox to see a double controller play, usually on a map like Breeze. So well done. It works out for the way they want to play the map. But Snarly misses the shot. It's not looking good. Getting concussed. And getting pushed.
Wait!
Still save the op. No, he didn't save the op.
Wait.
He didn't run over to pick up the op. They lost it. They don't have an op. They have an outlaw. Maybe.
Outlaw.
Marshall now.
Baby op. Budget op.
Yeah.
Marshall. Not as cool, but...
Yeah. Now that's like a pebble gun.
All right, Core. Calling the timeout after that one. TWT definitely starting to pick up some momentum after Core were able to halt the potential thrifty that came out, and it's been up to Zeldris, I feel like, to start clutching and going crazy, but even he's been met by some serious competition by TWT.
He even opens the fridge and then puts the hand to the camera. How much are you getting for this, T-Dog? You're hilarious. I love this guy. I love T-Dog. Sorry, that just threw me off. I have no idea what I have to do in analysis now. I just love T-Dog. That's all I'm going to say.
And his team loves him too. I heard he's like a vocal, really outgoing player, and you need the vibes to be good, especially in situations like this. Hopefully you're getting energized from the soda, because Core, I don't know where their expectations were at least they think they can beat anyone, and I think if you look at a team as like inexperienced and less known as TWT, you should expect to come into this match confident, like you should be winning, and this is Core's map pick, and for this to not to be as close, I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, it comes down to very similar game plans that both teams are doing on defense, right? Just give up middle and try to work towards turtling towards the site and hoping to have good retakes and hoping to catch lurkers around the rotates. With that, solo play towards the back of the site, Zip falls.
Love the fast execute. Kind of one of the quickest ones we've seen out of TWT. Did not let Core have the chance to rotate in position to support that anchoring Cypher.
exactly where
TWT able to use that neural theft from Mame. Know where these rotations could be coming from, mainly revealing Zeldris in mid and the flank from Nerve, who manages to at least preserve their own life and wait for the crunch, but Zeldris is taking care of mid, and the flank from QoR is not working out.
Oh my.
And Nerve gets overwhelmed in a 1v2, can't pull it off, and TWT have crossed their T's, dotted the I's. Great execute.
They had a great timing at least though on trying to pinch towards that B main for QoR, but Nerve has to be so pissed that his stinger bullets were not connecting onto onto Neptune at the bottom of the window. If he actually did get that pick onto Neptune, that would have pulled potentially, I think that was Will towards the elbow to come back and support and go for the trade, which then would allow here this lurker on the elbow to come back and get the kill. And allow here QoR to come back in the retake towards that B side. Nonetheless, though, it was a smaller buy that you had on the defensive side. They almost got something done with it, but unfortunately couldn't capitalize on too much econ damage, which allows here for them to get another op. And with this other op that comes out, they're actually trying to call a timeout for TWT, the last timeout of this map for both of these teams. So TWT are probably trying to run Hail Marys against the operator of Zeldris and making sure here that, as you mentioned, they dot the I's, cross the T's, and just close out this map against their opponent's map pick.
And that's 4 rounds in a row by TWT. I'm surprised they're taking a timeout because I'd want to bring that fire and keep giving it to QoR in that way because that was a great round out of TWT. And now that they're fully warmed up in this map, they're 2 rounds away from winning the map. And I don't know, with all the fans in chat, is this an upset? Is it not?
Well,
I love getting to know the teams, and QoR will have some time to chat as well.
It makes sense that you're calling your timeout right after as well, because QoR called a timeout 2 rounds ago until they went into the half buy. So the timeout that they called was for this very round right here. So TWT is going to continue to stop the momentum off the timeout that was called by Ocean to try to get something done here. And it's fighting towards the halls against a Zeldris glass cannon op to start things off, but it's smoked out and they have to reposition Zeldris.
Now having some eyes over at A. This could be a nice place to push into, and Zeldris is looking at mid and could be
So nice.
picking off Mame, and great first blood by TWT. Now the engines are go, pedal to the metal, jump into the A side, and the only one anchoring this is Nerve, and you can't escape, but you got the support of Zeldris in the back line, and TWT trying to coalesce, and this is tough. 4 versus 3 now for this offense. And Zeldris now will be going on a flank, hoping to challenge Pancakes, playing through A main, and he's stomping away, and this is an important engagement as Zeldris hopes to close in TWT. They are going to manage to get TWT can get the plant down over on the right side of pyramids. They keep their eyes at the backside in mid, and Pancakes holds down the flank. Cosmic divide now from Pancakes to protect themselves from the backside, keep their focus on the mid cuts, and now they're worried. They get forced out by some KO utility, and QoR, man, just could not stop Pancakes in time.
What a big round there by Together We're Terrific. How to play against the operator of Zeldris. They start with the first smoke to actually get him out of position from A halls to look towards A heaven, towards A nest rather. And as he rotates over, that's where the 2 players start lurking up towards the halls. And then when the other smoke comes up, they reposition Zeldris on the other side. But as the smoke dissipates, those 2 guys already got the kill into the back halls again, opening up the A site. And the biggest kill had to come out for Zeldris on that flank onto Pancakes. If it was for that kill, it would have been a QoR round. But that triple kill coming out from Pancakes puts them at map point. So well done there on a full execution from A to Z. 4 Together We're Terrific. What a mouthful to say that name.
That's why I've been sticking to TWT.
Yeah, and I was trying to abbreviate it, but I'm afraid to abbreviate it the wrong way. So I'm just fumbling the whole way to say it. Together We Are Terrific.
Let's not get in more trouble. But T-Dog got the owl drone looking around. TWT free to push up. They got their KO in tunnel looking around.
My eyes are down.
Okay, Ziv might have smelled something over at mid and is keeping his eyes firm over there. TWT slowing things down, 1 round away from taking the map. Dashing in is Will. And he's got the Sova.
Wow.
And I think it got flashed by something. I don't know,
Yeah.
but that Sova got
Tail
locked down.
flash.
Perfect synergy out of TWT, and Nerve picks up 2 with the Guardian. He hopes to anchor once and for all now that Zeldris is back up. You thought you were feeling confident, but Nerve could not hold on to pyramids in time, and it's a long-range duel between Zeldris and
Enemy remaining.
Pancakes. And
Spike
Zeldris
down A.
patient and
30
beautiful
seconds
shots as QoR in a 3 versus 1 need to seal the deal and hope to catch up in the score.
Beautiful anchor by Zeldris and Nerve towards that side, because you mentioned it was a beautiful pop flash to drop the first player at the staircase, and I think it was T-Dog. And he had 2 Guardians just basically holding it down from grab and then in the back of yellow. There you go, T-Dog dying right there. But after Nerve gets these kills in the front and back of the site, allowing Zeldris to really get free kills because everybody's so hyper-focused on Neptune. Sorry, not on Neptune, on Nerve at this point, that it was perfect there for QoR to be able to stay alive in this first map. Change of pace for TWT. They're looking to do something very similar to QoR on their attack side. Instead of a dash, it's a walk-up contact. QoR be ready for this.
Oh, a lot of noise. Dashing in. TWT start off with first blood. Will picking things up after having a quiet start. Now he's loud and he's proud. And it's left with a 3v3 as the dust settles. It's only TWT on the A side, and Kanpeki catches the mid rotations. He still has Snarly to deal with, and Kanpeki with the second one. This round seems assured by TWT, and it's up to Ziff to save this map for QoR. Now around Neptune, spot his elbow and sets up the bait and switch. And TWT take the map.
What a nice, beautiful round this time from TWT. And I apologize. It looks like I wasn't familiar with their game at all. They really came out with a game plan at this point here for TWT. The amount of pop flashes that came out there from Kanpeki to allow Will to get these openings on the attack side has been pivotal here to allow TWT to activate lurks and activate pulse plant positions that worked out perfectly for them in the end.
That was really fun. Like, we got the battle of the jets, one popping off at the start, Will picking things up. It's hard to fit in those shoes of the duelist, and he's doing fantastic. TWT are terrific. It's in the name.
Yep.
They take map number 1. They're on series point. We're gonna throw it to a break. When we get back, we'll have our next one.
Though QoR impressed in their first open qualifier showing, they bowed out after losses to SAD and Thinking Men. However, given the strength of these opponents, QoR's chances looked pretty good heading into Open Qualifier 2, given they could carry over that momentum. And that they did, qualifying with a win over Blinn Esports.
And now we're looking at QoR. One swing, one hit. And that is it. They are your next team making it to the VCL.
The team is full of familiar faces, with the core being made up of former DSG players Nerve and Ziff, as well as Coach Ocean. In addition to this, Zeldris, formerly of OR Esports, takes on the mantle of primary duelist and was absolutely on fire during the team's run to qualification, with some absurd stats in their series against Blinn. It's not all about the firepower though, as QoR has a great foundation as well. Snarly is by far the longest tenured member of the team and has been competing under the banner since its very creation. Then there's T-Dog to round out the 5, most recently known for his stint on Shopify Rebellion's coaching staff, now taking on the role of IGL. The pieces for success are there. Now, it comes down to execution, as QoR will need to be at their absolute peak to beat out the 11 other teams and challengers for a spot in VCT Americas.
face.
Well, even if you weren't quite familiar with their game, you should have been familiar with their names. Together, we're terrific. This isn't a team of newbies. They definitely have the skills out here. Vans are taking the first map. They're taking QoR's map pick off of them. I have to say, for a team that's had a lot of roster issues in, like, the last week, I'm liking how things are shaping up so far.
Yeah, for sure. And again, when we're looking at it, they've won this first map together. We're terrific with a last-minute change, integrating Will into the roster and also losing Icy most recently into the rumored G2 roster. So this means to me, it was written all over the walls that they weren't going to be ready for this one because they probably had to do, role changes if Icy's been playing a little bit more controller roles. If he's going into G2 like as a sentinel role rather. I didn't know what to expect out of this roster, and they were just going to pug it out. But technically, we didn't see any plugging coming out of TWT. They had perfect synergy. They had perfect pop flashes on the call. They had great macros and a plan to work towards that mid side and really just take over the map and get these timings against the operator setup from Zeldris once they got that out. I mean, look at these positions from Pancakes. Look at how they use those smokes to really get him out of position. And there, I called a flash and said it was a Astra stun that went towards the staircase, which allowed to get the opening into the site. These guys were on point on how they were working the map with an Astra in their composition.
And just great communication. You kind of saw a clip from Pancakes where they were just aware of their flank. I don't think QoR really surprised them out in that way, but what surprised me was how good Mame was, who I think we already alluded to just the impact and the importance of a good Cypher on Breeze, and I think Mame really delivered in that role.
Looking at this too, the fact that QoR having more first kills over TWT, but TWT being able to bounce back, I think that also just showcases a good level of team coordination to be able to still come out ahead on this map. So I'm definitely liking what's already shaping up. I was already, Lemon, willing to just say off of this first week that, like, hey, you know what? It doesn't matter because it's been a rough one for y'all. But honestly, there's been so many different step-ups that I think has been really, really impressive. I think Panpeki as well played absolutely out of his mind. He definitely has the pedigree behind him, so
yeah,
not too surprised, but this was so good.
He was definitely like a silent killer here for Together We're Terrific, because when you're actually looking at how we're calling out the game, was all on like Mame's highlight reels that he was getting on defense and Will's opener on how they were doing the attack. but he did such a great job as well, just getting all of these lurks around towards the attack, especially that last round on the 3K that he got there for the team. I got to say, he definitely stepped up to the plate. So overall, when you're looking from A to Z through this roster, Together We're Terrific looks actually quite terrific for this split.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. And I mean, you already alluded to Mame, and I want to talk a little bit more about him because Mame was someone that we saw come out in Challengers last season, first with Turtle Troop and then on to FaZe. And Mame was definitely someone that we did talk about then. And when you have an impactful Cypher on your team, as you said, it can be that difference.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, go ahead, Lemon Q.
She said me. She
did you?
me.
We all just want to talk about Mame here, all right?
Yeah,
So
he's
take the line.
mine. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Mame. Well, Mame was fantastic. I think when you have to solo hold a site, you have to make an important decision. Do you want to leave it and go in and maybe risk them planting, or do you want to try and at least get one for the road, one kill for the road? And I felt like Mame was anchoring really nicely by themselves and bought enough time for reinforcements like Will to come in. And once Will got there, Mame and Will were very consistent at either helping with the retake or even preventing the plant.
And at the end of the day as well for Mame, when I looked at him and I was like, oh, he's playing Cypher, I was like, this is going to handicap him because I always remember him wanting to play a Jet, as I mentioned in the pregame. And at the same time, he's played more controller roles over at Envy. And then most recently, when he was trying to make a comeback in Challengers, he was playing like Viper roles and whatnot. So this is sort of a new role that I see him flourish into. And it shows how deep the agent pool is for Mame. So for a roster in itself for Together We're Terrific, if it has to come down to these moments where there's going to be some patch changes, some agent changes that changes the playstyle or the meta, I think that this is also a roster that could really play different types of roles for to find success and value out of this team.
And I think one lesson that QoR can take from this map is how do you stop the momentum from TWT? Because there's quite a few times like TWT on their defense had a 4-win streak at some point. They had a 5-win streak when TWT went on offense, and it was like, oh, economy was getting out of control. TWT got out of control. TWT almost got a thrifty, which that shouldn't even happen. So QoR got a lot of thinking to do.
They do, especially too. That was their map pick that they lost here, and now they're going to be heading over to Lotus for a next map in the series too. And QoR was this team that we're talking about that we've seen them go through the qualifiers. They were a known quantity. It was a quantity that like, hey, we were kind of excited about this band. So those are the questions. How do they stop that momentum? Where do they have to improve in the second map for us to see this map through?
Yeah, I feel that there's still some flash in the pan for QoR when it comes down to trying to stop the momentum over of TWT. And one of those examples is just T-Dog getting an ace with a sheriff, being able to find those heroic plays. And when you're able to find those moments that hypes up the rest of your team, hopefully you're going to be able to string something out of that coming in here for the rest of the roster to hopefully, snowball a couple of rounds into your favor. But we had some perfect timeout calls coming out of Together We're Terrific towards the end as well. So it really comes down to the chess match of what Ocean could do during these timeouts as well, to use them to fruition so that they could actually really counter what Shinobi has cooked up for TWT at this point. So not only are we seeing surface level high fragging power from both of these teams, there's a huge mind game going between the coaching staff of both QoR and TWT.
And talking back to Ocean's words about this QoR roster in general, you talked about that, hey, this is more inexperienced players, but have this potential. From that first map, how are you thinking that sort of philosophy and shake things up? I won't ask for a definitive answer. It's way too early for a definitive answer, but where is that little seedling in your mind right now?
I think the most important part of your mentality as a player is not how to win or what you do when you win, but it's how you react when you lose and how you move forward from that. I think when you have a lot of younger players that lose to maybe teams they feel like they shouldn't have, like QoR came out and said, there's not a team that we can't beat, and you lose to a team that literally just signed a player today, that's got to hurt the ego. And what are the egos? What are the personalities on a team like QoR? And that's where you look at someone like T-Dog that can maybe bring the vibes out, like you said, Vans, when he got the ace, or you look towards Ocean that says, it doesn't matter if we lose, it matters if we learn. And I hope that QoR do that in that short amount of time, whether it is hopefully implementing that in map 2 or into the next match.
I just have to say real fast, I feel like we're kind of disrespecting the player that they brought in. They signed a player last minute, and I'm so focused on that. It was Will. This is definitely a player that's worth its weight there. So I'm intrigued to see how that's going to be going on in our next series as our agent select is ready for Lotus. So I will catch you two later.
Bye-bye. See you soon. Or not soon. This could be a long one. Without that last map. 13-9. And with how, long Breeze can be sometimes with Lotus, I think it's going to be a lot more action. And you got the T-Dog Sova. That's right back.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, we've seen some Sova play in Collegiate before. There's some good lineups you could do to take control of Tree, to take control of the attack, to run against the amount of utility that could come out from the other side. But this is really a one-off pick, and it's very rare to see this come out. So you'll have to figure out what, QoR has been cooking out with. And I think this bolds out well now. You're going into Lotus. There's a little bit more defaulting. You might do a little bit more mid-round calling this time around too with QoR. And at this point, when we talked about Together We're Terrific on Breeze, even though their macro looked pretty good, even if they had to pug it out, they have the firepower to go against their opponents. But for this time, you have to be a little bit more coordinated in terms of utility to really try to flush out the sites when you're going in for the attack here for Together We're Terrific. So hopefully at this point, with Will going back into a Raze role as well, I want to see if we get to see like some flash in a pan of what the potential of Raze could be here in the hands of Will when he was playing here under this 100 Thieves roster, and if the utility could follow him behind it. If not, again, this could potentially bring us to a third map because QoR probably has some awesome stuff cooked up here with this comp.
Yeah. I personally would prefer the Fade, especially in the hands of Neptune. He did a great job last map because, well, one, Prowlers are less expensive than an Aldrone, and you get two of them. So when it comes to actually getting into the site, Fade may be an easier initiator choice in that regard. And we'll see if that helps TWT, who had flashes of being very fast and executes and being more defaulty and more steady and patient. They had a lot of variations and were able to force QoR to play off of their game, and I wonder if that's what kind of set them back when TWT were able to ride that momentum. So we go to TWT's offense with maybe some Prowlers heading over to C.
Yeah, it'll be a haunt to start things off, potentially to throw towards the mound. But when they don't hear or see any one-ways being thrown, they're just trying to jump spot first. But look at the position you have from QoR. They have a Paranoia potential nade to come out, but they're not really trying to fight out towards the mound area, though. Trying to push him back on the tap of the orb. But Will just picks it up and just leaves. What's going on?
Gonna make it look like they're leaving. They said, peek me.
Yeah, they're probably allowing here for them to move up, and Snarly's going to be the point of contact. Then the Paranoia will come through.
Nerve is ready for it. Oh, Mummy just clean like that. Nerve still holding on to the Paranoia. And the classic right click through the smoke. And that's evening things up 1-1 apiece, opening the door, ditching C, seeing what's up at B. Quick rotations from QoR to already contest that. The Prowler to be a distraction. The Boombot next. Zeldris took some heavy damage. And TWT, now that Viper wall's not in the way, they could see what's up at left. B. And the Paranoia scared off the top site people. Gonna clear out Baby Door, and maybe B site won't be where we're planning.
Wrote the alarm bot as well, so they know there's already an early lurk inside the A site, and Zip gets the pick. Nonetheless, though, TWT are coming in for the defuse, denied by a Nanoswarm.
Hey, not a lot of time, but the plant goes down nonetheless. And this flank from Pancakes picks up one. Oh, you hear a lot of stomping, and you don't want that smoke. Pancakes rejoins the squad, a very painful squad. They are low in health. Pancakes ain't getting no help, and Zip with 3 saves it for QoR.
It started off so well there with how TWT was working that map. The first pick that you had, you talked about a beautiful shot that they landed onto Snarly towards the C site. Did not allow really QoR to go for that trap play with the Paranoia and to swarm out towards the entrance of that C site. Nonetheless, they still got a 1 kill on each side. That said, it came down to the retake play. The lurch was a little bit too preemptive on top of that staircase, which didn't really allow for them to get full closure off the flank on the A site for TWT. So QoR had a stronger retake in the end with these ghosts. Nice anchoring from the top of the A site. So that's a great start to kick things off here for QoR on defense, knowing that, again, if you're looking at the statistical way of the map, how it's played, it's usually more attacker lenient. So starting off with this pistol is huge for QoR with this victory.
Placing
And TWT testing out the waters, getting orb, trying to draw out core to make a hasty decision, maybe peeking at Sandbound. TWT didn't get them to bite on it. So you're going to try that again. This time, I don't think they didn't use a haunt. They're just going to be quiet about it. Not even going to touch the orb quite yet. And this could be Will satcheling in with the Bucky of all things. And no Boombot to kind of lead that way. TWT, Prowler first, Satchel second, Bucky to the face. Does not get the W for Will, but did good damage to Ziff. But damage is not a kill, so QoR, knowing that C site is the focus, have now rallied the troops through mid-cut, through top site. The plant goes down nonetheless.
And that's one of the reasons you like to have a fade in your composition as well, because you could Prowler and then get information and time a perfect paranoia for potentially Will to get some value out of that Bucky. It hurts Ziff, but it still allows QoR to play a player advantage on the retake.
Well, the paranoia was nice, but everyone from TWT was hidden. Now through the smoke, they got to swing together. QoR do a fantastic job of synergizing on that swing to retake the site and get the defuse.
And that's annoying to play a pulse plant on the top of the ramp when you're playing so close to the spike, or you're playing in these obvious spots that simple shock darts coming out from T-Dog could do so much damage against you in the long run. So TWT now have to expect that. It's maybe not every day you get to play against a Sova on the defense, but at least, again, just like the first map, you're learning early here on how the defense is currently being played by QoR, and you have a chance to adapt.
2 rounds for QoR, looking to bounce back. This is TWT's choice of map 2. And QoR, they had a good start last map. It was TWT forcing them off their game that I felt turned the tides at that moment. So another C-Mound look for TWT. But then one-way smoke, that's something they haven't faced yet. Still going to throw the haunt to see if anyone is really pushed up. And now hearing that there was a shot from C-Mound, now TWT going to be more careful in that approach.
And I like that combo because they threw a one-way in front of the C site so that the shot doesn't have to come from somebody swinging out from C main to break the haunt. So they know 100%, just as you called, that somebody's on mounts. They're adding more pressure on that side, which then allows TWT to pivot more towards B and an A lurk. So now you have an opportunity to go for this A BB door to B or just fully hit the A site. But with that, they have a full KJ setup from Ziff back towards the A site, and with a nano swarm to surprise attack behind the tree from Zeldris with his guardian. TWT is walking into a trap.
Yeah, they're lucky they got rubble control, so they didn't give up too much space when they couldn't get sandmount control. So TWT gonna open the door, gonna force the defenders back. You can run, but you can't hide. Ziff down. And TWT on site, tree control, nature is healing, the plant is down, and QoR open to scrounge up through the top site, but look who's already waiting there. Will with 1 HP. At least his life will be worth the information, but they're all coming through Baby Door and shifting over. Pancakes has the paranoia. All 3 are there. It's gonna hit all 3. And man, the crunch from TWT is beautiful. 5-1 now, and T-Dog can't do much.
Beautiful, flawless. Beautiful entry towards that A site, even though it was a trap play that would have been beautiful there for QoR, at least from the utility and playing behind at util. Will still find a way to satchel through and get a kill and survive at 1 HP. And that does not give any chances for Zeldris to really get some good heavy control towards tree, because he's always going to be afraid of somebody backstabbing him from the A site. So QoR did a good job initially to pivot towards the right spot and hold the right angles, but TWT is just too strong on how they brute forced in the A site.
QoR went away from lockdown, so maybe you're trying to fight for that orb. Will be ideal for them. Yep, got the orb, got the lockdown. Now maybe feeling less pressured, so if C site does get planted, we'll see how Snarly deals with the satchel. It can always depend on the lockdown to help them get through this. So TWT establish themselves on C. You see that Snarly didn't even want to try and contest that. Would rather have the safer approach, gonna wait at the mid-cut and get Nerve in position for a paranoia.
This is dangerous right now because they're not really playing inside the site. And they know that there's no KJ util on C, so they're going to play a lockdown. Yet nobody's pushing towards the waterfall to fight against that. It has to be a lurk first. And T-Dog falls.
Oh, it's two-man lurk of the KJ and the Viper. At least one of them gets shut down, so QoR have made this winnable. They got their lockdown going. Pancakes tries to escape from the paranoia from B door. Nerve doesn't get much for their efforts. TWT only have this fade on site. Neptune has to hold it down. Can't turn on the second one, but Mame holds it down at the sand mound. And TWT have bought enough time for this to not be diffusable. So good round by TWT.
Yeah, that was beautiful in the end by TWT, despite them not pushing out towards Waterfall and pushing towards the spawn to try to just catch the rotate over to use the lockdown. What they did was actually just have Pancakes positioned towards the seaside, ready to throw the paranoia. And as he throws the paranoia off the lockdown being thrown, that pushes both players back, which then allows Will to set up a lineup safely to bank off the wall onto the lockdown and destroy, and also get value off the lurk from Kempeki, to really foil QoR's positioning for the retake. So that's very well done. And eco out for QoR, and a stack gamble towards the C site where TWT has been trying to get some control for these orbs at the beginning. They were trying to look for some sort of trap play there because you have so many players close to these ults on this TWT side, but they read incorrectly. TWT focuses on the orbs on the A side, and they should get an open plant. Yet they're still holding it down, though. They're still playing with uncertainty on their end.
Well, at least T-Dog got an orb, so one away from Hunter's Fury. Not too shabby, but it'll be up to Mame to catch these rotations. You hear them stomping. The turret will be bait. Mame has to have trigger discipline. The recon reveals him, so he has to pull the trigger. He gets traded, goes 1-1. And TWT are already planting through A. T-Dog using the drone to see who is around Baby Door, who could be around the tree area, and Rubble. TWT are here to dance, and they don't care about this flank. They want to shut it down. TWT not even needing to approach. They know at a distance they'll win with Vandals. And I guess not. Ziff is just different. And Nerve even gets a shot too. It's 3v2.
Still
Turkey
winnable.
potential for QoR.
Still winnable. Okay, no, at this point, with the clock running down, now that you're playing the time on your end for TWT.
Last player standing.
Shouldn't happen.
One
Oh, I
enemy
got beat
remaining.
down.
Well-
Shouldn't happen. We're fine. We're good now. We're good.
Well, old farming. Then that would have made Kinpeki up one away from Viper's Pit, but now 2 away. Not bad though.
Yeah, and now at this point, though, I love that QoR still did some great damage against TWT on the pulse plan. That's all 5 players falling down when they had pistols to work with only. With a, quad flank that they had towards the A main, and still are able to get all 5 players down for TWT. That's a huge W. And as you mentioned, these ults now all available for TWT, dying from their duels against QoR. They still have, technically on paper right now, a much stronger value in terms of buy and ult economy versus their opponents. And they're leading towards the C side first. Nerve is ready for that. One way is to start things off, working towards that mount again. This time, I don't really see Mummy setting up for a seaside smoke before they go for the haunt. No, they just did it. Boombot instead. There's the haunt. Just got pinged out, and Nerf TP's away. Doesn't TP away. He's not afraid.
Toxin screen down.
Stand and deliver with the sand mound. We'll see though in TWT. You're gonna deliver a showstopper to the dome. Oh, do you check this corner? Check your corners, kids.
I love it.
Really?
No, I don't love it anymore.
You can't choke that. You cannot choke that. Unreal. Will is that guy. TWT. Do not panic under pressure. Still a man advantage for TWT. Now the Nightfall goes down at A. And QoR have to respect that. 4 versus 2.
Enemy remaining.
TWT holding down their flanks, or at least stopping the retake from even getting into position. And it's all up to Ziff, who's decided to save this.
Bot coming back.
Initially, I loved it from QoR. Because Nerf not only TP'd away from Mound and then did a second TP towards Waterfall. So in the point of view of Will, is like, well, he's TP towards Waterfall. I could focus my showstopper on that side. And it was a perfect bait for Zeldris on the top of the boxes to get the kill. But because you have a showstopper dancing around and hopping around, it's so hard to kill models and getting a backstab kill. It's happened to everybody. So Zeldris wanted to make sure that Will would stand still before he gets the kill, and then Will just turns around, sees him, and pops him in the face. That is so unlucky from QoR, because that could have changed the whole momentum of how QoR was going to play that round. And that puts them in a difficult position in terms of economy in round number 6. Even is going to be, or round number 7 rather, that it's not looking good here for QoR on the defense.
But economical, at least for TWT, when you only had to use the Nightfall, you still have Lockdown. I think they still have Viper's Pit, so I think TWT just assessed the site really well. They started all this commotion at C. They even explored the top of site and stopped the rotates from T-Dog from coming in, so TWT were just thinking and acting one step ahead.
Yeah, and you're going to have to play catch-up at this point for QoR, because this timeout now, it's like, okay, well, we could snowball ults for TWT. They're having perfect reads on our defaults. Their aggression is perfect as well. Nothing really seems to be working really for QoR right now when it comes down to like even 5-on-5 situations. So they had to figure something out, especially off that fumble that Zeldris had against Will that breaks their economy. Their swing round is probably going to come around round 8 or 9 that they have to focus on that now.
And just when QoR thought they were starting off the map high with winning pistols, it's now 4 in a row for TWT. And that's a very important timeout to ice them as the hockey. Oh, I don't have to explain hockey terms because you're Canadian, right? So we can ice them.
What is that?
What? Are you serious?
Isn't icing people some sort of like Smirnoff Ice thing?
No.
Oh.
It's when you like halt the, you take a timeout, so when they're on fire you ice them.
Oh.
Well, there's I should know what that type of icing is, but we'll see if TWT. Well, they're powered by soda, so maybe it's fine. TWT lead the charge through A. Open the door. Who's home? Nobody in tree, but the swing from T-Dog. Wow, that shot with the sheriff not bad, but he took a lot of damage in the process. 4v4. TWT established on A, and what's this 2-man flank all the way through the attacker's spawn? Oh man.
And towards the attacker spawn is well done at this point, and they even have a lockdown from Mame. But actually, he's out in the open. He might get caught by Zip here. Oh, not anymore. Timing on that alarm bot, timing on the turret. He could pivot out and play the one-way angle and just keep Zip at bay while the rest could just play inside the pit. This might be too little too late right now for QoR to really start initiating back into the site. They actually satcheled in.
Okay, see if we can disrupt the pit. That was put down by Kanpeki as soon as the plant went down, and Kanpeki continues to live. And there's so much utility and stuff to worry about. Once you're inside of all that green, all you see is red. QoR don't have time to defuse, but hey, maybe they made that expensive.
Yeah, well, that's the second time they make it expensive, but look at the bankroll that you have on that right side, right? You're getting an extra 3,000 for the amount that you got from already in the bank. They're definitely healthy on a buy. They could buy an op on the attack if they want to in the hands of Mame, but they're just going to keep running with the rifles and doing a good job at it, right? What's the point of trying to get an op pick if everything that you're trying to do in terms of scaling as a team works out in your favor in terms of just fundamental traits? Then you'll just keep doing it that way, right? And look at this beautiful utility that was used towards the end to delay and deny the spike defuse. And with that, when you're wasting too much time on the clock, that's GG for you for the round.
Oh, okay. I like this approach out of Zeldris. Usually you don't see QoR as aggressive for that A lobby take. You know, they'll throw some utility, but the satchel into rubble is a cool approach and didn't manage to get net any kills. If anything, that inspired TWT to go the other direction towards C. But if they don't hurry, now that Kanpeki notices that flank, TWT might feel pressed to make a move soon, but this flank is not even gonna worry about QoR. Actually, that flank is rotating through B. TWT have put down the lockdown, so now they feel safer to go for the plant. Will satcheling in, wants to catch them, but gets caught by a paranoia. It might have shot a little too early in that case, and the plant still didn't even go off. I think TWT fumbled the bag there a bit, and it was salvageable when you lost your lurker there, but TWT looked trapped.
The idea was still quite nice there for TWT, but we could maybe hold that thought for now. Okay, until now I could talk about it because Neptune just died with Spike. They were trying to cut noise and hopefully win some battles there, but it becomes a nice little round for QoR. But the idea around that lockdown was to put
Remember,
a
your
one-way
weapon-
smoke out towards the spawn, hoping that the defenders will over-rotate towards that right side of where that one-way would be, where hopefully with the satchels from Will, he'd get a timing and be able to get some sprays and shoot some ankles down and then potentially get a kill. But when the paranoia come out, it was a perfect way for Will to get out of position and then Mummy to try to swing in. But I think they both got hit by the paranoia and they both died in the end. So that's just unfortunate of them not thinking ahead of where Nerve could be on the retake for QoR. And they hold a perfect C. Actually, even denying a plant to go down.
Oh. Well, that was loud. I don't think Zeldris wants to find out who else is there. It throws some paint shells just to slow down. Okay, but I have my game sound really loud. So that scared me.
I thought you were talking about loud. They're in Madrid right now.
Well, I wish I was. But TWT ahead in numbers 4-3. Plant down at B. Retake. The site's already there. TWT have the dance, and there's a showstopper to break it all up. Will at least flushed out that person from Baby Door, and it's all up to T-Dog in a 1 versus 4, and not looking winnable.
Nope. Another save situation for T-Dog, and really the silver lining that I currently have here for QoR is being able to do some econ damage in these post-plant situations where hopefully you're dwindling down the economy good enough so that that one single win that you get currently for QoR will force TWT on a save on the next round, and you salvaged enough here on your defensive side. Remember, we mentioned that it's usually more attacker-sided on a 3-side map like Lotus, and that is a mistake that's going to be costly. So you'll get a freebie right there for how T-Dog got that exit kill. But then again, just think about it here. Losing that weapon right now and look at the buy that you currently have from TWT. If you currently have a win for QoR, this could eventually become a 6-5, 6-6, maybe at the end of the 7-5, 6-6 at the end of the half.
See, TWT is still going to opt to add the op for Will. See what they want to take that. Try and contest a rubble potentially, and we'll see if Zeldris will want to be aggressive. Didn't get anything of satcheling in last time. Gonna take a slower, quieter approach this time. TWT gonna leave that spike behind and see what's going on at B. Teleporting over is pancakes, maybe opening the door, and but you also open yourselves up to getting shot. The pit is at C, so that doesn't become a real option. And that Viper's not gonna put themselves in any perilous position to get shot. So TWT really just trying to force mistakes out of QoR.
Exactly. They're also trying to funnel them towards the A side hit. Like if there was any type of information that lockdown was going down instantly for Ziff, to pivot players back towards the B site when they're going to try to go for a plant. They have a Hunter's Fury on the B site and a showstopper for the retake. So you're trying to funnel them into the range of T-Dog. But TWT, they're reading this. They're just staying outside of that smoke, outside of that hit, and just trying to find the right timing here.
Well, the boom bot off. Man, that's a lot of pressure on Starly, and he's still holding his own. TWT having to face the fire at C. It's not looking fun. They found success at B last time. Why not? Okay, the lockdown is sort of covering B. So 2 sites down. How about A? And who's holding down A right now is T-Dog. Showstopper from Zeldris? Oh, okay, you get a trade. It's actually worth it.
1 for 1, though. They pivot back towards the B site. They have to go for a plant towards B now.
10
Will
seconds
Ziff try to
left.
run out for a hero play? No, they'll let it plant. Retake ensues now for QoR. And they're trying to hold this with an operator on the attack in the hands of Kempeki. This is going to be difficult here for Quad. Oh, no. God damn
And
it.
with only 3 people remaining, it's hard to hold this down. And the double swing from QoR. Well timed. They could have lost that. And TWT get their spike diffused, and QoR start to just take some rounds back because this was getting a little out of hand.
Spike is defused.
I'll leave, that's fine. Nonetheless, though, it comes down to a lot of resources that QoR had to use in that round, though, for that round to happen in their favor. We've mentioned the lockdown, the pit, the showstopper. All 4 ults were actually used in that very round to scratch over a 4th round win thankfully, as we mentioned before, this breaks the economy for TWT where they have a much lower buy, but still something that could be quite potent right now. You still have some great rifles in the hands of Will. They're trying to lean out towards answering back towards an A side rumble push that QoR's been doing very often. And they decide instead to just walk across.
This is a different spot for Zeldris. All right, left, right. Timing. Is it there? Oh, you saw the elbow. Wait, you have the op. You gotta chat it up. Why leave? Oh.
But this spaces gain is huge right now. Because now that you fall back and you're allowed to scale up for TWT towards this A site, this Nightfall could be everything, and realizing that there's only one player towards the A site. So they move in close. There's one close towards the tree. They could use maybe a Prowler look back towards the second side, but instead it's a Nightfall for B, because they have that lurk in the front of the B side for Mame.
Yeah, and you have that T-Dog Sova that thought something was happening at tree, called over Zeldris, but all the action is at B. As you said, the spike has been planted, and you have all 5 alive. And you gotta spread out. You do not want to get pieced up, and Kanpeki catches these rotates, or at least he was trying to, from tree. And now you know quite a few people from QoR coming from the right side of the map, and Will needs to be ready. He takes care of the op, but man, the reinforcements are just too strong out of QoR, and it's only the spade from Neptune that's really close to the spike. There's a flank from Mame coming from behind, and that's where the TWT crunch can be huge.
God.
Neptune with 3. Plays his life well. Spike has been tapped, just has to watch it one last time. No time to defuse. TWT go up by 7.
And doesn't even survive to the spike. What a round there by TWT. We've mentioned a much lower buy they currently have on the attack, and you're able to turn it around when they have perfect line of sight with the operator, and one slight timing mistake. TWT take advantage of that and get a plant on B where they had no business on winning. Look at where Neptune was at. It wasn't even planted for him. All he had to do was dance around, and every single time that he jiggled out, he had a 1v1 at that point. Heroic plays by Neptune. They have 7 rounds on the board, and look at their fragging department. 9, 7, 7, 6, and 5. How do you have 7 rounds? Well, on the other side, it looks like it should be one-sided because Ziff and Nerve are at 15 and 13. It looks like they were supposed to have a much stronger hold on a defense for QoR, yet, despite having lower fragging capabilities and it's distributed evenly for TWT, it just shows that they're able to just work the map and get the kills where they need to and win those one-on-ones and just have perfect post plants and clutches.
And this is match point for TWT, as in a series point, I should say, and they're ahead. And if you're QoR, you came into Challengers together as a team. I mean, even some of them are playing on LAN together, actually.
Yeah.
And this is a big wake-up call, I think, for QoR. Just the level of competition, even from people that don't have the longest of resumes, are still... It's about how you play on the day and who's most composed and who can clutch up when it matters. And right now, it's TWT. Now, after that timeout, you get to think about
cover going out.
How is this A lobby take gonna go?
And it's also definitely a wake-up call for me, too, to see that even TWT, that looks like a rookie roster, is still looking quite good in terms of macro that they have in the game, and a wake-up call for me to say their acronym correctly.
TWT will teach you. Not only that, but also some VALORANT. Because this is a slow push for TWT. One person on the other side of that door wants to say hello, and it's somebody with an Odin. Snarly, here's one thing, and my headset's about to get so loud.
This is
that
so
Odin's
good.
gonna go burr.
Yeah, they're spraying off the tap of an orb, and at the same time, different position that you have for QoR. They're moved all the way up towards the C side, something that they haven't really done. This allows for you to spray across through the door as well as being tapped, get a bit of damage, and you funnel it towards B and C where they have judges to work with. So will that be the game plan right now for TWT? Instead, it's a paranoia, and they're fighting against the Odin. They don't check it!
What? Check your corners! Oh, man. That's okay, though. I don't know how okay it is. That Odin did do a good amount of damage, especially in the pancakes, and you cannot afford to lose them. T-Dog with the judge. I'm gonna flame Van Silly. If this works, it didn't. It did not.
It was supposed to, and somehow just a movement coming out from Kenpeki didn't allow T-Dot to get the kills, but at least Nerve was there to trade it out. There's only Pancakes left, and he's gonna have to clutch with 13 seconds left to run and force the plant. Door opens up, he's able to make it out and at least get the plant for spawn.
Hey. Oh, who's rolling up? Is somebody with a pistol and just... Yeah, Pancakes just get sneezed on. And that's a easy defuse for QoR.
Yeah, and you still ended up having a 7-5 scoreline. So despite this looking pretty one-sided for TWT on how they were working the map on the macro, these last-second pivots, these last-second duels that are finally winning, that were finally being won on the favor of QoR, allows for them to have a pretty decent finish at the end of the day. When they were 5 rounds in a row, that was won from round number 3 to 7 right there for TWT, it looked like it was going to be GG at that point. The QoR definitely has a chance right now on the second half to show what they have on the attack side to close it out.
All right, Pistols was won by QoR last time. And that's where the IGLing has really paid off there, but then TWT take bonus and kind of start running away with it, so QoR need to have a good handle on this half. And on offense, the play calling has to be perfect. And we'll see how they approach the C site. Thought that Omen was going to throw a smoke down, but no, QoR are stomping away. They don't care if you know that they're C.
Yeah, the recon was already a call that they were adding that pressure there towards that C mount and making sure nobody's behind that area and get a free board, but they're cutting noise and trying to re-hit this. But it's a paranoia, door open.
Okay, Neptune with 2, looking for more. That sand mound's pretty sturdy. We'll see if it helps Kenpeki hold any further pushes from QoR, and turns out you don't even need to plant, just need to get kills. TWT, the defense is looking good. They got eyes on Spike. Snarly cutting noise. This is a tough 1v3 to pull off. Snarly, it's their turn to shine. Mummy's in the corner, and Kenpeki will get eyes first. Oh, peekaboo.
Easy one, especially off the trap play that you have. Door opens up, and you have the power of numbers and the amount of trades, and you have some great firing power again, as I mentioned before, coming out of TWT. So they're able to win a very strong pistol, and that was an opportunity right there for QoR to really step it up and bring it back, at least tie up the game if they're able to win pistol and convert that second round. I've seen some moments, though, where QoR could pull magic out of a hat in a shorter round that they have, being Chico's that they're working with in round number 2 of the second half. Hopefully T-Dot, they can get some stuff going here with the Sheriff. Leaning towards that C-side control once again, trying to sell this fake, bait it out so that you pull or rotate there, and 3 players are trying to catch some players on the A side of TWT, trying to push out. But nobody's there to be found.
It works out. I mean, it pulled the rotation out of Mame to start leaving the A site, but now just readjusts. Now that C site got a lot more quiet. Really don't know what QoR is up to if you're TWT. But holding firm on the position. Mame gets smoked out. May even swing out of it depending on the timing. Could pick up a kill. And that is Kenpeki with a huge double and a snake bite at tree to stop any follow-up. And it's a 2 versus 4, and Mame gets taken out. 2 from Neptune to save the round, and TWT go up 9-5.
For Snarly to get a 3rd kill like that, moving up on the rope, I'm going to have to commend him for a pretty good Sheriff round that he brought up here in that round number 14. Nonetheless, though, it's still a victory for TWT, converting the first round to a second one, losing 3 players in the process, but some of them didn't have too strong of a buy, which then allows for TWT to still have a very strong bonus round on their defense. Now here comes the call. They still have a Vandal in hand. Do they want to go for some sort of trap play? It seems to be some heavy control towards A. Could Paranoia or one-way smoke go for Season 8 if there's pressure out towards the A side? But as it stays very quiet, they could just lurk up and now pivot some players back towards B and C. Snarly has to come huge. Walks on the out in the open. Just got sneezed.
The Shiggle B kind of baited him out, and you hate running out blind like that. Snarly got taken out. Zeldris doing what they can. They're traded. It's a bloodbath for C. QoR entered, though, with Spike in hand, and Mame ready at Waterfall with fellow Omen. And there's no Paranoia, but smokes galore. And exploring here at the top, catching them off guard is Nerve. And Paranoia is out. Mummy trying to dodge, but it's a good turn from Nerve and the backup from Ziff to clear all 3 players trying for the retake from TWT. Pancakes is left and a 1 versus 3 with some damage into Nerve. It's not impossible, but it can't be done.
And salvaging 3 guns in the end in your gun round for core, you'll take it. Especially on the unfortunate mishap of Snarly coming out of the A main. Because he actually had 2 players dead to rights when he was looking up towards the jump up and towards Rubble, where the Fade actually had utility in her hands and unfortunately couldn't react fast enough to try to get the pick because he was about to use util himself. So that said, him dying gave a call there for core to just swarm towards the C site, run those fundies for trades, and win that round. So they still managed to come out with a very strong buy this time around for a core. While for TWT, of course, it's a gun round on their side. Recon Dart get, once again, mound information. Thing on both. Aggression coming out.
Oh yeah, that was pain shells from the offense. So that pushed Will deeper into sight. Now the smoke may slow this down, and Zeldris doesn't have satchels to make an explosive entry into C. TWT have their Fade already rotated at the waterfall cut, so TWT were ready for a C push. Now things have quieted down. Core going somewhere else.
Yeah. And now you see the value as well of having a Sova in your composition. Shock darts raining in towards that C site to break any type of util there. They might use it to entry towards the A site this time around as the Aldril and clear Rubble. So still a great kit to allow some mid-spacing, some mid-scaling to be done on the attack side. With Baby Door being closed at this point, there is that Shock Dart. It doesn't break the alarm bot, but at least it breaks the Nanoswarm that allows for them to still split towards A if they want to. 2 players are still leaning towards B. They'll break Baby Door for a plant on the B site.
Yeah, they draw the attention towards A. Now it's a dance towards B. 30 seconds left. As you heard, the play goes down on its first blood for Core's offense. Now getting kind of split up by the paint shells coming from top on this high ground. Is Neptune hoping to coalesce with Will and Pancakes coming from different corners. And Core starting to get crunched. And they just need to play their lives. Or ideally take away the ones from the other team. It works out for Zeldris, T-Dog, Snarly. Defending this spike. And it's a team ace for Core.
Well done there for Core on the pulse plan. And you saw there was like a stalemate going on between both Vipers in the end. From Snarly and from Kempeki. One holding towards the staircase, the other one at the door, anticipating that there's somebody playing towards the Rubble. At this time, with everybody just hesitating on getting their battles on those extremities from the flanks on C and the flanks on A, it just makes it very difficult for TWT to really flood back in the site, and they've lost time. They lost control of time to try to retake the site. And now they lose the round. They're on an eco, which seems to be the case. So a call out is coming through here for Together We're Terrific. So they can lean towards round number 18. By what? The Sentinels bundle?
That's literally what T-Dog just showed on a sign.
Nice.
Hashtag ad. You got Zeldris praying?
Yeah.
Question mark?
If anything, you mentioned Zeldris, but as we talk about Sentinels, I got to say Zelsis instead, man. This guy's been on point in terms of marketing these capsules for the Sentinels team. We're talking about Sentinels and a VCL right now. That's pretty crazy. But they've definitely done a good job to add the pulse into what they have in their capsules. That said, though, timeout is done. TWT trying to rehash and rework their defensive side because it's not necessarily slipping away from them, but Core are doing a lot of these pivots around the A to C side. TWT maybe has to start focusing on working towards that Rubble, or maybe just pushing on extremities on both sides.
All right, Core. Knock, knock. Who's there? Nobody on Sand Mound. A lot of stomping. Many people stomping. Hunter's Fury. Oh, paranoia timing from TWT. Denies the orb and the spike carrier. Got killed, but a responding paint shell from Zeldris right at the entry stops maybe a deadly follow-up from the defense of TWT. And now you have a 4 versus 4, but Ziff is so low, and Neptune is dancing around some very sturdy sand. And the Sheriffs ain't doing too bad from the TWT side. And Core only left with 2. At least they regained control of the spike, but this is an awkward round.
Zeldris has a showstopper, so you're hoping that he's going to be able to get 1 kill and come out of it unscathed, or at least takes 2. for his troubles to allow Ziff to maybe get a clutch, because this contact play is not going to work. They hear this turret around the corner. They know that the KJ is somewhere, but the KJ is actually towards B. Showstopper then comes out. Allow at least for a plant to come down. I mean, you got to get that spike to somebody else here to plant, because you got a showstopper in your hands. He's like, screw it. I'm just going to plant.
30 seconds left.
Space
Spike
created.
planted.
Oh, you heard that loud, slow door. At least one person is there. What do they expect two? Pancakes taken out from that flank. And QoR just holding it down on the site. TWT trying to split up their forces. Using the boom bot as a distraction. Will exposes themselves, and Mame, how are they trying to synergize? They're going all the way to the top. Mame, this is taking a lot of time, and you have a Bucky. Ziff just needs to be sneezed on, and this could work out. Mame picks up the kill, obviously, but is there really any time to defuse? Zeldris has to just prevent this from happening, and it's a W for Zeldris.
What a save in the end there for Zeldris and for QoR. A 2 versus 4. A simple trap play with an orb on the Prowler Paranoia to allow TWT to get such a stronghold on that mount, dropping guns, and the nerve of Zip to push towards Waterfall at 5 HP to win a crucial fight towards Waterfall, to then allow Zeldris to win that clutch on a 1v2 on that Zippo clutch, just because Ziff was able to run that clock down from that kill they had on Waterfall. That is big balls. And for a team right now, for QoR, you mentioned them being new, to still win rounds like that is showing a lot of promise.
And we're showing a lot of util for Rebel control. It is won by QoR. His first blood to Zeldris. Feeling the fire for his team. Maybe helping him get orb control, but now that baby door is open, there's a looming threat of TWT from the mid site, and QoR don't want to trap themselves. On the other side of tree is Will. Sea-Dog is just going to see how close could that door player be playing, and got smoked off, so not sure how much intel the Owl Drone really got. Meanwhile, you have a Viper's Pit at C. One option down. Tried to check the corner. Picked the wrong one. 2-piece by Mame. But you shred down the forces of QoR down to 3. A one-man advantage. Plant goes down for B. But the retake around the corner. Pecky is there, but has to wait from Will to come all the way from the A site. He has to play slow.
2 nanoswarms set 2 on a pulse plan, and Shock Dart probably to come through window or a bounce in from main. They're in a good spot here for QoR on the pulse plan at the advantage that they have.
The defenders on site, but they're about to get surrounded and conquered if they're not careful, but they try to bite back against QoR, who still are picking them apart thanks to the snake bite there from Snarly, and taking too much time out of TWT to get it done. So a big win from QoR to even things up.
And again, we cycle through the econ where TWT has to play another eco. And so far in these ecos, they've done 2 trap plays towards the seaside. Is QoR going to be stubborn and say, let's try it again and tap at the right moment and stay away in terms of distance from the Paranoia to actually just get those players flooding out? Or will they just try to pivot towards the A side? It seems to be the latter. 3 players moving on that side. Still have those 2 same players moving in towards Mound, though. They want to make sure if they could read a perfect trap on that seaside attempt. Prowler coming out from A instead.
Yeah, TWT would ideally like to get close to this A lobby. A drone's about to come out, kiss lips with, I guess, the boom bot, but QoR at least know that there's a raise over here somewhere. And I don't know if you really want to mess with Will. Not today. It's a quick transition from QoR satcheling in. Overwhelming Pecky on contact. Zeldris with 2. Clean turn. And that will mean a plant for QoR. But the immediate retake is coming through the top site here with Pancakes. Not having Paranoia, but having shots. No, not the aim to help out. And Will wasn't there. And he just gets pieced up by Snarly. Wasn't expecting him around the corner. And Neptune in a 1v5, just hoping to catch some strays. Here and Snarly stomp by, and nope, can't get that done either.
That was a gnarly shot by Snarly, but I love here and under that pressure to give that spike over to Zeldris to plant so they have a showstopper to work with. Keep that in the back pocket as we're looming towards the later rounds here of this series, of this map, where you finally have QoR taking a lead into this one in the position, in the push that they have on the attack now for QoR on the post plan to just fight against the Sheriffs. They want to move in right now with full confidence. They're going to do so towards the B side in round number 20.
5 rounds in a row, too, by QoR. Oh, showstopper right through mid. The turret is harassing him. Zeldris doesn't really care. Took some unnecessary damage either way. Tries to place the boom bot down. Snarly picks up a kill on Pancakes before he could take out his teammate. And QoR, oh, that pain shells kind of hurts. But a flank goes down nonetheless. Paranoia, true baby door, and a pit through the top of the site to cover the spike.
Yeah, and because they put this pit towards the spawn, if this lockdown's being used by Mame, they could still play towards the spawn where they're holding outside of the radius of the ult. And therefore, there's nobody actually flanking from the spawn side from TWT. So they're in a strong spot here for the retake. Or for the pulse.
I was wondering if this lockdown was going to be used, and now it's gets responded to by Ziff's lockdown. Now both get neutralized. This was a big turning round for both teams with 6 ults being online. And who's coming out on top right now is QoR, at least not in the numbers, but because the spike's about to go off, Will is going to try to get it halfway. He is hit by the pit, but TWT, they deny it! Or QoR denied the defuse, and QoR go up more rounds.
That is an insane round to try to follow what the hell was going on because of the amount of ults that came through. And at the same time as we're placing down the ults, everybody's getting run down to just break the lockdown that was set on the pulse plan from Ziff. Therefore, allowing the pit to stay up, allowing the shock darts to get good value out of T-Dog because you have people decaying going into the spike. Deniability off the snake bite 2 to not allow anybody to get it at halfway. So despite losing numbers, they still had time on their side for QoR. Taking the lead by 2 now, fighting towards the mound, getting an opening kill. And they're running away now with this map.
TWT need to turn this around. This is so tough. 6 rounds now. All the fire, all the wind is in the sails of QoR. And TWT are missing a defender, but that was Will just being cheeky. This is fine. QoR approaching now C. And look, TWT are just leaving.
They're okay with it. They're gambling that. They're doing the same type of pivot towards C to A. They want to gamble some damage being done towards the A site, and if it doesn't work out, maybe even save this Phantom and trying to get value off exits for the ones that are lower. So they have to play it safe. At this point, you're going to have to try to play for the tie. Or continue to snowball the economy too. That's crazy.
Yeah. And Pancakes has teleport, but do you want to invest into this round? You could go to the attacker's spawn and do something fun, but I think what's not fun right now is hearing the spike take down, and TWT haven't even tried to swing on the site yet, and Nerve wants to collect. Okay, utility thrown in his face, and still QoR come out on top. And Mame didn't even want to be part of that party. He's not even going to try, but hopes to get some exit frags. Hearing all this celebration going on, and I thought he was going to be able to catch Zeldris there.
Mame wants to use the money spray. Hey man, he's an ex-Wall Street guy, so he knows what it's like to build the stacks. But definitely not building the stacks in terms of the win column currently for TWT on their defensive half. I mean, they've won pistol, they've won anti-eco, and have lost every single round since. 7 in a row for QoR to close out the map. The buy is still good here for TWT, and they have a showstopper to try to keep the dream alive. And if there's heavy pressure coming out towards this A side, I think right now for QoR, they're trying to bait out the showstopper if they can. Or just kill it. Or just kill it.
Man,
or
Nerve.
just kill it.
Nice double kill. Not looking good for TWT. And Will had paint shells and didn't want to maybe pressure that corner in front of Rubble there. And I think TWT are maybe just more focusing on map 3 at this point. This is now 5 versus 2 with QoR paving down the roads that they travel on. TWT rely on Mummy. It's about to be all
Spike
wrapped up
planted.
pretty soon. At least picks up one. Now Paranoia that he dodges, sees Nerve on the other side and dancing away. Core. And they've just been playing their lives when they have the spike planted so well. And Mummy picks up a second, now down to 6 HP, but 3 more people to go. And you just gotta go for it. It's match point for Core. Mummy's got knives out. Procs the Killjoy utility. And Core just sending everything at him.
Attackers
And
win.
Core will take map number 2 to send us to the decider.
Well, a great way you can say, look at T-Dog. He's pumped up. He's pumped up. Everybody's turning around. Everybody's landing so far. They got the momentum back, the win their sails to try to say, hey, we got this on Bind. It was tough when they had to really go against the aim duels that together were terrific, built out there on that first map, but closing the way that they did on the second half to win as many rounds as they did on the attack, since getting their gun round in check, that's looking pretty good for the momentum for the third map.
Yeah, isn't that funny that TWT won Breeze, which was Core's pick, and then Core won Lotus, which was TWT's pick, and we're in opposite day, but we got one more map left to go, everybody, before the end of the day, before we decide our big winner. But first, we have to throw to a break, so we'll see you after this.
Well, there it is, friends. Anyone who wanted a little bit more Valorant for the night, if you were wishing on that lucky star, well, you get one more map, fans. You get one more map. That's going to be a core win. Congratulations. You won the prize. I have to say, though, I was excited for the potential of the teams coming out of Breeze. I don't know if I can say the same after Lotus. I think this is a lot more on par with what I kind of expected for the day. Teams kind of shaking off a little bit of that rust, trying to get into the groove. And Vans, I think that we got to see that a little bit more here on display here at Lotus.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was much more polished in the end of how these two teams played against each other on Lotus, and I love the fights that we have back and forth. But when it comes down to trying to work what they currently have for QoR on the attack, they definitely look more prepared to play against this more methodical composition that is also pretty much meta at this point here that TWT has pulled out. So they knew ways of how to counteract it. They pivot around the map very, very well. And that's why we saw the results of so many rounds on the attack that they've gone on their side.
And Zeldris had a prayer at one of the timeouts, one of the many ones we got, and it worked out.
What did he need, though?
Stomped through.
Why did they need the prayer? Because they had so many rounds won in a row anyways. They were owning on attack.
Yeah, I can't remember what timeout he started praying, but yeah, that second half was all QoR. Really
worked.
insane.
Even the self-satchel, oh man. Just shake it off, you know? You just gotta reset after that one. The prayers worked. We got a map 3 here. But hey, we did get to see a couple of great things coming out. We got to see some step up kills. We got to see some of the fragging potential that QoR has here that we didn't necessarily get to see as much of here in that first map there, Lemon.
Yeah, QoR, I think, got to a point where they just could not be stopped. I actually thought this was going a 2-0 direction the way the first half started. I think it was, 5-2? Like, TWT kind of brought that map 1 Breeze momentum, and I'm like, man, are QoR gonna figure it out? And as soon as that first QoR timeout happened, that's when they started taking rounds. And then, QoR didn't win the second pistol, but it didn't matter because they took the bonus in every round after that.
Yeah, if anything, towards the end, when you're looking at this scoreboard, and that's what's not being shown too, is the amount of first kills for all 10 players in the server was pretty spread across the board. So when it came down to teams trying to fight for extremity control on both ends on the defense, you saw those trades, those trap plays that really worked out in their favor, at least for TWT to start things off. But then after that, when you start understanding these fade, paranoia, trap plays that you're trying to do, then it seems as QoR really figured it out and really worked their attack in their favor.
I mean, when you're looking at QoR, they definitely have more reps together. They played through the qualifiers together. They unfortunately fell a little short the first time around, got to go again for the second open qualifier. So get to see a little bit more of that reps coming under their, kind of showing up here big for them once we get into those situations. But now I have to see just how things will be shaking up. I do like that we got to see, as I said, players step up. We didn't necessarily see the most from the duelist this time around, but we got to see Nerve and we got to see Ziff. And hey, they were putting up all the numbers that were kind of needed on the side of QoR Gaming here, Vans. This was definitely looking good.
Yeah, and it came down to pulse plant util that we're currently using too in the situations that you had on the attack. From both Nerf and Ziff, it looked pretty good in the end. I mean, oh my God, they're phantom players. It's almost like listening to
that player,
or like plat chats. The streets are talking, and we know now who's who and who's playing well. But no, definitely jokes aside, despite them, winning this one for QoR Gaming, they definitely stepped up and really helped the team in terms of working out that map. Beautiful paranoias coming out from Nerve to allow really QoR to get some good map control in these post-plant situations. So, I mean, it speaks for itself at this point. And if this continues on now for the third map on Bind, I'd be kind of scared now. Being Together We're Terrific. QoR has a beautiful coaching staff behind, and they can really figure out the game plan as well of what Shinobi's currently cooking with Together We're Terrific. So we'll have to see when Bind comes through.
Yeah, and just looking at Nerve's stats, he's the guy that would kind of make or break the round, as sometimes would solo hold on the Viper and would have to play his life if he would play in the pit. Yes, he might have a higher amount of deaths, but really the amount of deaths and being able to output as much positive stats tells me he's going for the plays and he's going for something to put his team on a leg up. And that really helped QoR to go for more risks. Yes, it didn't always pay off, but you saw how that translated to Nerve having such a huge impact that last map.
Looking ahead now to Bind in the series, I definitely am curious with what we're going to see coming out from the teams here, because as it stands in the series, both teams dropped their map pick to the other team, and we've gotten to see some highlights and lowlights coming out from both of these teams. And I feel like too, if it's going to be whatever team can make sure they have it together going into this next game, and even just with the recency bias of, hey, QoR just won that map, they just had 2 people frag out near the end of their bans, things kind of just look better in their favor despite that veterancy that over on the opposing end that TWT do have. They have these players that have this experience. They have the players that could bounce back, but just will they?
I'm definitely looking forward to see what type of competition we're going to have coming out of TWT, because again, we don't have any record of what really they were playing in the past. And when it comes down to how Mummy was currently playing on that first map of Breeze as a Cypher, I would not be surprised if we see a Cypher again on Bind. On the other end, though, for QoR, they played a Chamber, if I'm not mistaken, in the last 2 games when they went through, and everything else is pretty much standardized when it comes down to the rest of the agent composition. Double controller, and I think 1 duelist going on with that, with maybe a Sky. So it's a little bit old school of how you kind of played. I think Loud was the one that initiated this composition going through on Bind with this Chamber, but maybe Snarly could get some positive aspect out of this Chamber in the comp.
I know you're looking for the Chamber. I know you're looking for the Chamber. We'll have to see if we get the Chamber, though, because our agent select is ready. We have map 3 on the horizon. We'll have to see who can come out top in this series.
It all comes... You're waving goodbye like we're going.
Yeah,
we're
I'm
going
into the game,
to the decider.
Bye, Mom. Bye, Sierra. I'm going into the game to cast now. Bye.
Bye-bye. And we'll see how excited we are, because Bind, yes, was very successful for QoR in the qualifier, but against teams that they should be beating, like Resonate, Mad Science, Thinking Men. They had a pretty worrying result against Sad Esports, who was also in Challengers, losing that 4-13, which... yes, was their first play on that, and they've since shifted towards the double duelist, as you've mentioned, and we'll see if that success will follow.
Well, this time we have a brand new composition coming out from both of these teams, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. I love that we have the Gecko on both sides, but for QoR Gaming, with this composition in itself, they have great ways to stall here on the defense if Together We're Terrific are too slow to work towards this A side, because you got Pain Shells, pretty much quad mollies from the Brimstone, the Viper, and the Gecko to stall that side. And once they take the attack, I feel that there's going to be a bombardment of utilities off the orbital strike to hit towards B as well, because that, with all that utility, covers so much of that space towards that B site that Together We Are Terrific have to anticipate and maybe fight against that when they see an orbital strike off and ready here for Nerve on the attack. But that will have to be 12 rounds later. TWT are the ones starting off on the attack first, and with their composition going back into the Astra with Pancakes, double controller on their side, they've had some good results out of it when we saw it on Breeze, right? This is almost like the Breeze controller side that they have, and Pancakes definitely knows where to place the stars, and so far it's potentially to work and help TWT on an A site lead.
With the double controller, that's where I'm excited to see someone like Ziff on the Reyna. You could leer past that. But Ziff has barely any time recorded on Reyna, at least in the last couple of months. So this is a new look for Ziff.
Dizzy's up. Dizzy's down.
But we'll see how they coordinate off of the leer, off of the Gecko flashes. And now it's the entry from TWT onto the A site, making a lot of noise and keeping Pancakes looking over at B, ready to teleport at a moment's notice. QoR definitely gonna respect that. No kills coming in, gonna try for the plant, see who emerges, and it's Zeltrus and Snarly pinning TWT against the wall. But can Pecky keeps the round alive for TWT, have that teleport, as this is the longest flank ever from Pancakes, and the spike has been taken and teleported over to B, where that plant will go off.
Oh, nice push towards the spawn, though. This should be a freebie for T-Dog to get towards the market. There you go. And now it's a 3-on-3 to ensue. They still have, 3-on-2, as they still have Ghost to work with, though, for TWT. They could work their range in their favor.
Right, got paint shells, if you will. At least you know where they're coming from. They're stomping away. Pancakes steadies his shot. 1v2 for Will, and they don't know where he is. He just has to play his life, and a headshot's not too bad. You're the tap on the spike. That's 2 for Will, and the round for TWT.
That should not have happened. Why am I talking like a robot? QoR had such good utility to delay that plant on that A site. We talked about the cycle that they had. They even placed a Viper orb at the A site to deny the plant with a combination of the molly, and they still had more utility to stop the plant and delay it. And somehow we were still able to pick up the spike and TP across when you had a 4-player stack for QoR on the A side. And you let that slip. And because of that, you have 4 positions here from TWT, and Will just has a beautiful Zipple clutch to win the round now for the attack side.
Yep, time to light up the second round as TWT setting themselves up at A main. Little splashy footsteps making some noise there as Neptune and friends step in to the A site. And playing conservatively there on the defense is Nerve and T-Dog, waiting for reinforcements coming through B, not making any sudden moves, not making too much noise, but waiting for the leer from Ziff.
This is going to be very difficult for QoR. I mean, they got Sheriff to work with. We've seen what they can do with this on Breeze. Can they do it on Blind? Yes.
Gecko flash out. Leer used. TWT pushed outside of the site. And, well, Neptune's in the smoke, just doing his best, I guess. And this is where clutch moments, quick reactions are going to be important. 3 versus, or 2 versus 2. And the Sheriffs are popping off from this defensive side. Spike about to blow up, and it's a clutch for TWT.
But with 4 players dying on top of that, almost the 5th there, Pancakes manages to escape on time. But oh my god, the Sheriffs did definitely give hope for QoR for the retake. Beautiful shots coming out by Ziff, who, by the way, has now switched over to a duelist role, playing double duelist as a Reyna with a Raze in their composition, almost doing like a PRX something style where they could actually try to get information off picks and dismisses. But that was a valiant effort for QoR. Classics even rang through to get some damage done, and you have such an even gun round in round number 3.
Wow. No util, just vibes, just stomping through showers. Free orb for them, I guess. TWT setting up as usual A main, but now exploring Hookah with Boombot. Nobody's in that corner. A little jiggle peek, seeing what's up. And QoR set up around the teleporter just to leave if things were to go down at A. Now TWT starting to make more noise towards B short, and Haunt being set up to see who is around B long. So some information by TWT, but no trigger pulled yet.
And this was broken by Snarly, though, so I'm not too sure if they'll expect a player moving up towards the teleporter, and T-Dog's about to walk down. Oh, might get a timing against Campeki, and hides away from it. And because it's Campeki, though, this Prowler could still be using it, sees him, the lurk out towards U-Haul, and that's the first pick.
That breaks open the A site, and now TWT thinking about how they can get there safely. They're just going to cross through mid, and QoR's reinforcements are on the way. Can Pancakes and Mummy, or Mummy, stay alive? Flank from the Reyna. Good timing from Ziff, and the invulnerability goes around the corner, has the leer in case there was a follow-up. Empress activated. This is Ziff's world, and you're just living in it. TWT feel pressured. They're stuck on the site. They're getting surrounded, but they just have to play for time. The spike has been planted, and it's QoR's hand that's being forced. And Mame catching Nerve in heaven is big, as Mame expects the swing out of the smoke. Snarly wins that. The spike has been tapped. Pancakes at 5 HP. Can't clutch the round, and QoR will defuse.
The fact that Neptune throwing the wingman to go plant and anticipated a push out of Ziff at Palm Tree was insane. unfortunately couldn't get that kill, which then allowed Ziff and the rest of QoR to battle it out and win that retake in the end. But there was some heroic plays in the back over here, and this position by Mame, for him to get 2 right there was huge to give a chance for TWT to win that round. But the macro was perfect from both of these teams, and it came down to who shot better, and it was QoR at that point, which then puts TWT in such a worse for wear bye because of that second round that we saw from QoR with those sheriffs. So they had got.
Well, we got a judge.
Yeah. But that's on defense, so it's whatever. It's whatever. It's kind of default that we see here on defense. But for TWT, they don't have really anything to work with except for Will's Guardian, and they'll try to use that to get an entry towards the B site.
Oh, I think Mame is about to go test out that judge up close and personal, and Will gets flashed by the Gecko, and with the suppressing fire from Pancakes, manages to escape through B long, and as Hookah was being checked out, Neptune finds the bad end of a bullet, so TWT don't have the advantage anymore, and Zell just pokes out his smoke and catches Mame, and TWT are only taking L's right now. Everything they try gets kicked in the face.
Doesn't even matter about the judge. He just swings with a classic to get the kill, but yeah, there's the judge kills. I hate that gun. And he also has a showstopper for the next round, so beautifully done in the end, though, for QoR. But this is the second time that we've seen Ziff trying to push out towards showers, although not identified by TWT in that round. It's maybe something that they might try to focus on later on, especially now that they potentially have, no, they don't have money to work with, but they have definitely the composition to really try to deny the aggressive pushes out of showers early from placing sucks and concusses out towards that area. But for now, it's just them focusing on working a split towards the B site, one watching the flank passively being Mame. No judge.
I like the util out of QoR, though, to win that last round, winning off of flashes, well-timed swings out of the Viper's wall. And TWT, I mean, that could have ended even earlier if they really got caught by that Gecko flash. Speaking of that, Neptune has the lineup towards B, and Yasha Smoke is stopping them, but not for long. The satchel is in. Will established the hunt, or the Prowler, sorry, is doing work, and TWT just claim every single kill. Reinforcements through the top site. It's only Nerve and Zeldris with Guardians against Rifles, so this is gonna be a tough task. Spike has been planted. Zeldris could get a lucky headshot. This Guardian can do quite a bit of damage, and Nerve has made his way through elbow. Has to check the right corner, and he can't even win that against Pancakes, who was already low health. That was a must-win. But QoR left in a 1 versus 5, and Zeldris, can't even cross back over now. But hey, it's forcing the hand out of TWT. One headshot, looking for 2, and can't get it.
I'm surprised that they still wanted to chase him down, and although he has a showstopper already, but they have money to buy in the next round no matter what. So QoR at this point, they wanted to just find exits against TWT, and TWT kind of gave it to them. And at that point, if you keep your player alive or your opponent alive and they don't die to Spike, that's only 1,000 credits versus the full bonus. Therefore, now going with a buy and operate on top of that with because of that death that he got and a showstopper. This is something that TWT has to at least anticipate on the showstopper, but I don't know if they're going to be ready on the op yet.
The op from Zeldris is going to look down B long. TWT going to check out Hookah. I think they did a good job of just ignoring the Astra smoke and satcheling in and executing well for TWT. They're not having that same sense of urgency, and Zeldris is just cheating up like that with the op.
It's
At
a
least it's
beautiful
traded
shot
1-1.
still, yeah. Beautiful shot by Neptune, but somehow still lost Will in the process, so that kind of sucks.
Okay. I was just waiting. I was like, you know, the longer you wait, the more likely you are to choke when they turn around. It's happened way too many times to us in today's show. But now you got the Nightfall closing down the entry towards Hookah, and Ken Pecky's in trouble. He's the one who ulted, and he's the one getting pushed out. 47 HP, and TWT The spike is planted.
Yeah, but they got 2 stars on the ground, so they could delay so much here for with Pancake's utility and with the snake bite. So you're just keeping them pinned inside hookah and running the clock down. So despite the nightfall giving your position away, you still delayed so much now for TWT. It all comes down to this big flank from T-Dog up towards long B.
And you're ready to cut vision on the Lear if there were to be one that comes out, but Ziff doesn't even have one, so they're just hoping to have the right shot. TWT 1v1, no time to defuse. And Ziff at least gets the kill just to pad the stats, and another offensive win for TWT.
Yeah, T-Dog had that really nice flank in the end to get that pick, so it really allowed the initiation for QoR to flood out of the site. Beautiful snake bite being thrown on the ground, and whoever that was in that site just ate that snake bite to get that kill and give a chance here for TWT to win off time. And I think that was Mummy that was in there, so that was very, very well done. A nice little Zippo clutch that they had here for TWT to take the lead now by 2, and you're seeing the sense of urgency coming out from QoR right now. They have to go for a timeout. They have a lower buy, but they do have 2 very strong ults. So is it a timeout to go for some sort of a trap play? Is it going to be red? Is it a showstopper now towards the short A? Or is it going to be a retake play by using both of these ults? I mean, at this point, this is some very, very strong ults behind some very good shooting that they've proved with Sheriff with a lower buy for QoR.
And Snarly part of that discussion of how they can combo off of the Gecko and how they can maybe check corners better. Because I think stuff like that, like you said, happens all the time. TWT, though, ooh, really taking them the distance. But everyone seems pretty calm and pretty locked in.
Even T-Dog saying, yep. So understands what call that Ocean's currently doing so that he could actually do the actual in-game calls in the mid-round pivots going into round number 7. And there's only one player here. It's Zeldris. And he's just hiding the corner with a judge. And this is difficult now when you're playing against a Prowler on the other side.
You're playing this far forward, you're prone to getting hit by util, and you hear them going through the Viper smoke. It's a 2-for-1 special, and make it 3 with the showstopper. Oh, we love to see Zeldris back in action like that. And TWT have just had their whole offense killed, especially the 2-round momentum that they had into this, but maybe it's not over. Zeldris, the thorn in their side, has been removed. And TWT fighting back with now 2 picks in a row, evening up the numbers slowly but surely.
Oh, what a read.
TWT still have Spike too.
Yeah, Pancakes anticipates a flank coming through, and if they're actually going to try to do an ult preemptively without a spike plant, this is an easy TP for TWT.
Well, the timing of Snarly's push here is pivotal. TWT's hand is being forced. They still have 40 seconds. You gotta get the plant down, and you don't want to give time for rotations to set in either for them to make the move on you, because it's the defense that has the number advantage. And the smoke procs the spray through. T-Dog's position is revealed. It's 4 for Kenpecky. Ace at the ready. 1v1 against Snarly. The haunt reveals where Snarly is, and it's an ace for Kenpecky.
No way that Kenpecky was able to get that for the team. No way that he's able to get an ace and clutch it for TWT when Zeldris got 3 freebies from an unchecked corner in the A cubby right there. And somehow you let that slip. There was a preemptive orbital strike that went down, just trying to catch the Astar, trying to catch Pancakes. It was pinned as he was pinned towards the A cubby. And that preemptive orbital strike potentially was a silver lining for TWT because now they had so much time to work with and catch QoR off mistakes in position.
Oh my god, an early Lear, and TWT are just quicker with the flicks. Neptune with 2, the go sign, and the turn onto the teleporter. TWT are locked in. Thrasher to make their way through. Okay, kind of stuck on that window. Okay, you need to be this tall to get through hookah, apparently. TWT ready for the plant, and it's all up to Zeldris. We may meet up with Pancakes in a dark alley. That could be at least one gun he could take away, because who checks this corner? Nobody.
Got one.
The audio is going to be there at least, though. Now it's time to play scout knives, pretty much.
You want more?
Hide and
Here's
seek.
more.
Oh. Oh, you don't like that sound. Uh-oh.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
it missed.
Thankfully it missed.
But you know where they are. So, Zeldris, who has the nicer lineup, you hear the stomp. Do you get baited? Oh, 8 shells. Stop the follow. Oh, the turn. Wait. 1v2 is doable, but the flank. Can Pecky have his position revealed? Oh, I thought Zeldris had the lineup so close. But another round win for TWT.
The game sense is so good there for Zeldris to be able to turn around knowing that Kempeki was coming for that flank, but unfortunately he couldn't line up the crosshair placement for that kill. That could have been huge because you're getting closer and closer once again to your second showstopper to this map. And that would have been a huge swing round for you if you're able to bring that up a little bit earlier than anticipated now in this half. Because really, TWT are doing such a good job since this round number 5 to control the pace of the attack side of Bind. They're controlling the split on B. Beautiful smoke, though, is not going to allow for you to get too much information off the Dizzy being thrown. You're going to have to potentially use a little bit more here to try to clear through the smoke if you want to engage more.
At least you know it's just a little bit of a sheriff on the other side. But TWT still don't want to test those waters. At least not yet. Now Prowler through Hookah. Now they can get established there. Where the range battle is going to favor TWT. I guess I should stop underestimating what a sheriff can do, especially in the hands of QoR.
That's what I'm saying. It's still Ziff with the sheriff right now in full util despite the slower vibe. That showstopper might foil the plans.
Oh! I thought that got the person. Okay, I think the kill got stolen by pancakes there, but TWT only have one pesky gecko to work with, and it's quick work.
2 kills, armor damage, not too bad. You'll take it with a grain of salt. But now finally you have a gun round with full armor this time around. No more half shield shenanigans, no more judges. Now you have to really turn it into your favor. And for QoR, I think this is the first time that we're actually seeing Zeldris move out here towards showers. So they really want to try to pivot towards an orb control. It's gonna get flushed out by utility by Kempeki, but technically it should still be a free orb picked up now for Zeldris.
Okay, don't get in my way. Mad respect. Defensive Viper cutting out A main there. So TWT, this is not going to be an easy push through A. Even if you believe in somehow satcheling over that, it'd be too much of a risk. TWT still going to patrol, I guess, the Viper's pit. Maybe even enter it. Mame. It's a big risk to try and go up against T-Dog in his own turf. Oh, they're about to face off too. Mame at least goes in and out of the Viper's pit to regenerate the health in the Nightfall. To try and draw out this Viper. T-Dog leaves it for a second, but Zeldris starts off on a good foot as QoR coalesce defensively on A, and he got the showstopper in a small space like this. Uh-oh. Okay, that was intentional.
Hit the box, and there's nobody. So it was a nice hold here for TWT just to cut noise and re-execute towards the A site. T-Dog falls.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Zeldris is so pissed. He's like, man, I just came all the way to B, and I gotta run all the way back. Lil Bro's planting. TWT ain't looking so good with only Will and Neptune left. But you hear that Reyna. And Empress just got activated at Heaven. Ziff jumping down with the whole squad. The timing of Will, he gets pinched out. And Neptune is all on his lonesome. Deals with the one. Can he prevent the defuse? It's not being stuck, but man, the pressure is on. And Neptune can't deliver. But QoR stop a 5-round momentum there.
Yeah, with a very clean shot by Snarly to start things off, because Will had a perfect timing to get that first duel against Pipes and didn't even wrap around triple. That said, though, the Nightfall that was used by Kempeki was perfect to counter the pit that was going towards the A side, and you needed Zeldris to win that fight against Kempeki's re-alert back towards showers, which allowed the showstopper to be ready right there off that kill. It was used again a little bit too early, trying to find a surprise kill, and really allowed for this pulse plant to happen for TWT in the end, where unfortunately QoR falters because they're out of position and less util to play the retake together.
You know, well, Maybe Zeldris can put a prayer down. That helped them come back from a deficit similar to
I mean, they still
this,
got the
but-
round, but it was definitely very difficult for. No, stop it, T-Dog, stop it, T-Dog.
Get your bag, King. Get your bag.
But yeah, they still won the round for QoR no matter what. But it had to come down to like some very clean shots to allow for them to win that. I think even Ziff got a lucky spray through a smoke to get that kill into showers to really dwindle down the numbers of TWT on that post plant. Could have been very difficult there at that point. And sometimes you're going to have to take that look.
All right, timeout is over. 2 more rounds left in the half. And Cosmic Divide, Viper's Pit. It was a cool way that TWT were trying to deal with the pit on the other side when it was trapping them in A main. So, see where the execute comes from. As the pit in A would take up a lot of good space, satcheling in the showers. The boombot will reveal it. The prowler comes through. Just tap on the orb, just in case someone were ready to swing and catch hands, but now it's a safe orb grab, giving Neptune Thrasher.
Yeah, which is nice.
I got the
The
spike.
satchels that they did is not as quick because the Prowler is much slower than a Sky Flash. So I like that Will's able to time that correctly for them to just get some simple orb control. And the Thrash is going to be huge for them to pivot back towards this B site. They found some great ground and flooded a lot of utility behind that Thrash before. There's only 2 players of QoR in that defense there. Thankfully, Snarly's pretty much in an off angle outside Octagon. And maybe he could backstab some players running down towards the window. But it's a tough ask. A very tough ask.
All right, B site with a chatted up
Oh yeah.
Reyna ready to leer anybody who jumps through. And there's no satchel for Will, so Lear's gonna come out preemptively when you hear the Thrasher come out, and Ziv collects 1 and repositions to the elbow. And TWT, man, that's tough. At least they got a responding kill thanks to the Thrasher restraining someone, and the plant
Spike
goes
planted.
down for TWT.
Pit
And
for
QoR
spawn.
coming around the back.
And the pit's for spawn, but it's not deep enough. There's still a lot of room for QoR to work with.
Enemy remaining.
Oh,
Never
yeah,
mind.
you're right. Pancakes with 3.
Never mind.
TWT. No? Okay. It
Well,
looks
it's like QoR
promising.
has so much
Last
room here for the
round in the
retake. There's so
half.
much space around the pit, and then boom. They get flanked, and then they just get killed by players outside of the pit. And then GG.
I was thinking there was room for TWT, and they took more of that.
Oh, yeah.
Sharing is not caring for them.
Yep.
Wow. So you thought QoR was going to start digging themselves out of this hole. You know, the diff is Zeldris didn't pray for that one. The timeout. TWT are back in the driver's seat. 1 round left in the half. And maybe some ults coming out of QoR. Try and salvage this one. 1 away from Thrasher. And 1 away from, or actually just got the orbital strike.
And that's something that they needed. Trying to push out for some orb control at the same time too, just to prevent TWT from getting anything on their side in this last round of the half. And I find this so interesting that it's TWT that runs their own smoke into hookah, so they could take control of hookah first and just keep QoR guessing. On your side, usually if you're playing defense, you're like, oh well, thank you for the free smoke. I just have the clock dwindling down in my favor. But they're using this smoke usually to, 1, condition, but 2, also use utility outside for the pop. And it forces these pushes. So you walk back in and you catch them off guard, and now you have a weakened B site.
That was almost bad timing from Snarly, jumping up on that edge. He still found good aim to take somebody with them. TWT. Oh, a B-long exchange here. As Ziff doesn't have a leer to contest this well. If he gets a kill, you know, Ziff can...
30 seconds left.
It's really feast or famine when it comes to playing Reyna. Now things have really quieted down for TWT, maybe forcing QoR to get antsy and peek at hookah again like Snarly did. Now it's activated. TWT sending their little man forward. Now 13 seconds left. It's go. It's the go sign, and Mame with an important 2-piece.
Yeah.
Really helped TWT.
He was supposed to play sacrifice die so that the trade can happen, yet still gets a second entry, which allows Neptune to get that kill, leaving Zeldris alone. Stinger in hand. GG.
It is GG. Zeldris believes it too, but 9-3 in the half. That is a statement to make for TWT.
Yeah. 9-3, running away with the attack side. Beautiful conditioning and work towards this B site. Really, as we mentioned, how this composition that you have for the defensive side of core is so good for denying plants on this A side. TWT once again used most of those rounds to pivot towards a B site hit, and it worked out with the amount of util and just sheer trading fundamentals to get these rounds on that B side. That said, though, like I said, this is still a great composition for core to flood the same way that TWT did on their attack half.
Can core stop the momentum from TWT? Core have been solid on pistol rounds before. And core throwing some util down. They wanted Showers control, and around the corner is Pancakes. Core ready to make a splash. They have Satchel ready to enter in. Start with the Gecko flash. Look around to their left. The Satchel kind of messed up there, but hey, the plant is going down. So TWT, they're a man down, but Pancake's about to get overwhelmed. There's a huge swing coming, and Nerve decided to retreat. Interesting.
Yeah, because they heard the triple TP or the double TP right after. So you're trying to play the power of numbers, smoke it out. Comes out to Kempeki on the heaven. Gets the first kill.
Oh, TWT coming back, making a 2v2. Zeph revealed their position, holding it down with Zeldris. Nice dodge on the Leer. But Mame jumping right into the room that they're hiding in. Is going to use the smoke to their advantage. Have the spike, force the reaction, but swings at the wrong time, and Ziff picks up the kill.
What a nice try to recall the smoke so that you just go with the 50-50. Hopefully your shots hit for TWT. But instead we've had, 3 drive-bys. 1 coming in from Snarly into Showers, and 2 from Ziff in the end on the pulse plant to be able to clutch that one for core. Because at that point, you see it right here, there was definitely looking like a TWT retake because of that triple flank. And despite Pancakes not dying when it was getting flushed in by Showers, when they ran away, he did so much damage with the ghost wall bangs too, that should have been a TWT round. But Ziff was able to dance around, win that round for core, and keep the dream and the momentum alive here, at least to start for core on the attack side.
Able to start setting up B long. You got Zeldris on the raise watching any mid flank. And TWT are 4 stacked at A. Gotta be ready to take that TP, but core don't have anybody established at Hookah to deal with anyone coming through the A teleporter, so core very quiet. Not wanting to tap the orb. The Leer has been thrown out to deal with elbow and the flash from the Gecko. Plant ensues, and there's a nice smoke at the back site. So the sequence goes off without a hitch for core. Reinforcements come in for TWT at the top of site, and once this smoke clears, this could be a bloodbath for T-Dog and Nerve by his side. And shots are already being exchanged before the smoke even comes down. And time is not on TWT's side as Zeldris smells a flank coming through mid and picks up one, expecting another. And TWT haven't even pushed through the top of site. Time is a wasting.
Yeah, that's fine.
And this is not looking good.
No, I mean, they have classics that they're stacking up with, but I like the fact that you're keeping those smokes towards the spawn to maybe even keep them outside of the blast radius. But looking at the rest of core, they don't want to push towards that spawn, where especially the stack that you had Gamble for TWT allows for them to have a stronger hold with right-click classics close range while the rest exits. So you pull back on the other end, you clear out towards your spawn, and then you allow for the rest to just die to spike, which is well done in the end for core to work at least the gamble stack against the gamble stack that TWT tried to do in that eco round that they had. So both teams having a very, very strong buy once again in the bonus round for core.
A little bit of deja vu from last map because core started coming back on their offense. Maybe they're just an offense type of team. I don't know. But I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch. I think you said this sometime today.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I landed that one, because usually I just say something like, don't count your chickens or don't count your eggs before they hatch in the basket or something like that. So I'm finally glad I got a good metaphor this time around.
And core, they like to kind of set up at B long, just see if anyone's going to get antsy out of TWT. They fight for the orb. Now Ziff might be lurking to see if anyone's gonna go for the showers orb. Oh, just spotted the ankle from Will. Just gonna keep hold of this, but now with the Astra smoke, it's gonna help TWT grab this orb.
Octagon. That's perfect here for a double swing in the end. Neptune trying to help out, but doesn't look like he's gonna be able to do much.
It's a nice little distraction, at least. And now it's a quick switch up, teleporting to showers, stomping their way through. Two to stop them is Kanpeki and Will. But man, Neptune is sprinting back and managed to grab one in time.
One enemy
and the
remaining.
spike is down, and T-Dog is the only one left. That was 3 for Neptune.
Beautiful hold by Neptune towards that triple, but that was off the assist of a great haunt being thrown by Kanpeki on the initial pivot from QoR through the TP. You've mentioned it. There was so much action going around through the B control to the TP and using on top of that the Thrash to get information and trying to clear triple. They couldn't get a ping. They couldn't get players detained. And you answer back with that haunt and just pure gunfire that works out in the favor of a hold. So it was looking pretty good to start things off for QoR to get that information. But the anchors continue to be so strong now for TWT. 10-5. At least the gun round continues for QoR. You have a judge working for Pancakes in U-Haul.
Zeldris and friends of QoR try and take control of Hookah, but this... Mummy had the hands up like they were about to pin, and then I looked over. They don't actually have it, but they're ready to crossfire with Neptunes. Too early in the half, but I like that there's more eagerness for TWT to not let Hookah go for free and then throw the poison orb down, and QoR have to rethink the approach. Not deciding to go for Hookah, retreating out of B long, not wanting to teleport and really ping their presence.
That's why.
But thinking about A.
QoR doesn't want to give their position away in terms of TPing and giving up the jig that, you know, they were trying to find some information and scaling inside Hookah. Yet the Prowler at the 1 minute mark coming out on a defense, spotted one towards Showers. So they know right now for TWT that QoR's defaulting around the map and they're trying to play contact. Comes down to duels, but T-Dog wins it.
Wow, with the C's too. Oh, that's a creepy sound in my ear. But first for QoR, managing to get the plant down. Will, under duress, use the boombot at the one door, shifts, smoke in his way. But T-Dog knows some people teleporting behind. Has to watch, has to have eyes in front and at the back of his head. But with nerve support, maybe this can still be executed out of QoR as T-Dog deals with that flanker, and they just have to worry about TWT on the site itself. And that's a good win for QoR.
A great win for QoR when you only lose one player in the process, and especially looking at Nerf, the impact frags that he's currently getting on the attack side, and utility to also make sure that QoR is able to escape blast radiuses by keeping their economy up and keeping their weapons up. That kill that he had towards Short and that duel that he won right here against Neptune guarantees for a Molly to be ready for a pulse plant, which pretty much guarantees the round because there was no other opposition coming through here from TWT on that push. Even if there was a TP, it was being held by Showers. The pulse plant positioning for QoR in terms of how they're trying to position themselves, it's not necessarily for trades, it's just 1 versus 1 and using cover to just try to delay the clock on the pulse plant. That works out so far, at least in their game plan, which is why Together We Were Terrific, they're calling this timeout, trying to see if they have to play a buddy system to try to force these flanks to come in their favor, because if not, QoR, again on their attack, has great utility for flooding on sites and also for retake lineups.
Last time out for TWT. And then it's the end-all be-all. This is the decider of the series. TWT 3 rounds away from having a huge statement in Challengers against a pretty well-respected team of QoR who could still come together, turn it around, especially when Zeldris has had these heroic performances before and is 2 away from the showstopper. What is the plan? We got the lineups, and we're leading towards B-Long again.
Yep. Just some simple conditioning from T-Dog. If you're unfamiliar here of the map of Bind, you're trying to put that wall up in the orb towards U-Haul just to try to keep players guessing on the A side, keeping them anchored there. On the other end here for TWT, they got punished trying to just swing out and try to get lucky with some shares or trying to get orb control. So B side already open, free plant coming through for Snarly. And they're really focusing on that here. They're not even giving it from Zeldris so that he get a showstopper the next round. So they wanted to, I guess they were afraid of a fast rotate from TWT. This gives a silver lining and some hope here for the defensive side when they're actually going to have weapons to work with. They don't have to worry about a showstopper to open up a site. So they can maybe try to pivot towards taking orb control and denying orb control of core in the next round.
Or they just believe that Zeldris is that goated and can get that kill for the showstopper.
which, you know what? I'm okay with that because look at him. He's walking towards the spawn. So or he gets a kill or he dies. And if he dies, he still has showstopper here. So they don't care to give this gun away.
Oh, wait, the timing. Okay, he still gets one. He gets a showstopper after all. And QoR come out on top with 2 rounds in a row, especially after the TWT timeout. And with how good that round went, with Zeldris just threw his body at the other team, like that's a really good take by QoR.
It's a smart play by QoR for sure, because look at the economy. Despite Zeldris rebuying, a lot of them could still buy even with an operator if they want to on the attack on the next round. They're pretty comfortable for a buy for the next 2 rounds while still having a showstopper against a TWT that is fighting for scraps in terms of economy. Small shields for 3 players. Losing this round puts them back into another eco where QoR's closing that gap on their attack.
Okay. TWT are, I think, more mindful of swinging outside of B long when they got pieced up last time. You know, it was a different vibe, but still. QoR getting their smokes ready. Trap these B defenders. And he got the showstopper. Neptune throws up the flash just to buy himself some time and doesn't even disengage. Pops in the box and pops 2 foreheads. Neptune holding it down and has Thrash ready. Throws out the Dizzy just to get some bait out, I guess. And QoR, they're taking the spike anywhere but here.
That is too clean. A single Dizzy with a snake bite from a simple Dizzy from Neptune and a snake bite from Mummy under the window denies the showstopper utility from Zeldris, and on top of that, blinds more players trying to support him and to get 2 kills out of it. That's huge. It was beautifully read by TWT to deny the showstopper initiation and engagement that QoR was trying to do.
30 seconds left.
I was like, oh, they're gonna take the spike anywhere but here, but they were kind of still hanging around just to see if, okay, B looks too quiet, the defenders are gonna start rotating through mid, you catch them off cross like that, but Ziff and Nerve have not given up, but time is running out. 2 versus 5, and Neptune is gonna have the protection of the smoke, but the timing was weird. Either way, TWT take the round.
The defense was just cycling smokes at that point. You saw that when the Nebula was gone, the Astra smoke was gone, the Viper wall came up, so you really didn't give a chance here for QoR to catch some players out of position towards that B site. And when you're trying to move, look at that. That is so nice. There was I think it was a concuss or a suck at the same time too. 0 opportunities to get value out of that showstopper. And then using more stars with the late hit that you're trying to redo for QoR. You have a second stun to come out at that point. That's very well done in terms of util for Pancakes and TWT. Now still a gun round available for QoR, but no ults to work with this time around. The ults are actually in favor of TWT now.
Neptune is playing backside, having the Thrash. You're wondering how he's going to want to use it for the retake, for some early info. The time a swing with Mame, but you want to ideally preserve Mame's life when they're just that close to the Viper's pit. Either way, QoR was a slow approach. Once the smoke drops, could be some action at B long. And now you're just spraying through the smoke. No one's really taking damage. But oh, Mame and Neptune are ready. And they got the Gecko Flash. But no one got pinged. And TWT, knowing the push is coming, are going to give them some space to walk into. And TWT know they can quickly rotate from A to B using that teleporter. And that's where someone like Zeldris will be ready to catch that. Thrash enters the site, clears around the box, doesn't have eyes on elbow. Dizzy gonna go do his job. And Snarly and friends take over the site. TWT still have all 5 alive, and Pancake's dead. T-Dog's lurk still strong. Will teleport to help assist the hookah control. And TWT are coming through the top site through elbow, and they're looking injured.
She's still gunning for you.
Zip got locked up for a second, emerges to at least put some damage down. Zeltrus with 2, keeping QoR alive. And so they do.
Oh my god. The game plan for QoR to just pick up 1 orb and get the most value out of a Thrash coming out from Snarly. Their first one to clear sight and seeing a double molly being played. So they know that Neptune is playing somewhere close towards the spawn, and they're going to play the retake with their own Thrash. So right now, QoR plays outside of the site. Meanwhile, Snarly was able to pick up his Thrash at the same time to use it for a second time, while everybody was just trying to protect him towards long B and did not allow TWT to get a retake in the site. That was very nice. And now that you have finally the orbital strike for the first time on the attack, you definitely do see the lean from QoR towards this B site, but at the same time, they're not really trying to deny here for TWT. They want to give it up here to allow QoR to just plant, because they have really no numbers to hold the defensive side on B.
B executes have been fantastic out of QoR. Like, it's 4 rounds in a row. They're all gassed up.
There's a double push.
TWT, figure out how they're going to protect B any better. Around this corner, Zeldris trying to go into hookah, and this T-Dog lurk worked out last time, not this time. It's now QoR. Have to figure things out, and that's a little too lucky out of Snarly. Viper wall down, and Zeldris checks the corner, still gets the kill when I thought he looked away. Orbital strike clears the site. Plant going down for QoR, and it's up to 3, and they're going through hookah. Big engagement for Zeldris. He loses it. I thought he had the lineup. And the nightfall from Kenpecky to try to hide the approach of TWT. And they're coming through hookah though, and QoR know it. There's so much stopping TWT from coming out of that window. And Snarly is ready at the cross, and QoR take another round.
So that's what I'm talking about when you have an orbital strike and so much util to take the site and for post plant. After the orbital strike and one small piece of molly that was being thrown towards the spawn, there is still able to have so much more for the post plant. That wingman actually got so much value for the last 2 players jumping outside a window, while they had more delays from a mosh pit, and also, I think it was a molly from Nerve. That is a beautiful round executed by QoR. They tried to do a double push by TWT, but as soon as T-Dog died, that was the call for them to just flood the site, and it worked out in their favor. And TWT, now they're like, okay, well, they're working towards long B way too many times. Let's run a Dizzy with a Bucky and a couple of shares to try to run it down and hopefully get 1 or 2 weapons to upgrade out of this.
Yeah, not an ideal round for TWT, but maybe the Bucky can beat the allegations. Okay, I don't love me some Bucky, but I love me some Will, especially stepping into this roster last minute, getting TWT this close to a win, holding down hookah, or holding down B long is an important job for Will. The timing of the swing is everything. Hey, now exposed. Will comes out, put the initial shot down, and the paint shells could be big. Oh, they're looking so damaged at B long, and all the army storms the beach is there for TWT and just holds down QoR. We don't even have the spike in hand. They got nothing left. It's just Zeldris.
Should I use a stick next time?
They got a thrifty Zenny Flawless out of that. Are you kidding me? With the knowing that they are on an equal right now for TWT, and they played so far back. I mean, you were looking at that radar. T-Dog was still holding back towards T-spawn because they were afraid of the aggressive pushes coming out from TWT. Yet you still wanted to walk up contact. And getting the first contact from a Prowler with 45 seconds left. Look at that C's. Look at the amount of util. It's a whole lane of util that you can't escape. Lava is hot pretty much there for QoR, and they all died from it. What a play by TWT. And QoR mishap on not clearing sites, not clearing with util.
Oh, not a good start to QoR's offense. But they're only down by 1 in terms of the 3 of TWT.
Oh my god.
Oh, just had a crumb of HP left. T-Dog in a 1 versus 3 to clutch this up for QoR to keep them alive. This is the deciding round. TWT up by 12. Mame, Kenpeki, Neptune.
Towards an orb emitting.
We're 2-1 split. Stacked at A, eyes on the spike. And then Mame gets to be on exploration duty. T-Dog cutting all noise, has the pit. If they can even get the spike, that could be big. The pit and make that winnable.
I mean, against a Thrash on top of that, it's not.
Oh, you're such a hater.
Yeah, I'm a hater.
I'm a believer. Oh, Thrash, here he comes. Uh-oh. Yeah, you're right. 13-9 for TWT. The comeback, the upset, and the victory in map 3.
Again, I apologize, Shinobi and crew there of Together We're Terrific. That was a beautiful display of how you were playing that first map on Breeze. A very good Lotus second map, and even a great attack side on this third map right here. Overall, man, I gotta say, for them to switch the pace off an eco to rush out for a pinch on Showers with a TP play to get 3 instant kills, they definitely came out with a plan for TWT. And I'm looking forward to see what else they have cooked up for the split.
Oh, Sierra, can you believe it? Will with the W comes in and helps them out. What a match!
Enemy remaining.
Through that V long, and just the kill feeds lighting up, just like, all right, here's a utility kill. Oh yeah, here's a close range. It is amazing. Oh, I just want to savor that for all of it. But no, it's ideas like that that do make me excited about this Together We're Terrific squad. It's that coordination there, because we have to just hit on the fact again that yes, there is some very skill capable players on this team. It's a team that has been kind of, for lack of better words, shambles in terms of when you're looking at the roster and everything they overcame to even have a team fielded for this. And honestly, I think even just Vans, 18 first kills, but still coming out with the 13-round wins. Like, there's so many times they're playing behind and they still won it out.
Yeah, it really came down to those trap plays and working together right now. Well, I mean, it's also on the amount of util they're able to get to clear and just play a pulse plant that works out in their favor. So it comes down to these trade positions where maybe they lose the first trade, but always get that pulse plant utility and the positions that they have on these pulse plants for TWT that just allowed for them to get such a strong first half. I think it was a 9-3 half, right? When you're looking back at the history of this third map. Yeah. So very well done for TWT. For the end, though, I have to say for QoR that, you know, it still looked pretty decent. They still put up a great fight. They lost their map pick on Breeze, but it looked really decent on Lotus, and they were able to make a sort of a comeback on this third map. For this is still a work in progress. You trust the process if you're the coaching staff here of what Ocean and Slowy School is currently seeing for this team, and I'm hoping to see them bounce back going into the split in the remaining weeks here of Split 1.
And like how we talked about, it's not how you lose, but what you learn from it and how you move forward. And QoR were already experimenting with a different comp, right? With Reyna and the double duelist. And it's going to be exciting to watch QoR grow from here and how our expectations are going to change with these newer teams who have these last minute signings who are still pulling off wins and going the distance, even winning maps on not their map picks. It was kind of a wild day, but I'm really impressed with TWT.
It's not how you lose, it's what you learn. Bring a tear to my eye, but this is week 1. It is so true, and I really do think that people need to remember that. It has been a long day, though, and of course, we want to make sure that we can get our interview for you, so we're going to be taking a quick break, enjoy our Pro Series highlights. We'll be right back.
One enemy remaining. One enemy One enemy remain.
That's it.
One enemy remaining.
I'll stop.
One down. player
Enemy kill.
One enemy. One enemy. One enemy.
Nice.
Ending. One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
For me.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Got one. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Hey. 30 seconds. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Defenders.
Well, it took 3 games to get it done, going all the way to bind to close it out. But TWT coming out on top amongst all of the chaos. And I have IGL Pancakes on the line to talk a little bit more about everything going on. First, I have to say congratulations on the series. Did have to take it to 3 maps. How are you feeling now after that win? Because it looked a little shaky at times.
Yeah, it feels good to just like squeak by with a win, and you know it's impossible to win your map pick in this game. So you know we knew after we won their map pick we were gonna lose and then go map 3. So we were ready.
It honestly kind of does feel a little impossible sometimes, but I'm definitely excited to see the team coming out with a win because it has been absolute chaos when we're looking at the history for the team. Like the last 20 days, a Proto leaves, all right, bring in Kenpecky. All right, Icy leaves, okay, now you have Will. How has that been just stress-wise behind the scenes to try and have a team to even play?
Yeah, I mean we had 4 days of prac with Will and 2 weeks with Kenpecky, so like we're really bad at all the simple stuff right now, just like scaling and just like doing all the basic things we're not very good at. We're trying to flush them out, so we're just like happy to just get this win, and so we have more time to practice with a 1-0 lead.
And how did those discussions come about to have them come into the team? Because of the fact that there hasn't been that much time, the team looked pretty good. Like we got to see some coordinated plays. I'm definitely excited about the potential of the team. So why specifically these 2 players to slot in?
I played with Kenpecky like a long time ago for like a whole year on a cruise, so I always knew he was good, and he has a big voice in our team, so it's really nice to have just another person that calms a lot. And then Will played with Kenpecky played with Will, and he said he was really good, and he was on 100 Thieves, obviously went to champs and stuff, so he's a good fit. We just need to get things flushed out.
I'd love to know then, with the roster being shuffled around so much, obviously everybody comes into challengers with the highest hopes for their roster. How do you feel the team stacks up now that you've had the roster changes? That might be a little iffy for a bit, but do you think that this is a team that has like that high potential to go that distance once you get a little bit more settled in?
Yeah, I think we can beat anyone once we get more practice, and once I can shoot back. I kind of got carried today. I'm thankful for my teammates for that, but it was kind of weird playing a match since we haven't played one in so long. I feel like the scrims and matches are just so much different. Like it's just not the same at all of how people are playing, so.
Yeah, and especially too having to account for the changes of the team, that'd be difficult. Did you at least get to, with your other members of the team, practice and get to scrim a bit before all the changes, or is the team still relatively rusty coming into this?
I mean, me, my man Neptune, like have some chem, but we're still pretty rusty just overall on each map. Like some of our defaults, we still just mess up on like doing basic stuff. So we're getting there.
It's week 1. It's week 1. Just get the rest off. You're gonna learn as you go, but it was definitely exciting to see that win today. It's been a long day, so I'll let you go and rest and be able to chat with the team. But Pancakes, thanks for chatting, all right?
Yep, thank you.
Yeah. As for us, well, back over to the desk. It has been a long day for us as well, but I'm gonna force Lemon Kiwi and Vansilli to talk with me just a little bit more. And they'll be here eventually. They'll be here eventually. They tried to disappear on me. I see you guys. I see you guys. And silly, Van Snoozy over there.
Oh, sorry. This is past my bedtime here. I'm getting old.
Hey,
totally
you said it,
him.
not us, all right? That's all I'm going to say here. But, hey, we got to make sure we get you a little bit more coffee for the upcoming Challengers Weeks, because these teams are out here to play, Lemon. Like, honestly, we've only had 1 2-0 series. The rest, we're going to these map 3s. We are getting these long maps. Like, people aren't messing around.
Yeah, and there's some people that have come through the qualifier, that have come through with some tape to study about, that have changed the way they've played from the qualifier, to people who didn't have to come through the qualifier and got to show some of the cards up their sleeve. And we got to know a lot of players that otherwise didn't have massive names before coming into this. But this is exactly what the Challengers platform is about, is making your name and putting it all on the line.
100%. But of course, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're still going to have some more players to be able to see what they're made of headed into this Challenger seasons, because we have 1 more day of competition this week. And when we're looking at these teams, I am excited to see what they're going to be made out of, because Vans, I feel like we've gotten to see kind of all different areas. We've gotten to see these hype teams that are auto-qualified based off of last year already. We've gotten to see some of our teams going through the qualifiers. And when we're looking at tomorrow's schedule on the next page, YFP Gaming versus Thinking Men, Turtle Troop versus the Glazers, we got a mix of everything too.
I'm definitely looking forward to these tomorrow games because especially when you're looking at a crew shutout that Pancakes talked about, I'm actually looking forward to watching Zachary play over at the Glazers and the opportunity and honor to be able to cast him tomorrow as well. But Thinking Men versus YFP is going to be a very, very fun match as well because I just want to see the redemption arc of good guy Screwface and just see him own in VCO.
What the heck are you talking about? And you just said Zachary's name. I didn't even realize he was on the roster.
Yeah.
Dude, I casted Zachary when he was a child, like in another title. And he's been the GOAT. And now he finds himself on a team called the Glazers. We're going to have a talk about branding after this. But I'm really excited to watch him.
Well, I'll let you start getting that email drafted away so you can send that off tomorrow. It's been a long day today, so we're going to wrap this up. Make sure everyone can get some rest for tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in. Thank you to my lovely casters for keeping us entertained. And, of course, big thank you to production. We'll see you back here tomorrow for day 3 of Challengers NA. Have a good night.
One enemy remains. Spike planted. Enemy. Player standing. One enemy remaining. 10.
Go.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Got one. 30 seconds left. One down A. One enemy remaining. Attackers win. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Good. One enemy remaining. My ultimate is ready. Spike plant. One enemy remain. One enemy remaining. Attack. One enemy remaining. Stay down. One enemy. One enemy remain.
That it?
One enemy remaining. One down. One enemy remaining. Last player enemy kill. One enemy. One enemy. One enemy. Nice ending. One enemy remaining. enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Got one. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Hey. 30 seconds. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Defenders win.